All right. And three, two, one.
And we're back at Desert Solstice here in Phoenix, Arizona, Camelback, just south of Camelback Road at Central High School. I am Chris Warden. I'm actually joined right now by one of our competitors, somebody who is no stranger to this course or this format, and one of my favorite people that watch on this course every year, Bob Hearn. Bob, thanks for joining me here on
Sure.
the Desert Solstice live stream. Unfortunately, the reason why you're joining us is because you decided that you were drawing things to a close today here at Desert
Yeah.
Solstice.
Yeah.
Um,
Wasn't my day.
So,
It's
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
well, might take some time to figure out, but I guess what I can say is that if you come into a race with a handful of ready excuses and you lack a goal that is really super meaningful,
Mm-hmm.
that's kind of a recipe for disaster.
So, I guess to talk, to elaborate upon that, what were your goals coming into Desert Solstice 2022?
Well, minimum was beat two age group records that I set here last time, 200K and 24-hour age group records are 55, 59. That honestly were pretty soft and should have been pretty easy. And run a Spartathlon auto qualifier, 140 miles. But I was pacing for 150, which is not really justified by my fitness right now or my hamstring injury or that I got COVID a week ago. So I got, like I said, a handful of ready excuses, but it was also slower than this. So this is my 14th 24-hour race,
Yeah.
and this is the slowest I've started since my first one.
Mm.
And so that was a little bit of an experiment. Just try to start bang on even pace for 150. If you're looking at the rankings, I was in 25th place of 25 through like 5 or 6 hours, even though I was on even pace for 150,
Yeah.
which is a good number. That's just how it works here. Everybody starts fast, and I held it through 12 hours, a few ups and downs, and after that, it started to fall apart mentally more than anything else. I just didn't want to be out here, and that's the kind of thing that a good ultra runner knows how to work through, and I've done it any number of times. But
Sure.
today, I just didn't care enough. And then, I backed my goals down from 150 piecewise down to 140, and it got to where I wasn't holding the paces I needed for even that, which is my minimum meaningful goal. So I called it at 100. And it's a strange mix, physical and mental. Sometimes you just don't know where that lies, and it's super frustrating. It's like, did I fail because I just suck and wasn't mentally tough enough? Or was I really honest and gave what my body had that day? Sometimes you just don't know, and it's really frustrating.
Well, to not to, I guess, go, over and beyond and trying to defend your result today, but you've been like as we discussed, as you mentioned, you had dealt with a very recent bout of COVID. You literally were, this week contemplating whether or
Yep.
not that you were going to be
Yeah.
okay for this.
It's a ready excuse. I can't say that I felt, anything obvious from that here.
But you also had issues at dating back to Javelina, at least, because when I saw you there, you had mentioned that there were, some.
Yeah, I had a
physical-
hamstring injury.
Yeah.
More than that, I've been injured all year, and so my training is just nowhere near it's supposed to be. And that is actually a meaningful excuse, is that I'm just way undertrained. But like I said, my body felt okay most of the time.
Do you feel like even in a case where you're undertrained, you're a very deliberate and meticulous
Mhm.
runner,
Mhm.
and you have a system. You're typically the first person on the course to take a walk break, and it's not because you're tired. It's because
Sure.
you have a very deliberate
Yep.
approach. Do you think that in cases where you might be a little bit undertrained or not, where your fitness isn't where you want it to be, do you think that your approach maybe helps to mitigate some of those issues
Yeah.
potentially?
Absolutely.
And have you
Yeah.
had success in the past where you've maybe not been as fit or prepared physically, where you were able to work through it just by virtue of your strategy and your strengths in
Yeah,
that regard.
I think that is a big contributor to what success I've had. I'm not the most physically gifted runner. Most of the people here are faster than I am. But 24 hours is a mental game more than anything else. And I normally do pretty well at that mental game.
Absolutely, and you've had a lot of success here at this track.
Mm-hmm.
You were
Yeah.
part of the 2018 race, which was absolutely
Oh my
bonkers
gosh.
on several
Yeah.
levels.
Yeah.
Basically 150 miles was just clicking off by for people like that.
Mm-hmm.
And you were a part of a group of 5 runners that hit that number.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I know that you've been able to troubleshoot and see things through when things are going good. Obviously, today was not not successful in that regard. What were you feeling was successful about today?
I really liked my pacing. A lot of people, if they see they're in 25th place for hours, they think, oh, that's not right. I gotta keep up with everybody. I don't have that bug at all. I was just totally in the zone with my pacing, and my body was good. There was a period about 8 hours in when I had a hip flexor issue, took some Advil and hit it with a hypervolt, and then the sun went down and I was great. And yeah, I mean, it was a beautiful day. Wasn't too hot. Something about the vibe here, I was just in a pleasant mental space most of the way. I was not stressed out and anxious, to a certain extent, because I didn't have any super meaningful goals. And I sort of thought, oh, anything I do, I don't have anything to prove here. Anything I do is gravy and it's upside, and I'll just see what I can do. And that's great until it gets hard, and it's going to get hard. And I just didn't care enough once it got hard, I think.
Well, the thing is that, when you decided to call it a day, a lot of times people who might be watching or observing a race like this might say, well, they don't understand that this is a different game than your typical local 50K or something like that. This is a game where if you overextend yourself after you realize things are not going your way, you can do some long-term damage. So you probably did the right thing, and yourself, your body, your capabilities as well as anybody in the sport. So I have to believe that if you felt it was time to just call it and maybe figure out where to go from here, then you probably made the right decision. One of the things that I know that we had talked about was potentially looking at the 24-hour national team. Is this still something of a goal for you between now and the end of the qualifier season in June?
Ask me in a week or two. So I'm in a weird position because, making the 24-hour team has been my top running goal for like the last 8 years, and I have twice been cut from the team on the last day to qualify, which has hurt. But at the moment, so Pam Smith is the new 24-hour team leader, and I'm the new 24-hour assistant team leader. So I'm officially part of the 24-hour team, and I'll be going to Taiwan with whoever the 6 runners are, even if I'm not one of them. So it's not exactly the same thing as making the team as a runner. But here's the thing. Suppose I had run 150 here, and suppose that had been good enough to make the team. I would have a decision to make. If I'm going to run on the team, I would have to step back from team leadership. And they would fill that spot with someone else, and then I would go to Worlds. And realistically, the way that it works at Worlds is every country sends 6 people, and only the top 3 score. I was not going to be one of those top 3, even if I made the team. That's going to be people who run 160, and I'm never going to run 160 at age 57. So, I could say, oh, I made the team and I'm going to Worlds, and I didn't score, and then that's that. Or I could keep my team leadership position potentially for years and contribute, in an ongoing, active way. Nonetheless, if I made the team, I would have to accept that spot because it's been my top running goal.
Absolutely.
So, it's a weird position for me. How hard do I really want to try to make the team at this point?
Well, one of the things you can do is at least see if you've got the ability to hit that benchmark, and then knowing that even if you were not to accept a spot on the actual running side, you could say I did it.
Yep.
Perhaps that's a way to look at it.
Yeah.
And approach.
I'd have to
for
see
2023.
what it was like when I got there, but
it would be really hard to not run at Worlds, wouldn't it?
Of course it would. Yeah.
I can totally understand that.
Yeah.
That aside, how do things look for you in 2023? Do you have any other potential events that you've got your eye on? Any other?
Yeah. 6 Jours de France, 6-day race in France in April, which I did this year, and was the cause of being injured for a lot of the year because I ran through this foot tendon issue for days. So that's the next big thing.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully Spartathlon. I don't have an auto qualifier this year, so we'll see if I get in through the lottery. That's my favorite race.
Yeah.
Those are the 2 big things. And normally, if I go all out on a 6-day, that wipes me out for months.
Mm.
So even though it's April and September, it's probably not really room for something big in June, July. I would love to run Ball State again, or Hots, Heart of the South. Realistically, probably won't be ready for that if I go all out in the 6-day.
One of the things actually I was going to ask about before you left was that your success at Ball State is unparalleled. You have basically set the bar extremely high, and your performance there is talked about in rarefied air. I was going to ask if you were heading back. It sounds like it potentially is something, maybe if not next year, then it's something you're going to keep in mind.
It's a weird thing. Part of me would love to do it again. Part of me, when I ran the course record last year, I was aware, and it was a very strange sensation. This is almost certainly the best race I'm ever going to run in my life. It's all downhill from here. The stars aligned, and it's like, oh, I guess I've now reached that point in my running career where I've had my best race. It's a strange feeling.
It was arguably one of the best races of anybody last year. Like when we were talking, when I was talking with friends about the performances of the year, I mean, it was Nick here at Solstice. It was talking Walmsley. It was talking you. You were in that discussion and very strongly campaigned for just amongst myself and my friends.
Thank
you. It was an absolutely amazing effort. And so I can kind of see where you'd be like, I'm going to leave it where it's at, because it's hard.
That's the well. So the thing is, it was 3 days, 4 hours, right? So there's the question: is it possible to run Ball State in under 3 days? That's been a thing for a while. And so there's a little bit of a pull there to say, go and try to do it just a little bit better. But, it went as well as it could go.
For sure.
Realistically.
It went better than it ever had for anybody.
And it's such a hard thing to do. Multi-day races, 24-hour mentally is much tougher than 100-mile. And multi-day, it just gets exponential when you add the days, right? So it's a hard thing to sign on for. Right, and really commit to, but we'll see.
You were a late starter in this sport.
Mm-hmm.
You ran your first 100-miler at what, age 46, 45?
Well, let's see, that was Javelina in 2011, so 46, yeah.
Okay. What advice would you have for runners that are looking at getting into this this level of race, perhaps a little bit later than most? How did you approach it knowing full well that you were coming in a few years behind many of the people that you were racing, and then you came in and competed at a high level, right, fairly quickly?
Well, I think this goes back to, the longer the race, the more it is mental versus physical. Ultra runners, peak maybe in their 40s, but you see a lot of amazing runners older than that. And that's what's always appealed to me is these longer races. It's so much of a mental game, and you don't have to be You don't have to be a kid. You don't have to have top-notch muscles. It helps, but and there's a learning curve too. You don't see too many people out here in their 20s putting up big numbers. Occasionally, like Pete Kostelnik, ran 163 here his first year when he was 28, 29. I don't remember, but for the most part, it takes experience and wisdom of years to learn how to use your brain the right way to navigate these sorts of experiences.
Well, I'll tell you what, Bob. Obviously things didn't fall the way for you that you had hoped, but I really always enjoy seeing you out here on the course. And if you're not on the course, we love having you here.
Thank you.
I mean, you were a wonderful contributor to the live stream last year. Your analytical approach is so so in depth but at the same time you're able to convey that in a way that a lot of us can understand. So I'm grateful for what you share with us here at Desert Solstice, and hoping to see you back here next year. And I know I'll see you around at other events moving forward. But Bob, thanks for your time, and
thank you, Chris.
We'll talk to you soon.
Yeah. All right.
Take care. Bob Hearn, everybody. We are here at Desert Solstice in Phoenix, Arizona at Central High School. My name is Chris Warden. We are in the graveyard shift of the Desert Solstice live stream, so we are down to just a handful of runners that are still on the course. We'll take a quick look and see if anybody else. It looks like Jimmy Strayhorn is just short of 100 miles. I know that Jimmy has been doing some troubleshooting here and there. He's had to take a couple of stretching breaks, and Jordan Camastro as well. Jordan has had some success here in the past, in excess of 130, I believe 135 miles or so. I know he podiumed here at the 24-hour, I believe, 2 years ago.
Yeah.
In terms of other runners, we've got Olivier Leblond is the overall leader at just under 120 miles. Marissa Lysak is the female leader, and she is currently at just over 116 miles. On the women's side, we only have 4 active competitors still, but the second, third, and fourth runners are all very closely knotted up. Stella Springer, Mandy Holmes, and Allison Allen all within about 1.5 miles of one another. And for this point in the race, that's an extremely close margin. And I wouldn't be surprised to see the 2, 3, 4 fall in any direction. In any normal circumstance, I would expect that Marissa is going to hold on to the lead, because having seen her here enough times, I know that the only thing that's going to stop her is her leaving the course, and Marissa will not leave the course under any circumstances, as we've seen in years past. So the women's race is going to be interesting in the 2, 3, 4 slots. Olivier has a fairly big lead over the men's field, but Chad Laster has been giving chase. I didn't realize that he had closed to within just over 6 miles at this point, basically a 10K back of Olivier. And I'm kind of having a hard time. And Bob, perhaps you can, I guess, give your thoughts on it. You've obviously run with Olivier, many, many miles on the course. He actually now has taken a walk break, but the lean has hit him.
Oh yeah.
He's 10:30 right now, and and it's going to be interesting to see if it is hitting him hard enough that somebody such as Chad, who's currently in second, can run him down. He's still moving. Also, I noticed on one of his shoes, he's wearing a pair of white Hokas, and one of them is red. So he's dealing with a blister somewhere down there as well, or some sort of injury. But you know what? I've seen him run, multi-day. I've seen him run here. That man can go into the pain cave and stay there longer than just about anybody.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts on perhaps what we're seeing from him right now? Just basically gutting through at this point.
Well, so he came into this race saying that his top goal was to break my over 50 age group record of 154 miles. Now he's pacing for much faster than that, because I mean he ran 171 at Worlds a few years ago. He just turned 50, and Chad Lasseter is also 50, and so just to toot my own horn, I'm the only American over 50 who has run over 150, and I've done it 3 times. But we may have two guys, two new 50-year-olds over 150 today, and yeah, Olivier says that's his top goal, and Chad may catch him, and they may, I may have two people beat my record today, and of course for Olivier, I think that record and a team qualifier matters more than winning the race, but I don't know. Now Olivier very often has that lean, and many times he's able to just run through it. I've seen him run a 14-hour 100-mile leaning over sideways like that. Today it seems to be bothering him a little bit more. He was running with a back brace for a while. He was walking for a while. It's going to be very, very interesting to see how it plays out.
So yeah, he's basically got about 6.5 hours remaining on the clock, and we said he is currently at about 120 miles. So, and your record is currently at what?
154.
154. So you're talking 34 miles. It's going to be.
Yeah.
He's going to have to move, and
well, he's
we'll
moving. He has a big cushion.
Yeah.
Because he was pacing for 170 early on.
I haven't checked to see what his most recent laps are. We can take a quick peek. He's been doing about a 2:30-ish pace. I don't know if that's going to be enough to get him there. We'll have to
do some math.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll do what we can to try and break those numbers down. Olivier is the red, Chad is the blue, and your 2018 is there in the green. So yeah, I mean they are pacing ahead, but as we know, when it comes to this kind of race, they're still just in the formative stages of determining whether or not 150 is in the books.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, Chad. Olivier has huge pedigree and
yes,
many accomplishments that says he should be able to do this, even though in his mind, when he turned 50, his body suddenly stopped being able to run, right?
Yeah.
I think he's overcome that psychology. Chad, this is he said he ran one previous 24-hour in Dubai several years ago, but it wasn't like a serious effort, and it was a horrible course. So this is his first real 24-hour experience. And you can always get people occasionally who have a breakthrough performance in their first one, but if you were to put money on it, you would say, oh, we got all these talented runners here, but they haven't run 24 hours before. I'm going to bet against them running, say 150. But Chad is knocking it out of the park so far. So that's exciting to see, especially for me as 24-hour team leadership, to see new names coming in and putting up big numbers. That's what we want to see.
It's like Christmas.
Yeah.
Brand new runner to find out that they can hang in, at the highest levels of the sport.
Yeah.
Speaking of, and this is something I believe we've touched upon in past conversations, Jeffrey Adams is running his first 24-hour race. And Jeffrey Adams is currently at 109 miles.
Okay.
So he is tracking very well as well.
Yeah.
For this being, and he's a little bit younger. He's 44, but still a Masters runner. But he's tracking fairly strongly. Tracking for potentially 150 plus.
It's great to see
for his very first event. So I was wondering if we could actually touch upon your philosophy on it, because I remember enjoying the conversation that we had about it. Like, there's almost like a potential bonus in ignorance, I guess I would call it.
Yes.
When you talked about, a runner hitting, doing a 24-hour for the first time. Could you expand upon that?
Yeah. There's a point in this race, after 100 miles, that if you haven't been there before, you realize you've got, even before you reach 100 miles, say on a flat course, you're going to run 100 miles in 16 hours, say, or 15 something, okay? even before you get there, like 10 hours in, your brain knows that even though it's only 5 some hours to 100 miles, you have to run another 14 hours if you're going to do a 24-hour. And your brain just does not want to accept that. Okay, and you don't really realize that necessarily your first time. So you can come out and run a good one, but after that, the more experience you have, the more your brain is aware. And to me, this is the absolute worst at 48-hour. Okay, because I'd run a bunch of 24s and I decided to run a 48, and I think, oh well, the first day of a 48 is so easy because I've run 150 and whatever in 24, and I'm just going to run like 130 in my first day of 48. This is a really easy thing to do, and it was. The first 24 was very easy, and then the second day, you realize you got to run another 24 hours, and you get very little sleep if you want to run a good 48, and it's brutal. But then the next time you run a 48, your first day is not easy.
Yeah. Because
you know what's coming. And it's just, to a lesser degree, it's the same in 24-hour. And that's kind of, I feel like this is my 6th time at Desert Solstice. I got a little bit of PTSD from all those layers of memories of pushing through those hours you really don't want to push through, right? It's just how it is.
Yeah, there's a little bit of ignorance is bliss, I guess you could say in that regard. Like, if you're navigating uncharted waters, you don't know how you're supposed to feel or how you're supposed to be doing things, and you just kind of wing it. And for some people, that's going to help them get through that kind of situation.
Yeah.
If you're a little bit more knowledgeable, it might help you in terms of experience, but you also might psych yourself out.
Yep.
So I think
it's a very interesting, complicated mental game that goes on in that, and that's why it's really interesting.
For
to
sure.
Me.
And we're still, even though we've been running these events for years, and as the sport is not like brand new, we're still learning a lot about the capabilities and the potential for those involved. I mean,
absolutely.
Talking about what you're able to do. I mean, you have made a career in your 50s of contending against runners that full well, like Heavily 100, for example. When you come to Heavily 100, you're there to have a good time and maybe drop a 21 hour 100 mile. And when we were talking about our contenders, if you look at like how you compare in the 100 mile like flat fast stuff, you're right there with them in terms of your career bests. But we didn't look at you as a contender at Javelina. It was not a slight on you personally. It's just not your forte.
No.
Where you are, your strategic approach, and to another, I guess another person that's like that, Nick Curry doesn't look at himself as a quote like fast runner in that regard, where he is, genuinely like so adept at pacing himself, and you're that way. You're so adept at pacing
but Nick
yourselves.
has quite a range as well. I mean, he's an excellent trail runner as well as an excellent road runner.
But like for instance, talking about how you were hanging back in 25th place. Well, looking at what Nick was doing last year, he basically was just kind of hanging out doing his thing for the first 60, 70 miles, down around 10th, 11th, 12th place. And then, when it got to the 100-mile mark, he was still in 3rd place. And then from there, he just kept going and going, whereas everybody else's curve kind of flattened out and leveled off, and his still was on an upward trajectory. And then before we knew it, at 23 and 23 hours 45 minutes in, he's basically hitting American records. So it's really interesting because strategy when it comes to a race that long and that unique definitely comes into play far more, I think, than people might realize.
And Nick is an absolute master.
Well, I mean, I think you both are. I think that you're both very,
Nick is the runner I want to be. I try. I come close to even splitting these kinds of races sometimes, but Nick negative split an American record here
Yeah.
last year. That's just incredible.
Well, your curve, if you like zoom in on a Bob Hearn racing curve, it is actually just a jagged stairway,
Because
across
of my
the
walk
entirety.
breaks. Yes,
Yeah,
right.
it's
Yeah.
actually it's strikingly consistent. So. Bob, I appreciate your time. Thanks for hanging out with us here today.
My pleasure.
And we'll see you soon. And best of luck to you in 2023.
Yeah.
Regardless
Thank
of
you,
what
Chris.
you run. So,
All right.
Bob Hearn, everybody, thanks for joining us here at Desert Solstice. I'm gonna probably put the headset down for a few moments and maybe do a trackside shot for a little bit here, Blaine, if that's possible. Kind of give ourselves a chance to re-energize, recoup, and coffee dose. Thank you very much, everybody. We'll be back here in just a few moments. Stick around. We will have the live stream still going here, even if we are not on the headsets. Thank you.
All right.
Thanks. Thanks for coming over and hanging out. I really
Pleasure.
I love talking with you about the strategy involved in this and in running in general. Like I said, you're at the end of last year when people were talking about your performance of the year, your ball state was definitely
Try You just gotta trust that right don't have to be scary. You just gotta follow the light. You're able to be happy. You can do whatever you like. place in my heart. We're dreamers. Don't care what other people say. We live it like this could be our final day. We're dreamers. Don't care what the others say. We're doing this in our way. We come alive in the nighttime. Something about how we dance in the moonlight. That look in your eyes, it tells me that you want me and all my loving. We come alive in the nighttime.
We are here at Desert Solstice in Phoenix, Arizona, Central High School, and the field is kind of whittling down. I wanted to stop on and share some information with everybody who is tuning in. We've had our most recent development is that Olivier Leblond has hit the 200-kilometer mark at a time of 18 hours, 25 minutes, 58 seconds. I do believe that is an American age group record. I'm going to actually check that. The previous 200K record was 19:12:17. So yes, Olivier's number unofficially being 18:28:58 or 18:25:58 would be a significant improvement upon Bob Hearn's prior 200K record. So, and we're gonna have Olivier come on over. Welcome back. Have a seat. Just throw on a headset and we'll have a nice little chat. Yeah.
Oh yeah. It's Chris Wardon.
Yeah.
You want to cover?
Sure. Yeah.
So Olivier, thank you very much for joining us, and congratulations on a successful day in some aspects. I know that one of the things you were targeting was the 200K age group record, and it looks like, just based on my quick assessment, it looks like you improved upon Bob Hearn's prior record by a good about 50 minutes or so.
I'm going to trust you on the math, but that was one of the goals.
Yeah, the prior record was 19:12:17, and your unofficial time is 18:25:58. So congratulations on that.
Thank you.
I know that you had a certain set of goals that you set out to achieve. I spoke with Ricky Harrow, who crewed you today, and some of them you hit, and some of them I don't know. I was wondering if you could talk about what your goals were entering the day today.
Yeah, so goal number one was to get the 24-hour age group record for 50-54, and hopefully qualify for Team USA and the World Championship next year. That was goal number one, and on the way there's a 200K mark, and that was goal number two.
Yeah.
Because if you have to do one, you have to do the other. I mean, more or less, you have to do the other one.
Yeah.
So I did one, not the other one. So yeah.
So with regards to the national team and looking at the 24-hour, do you foresee 2023? There's obviously about 6 months more remaining in the training cycle. Do you see yourself possibly taking another stab at it in maybe Alexander County or the Dome or D3 or something like that? Or is it something that you're not even really like?
You're asking me
yet?
now, right now, when I just quit the race. So it's going to take me. No, actually, the funny thing is, like right now, if you ask me what happened, I mean, my bike was shot.
Yeah.
If you ask me why, I have no idea.
Yeah, we could see you had developed a significant lean fairly early on, to be honest. It looked
I didn't notice initially, but I was told that it was early on. At 100K, I was already leaning.
Yeah, but you were still moving fairly well. That was one of the things that was a little bit interesting to see, is that you were leaning, but you were leaning while you were still moving pretty quickly around the course, and you were still able to take the outright lead for a significant period of time of the race.
When I reached 100 miles, I was like, everything is fine. Seems easy. I'm not tired. I'm going to do 160.
And what caused you finally to decide that you were done at the 200K mark? Was it an issue, or was it you just looked at the numbers and they weren't coming down in your favor? What was the reason why you decided to say that you were going to call it a day at the 200K?
then I mean the pace was getting slower and slower. I mean initially I was like maybe I can do even 5 miles an hour, and then I couldn't even reach that. I mean, and then at the very end, because the back I was leaning and I knew it was my back, but there was no pain. I mean it was pretty impossible to run. I mean because of the lean. But there was there was no pain, and at the very end, it started to be painful. Just walking.
Speaking of pain, you got to level with me here. You came into this race in these bright, shining white shoes. One of them is no longer white. One of them was red the last I saw.
Yeah,
Yes.
what happened to it? I don't know.
I'm afraid. Please don't take it off here, but
I'm going to assume it's dirt.
dirt. Yes.
From all the dirt on the track.
Now, I've run with Olivier on a dirt track before at Fat Ox. You were here last year, and you had knocked out a pretty quick 200 miles out there. I believe it was you were shooting for a 48-hour American record, but at the 200-mile mark, you just decided that that's where you were at.
48-hour races are really tough.
Yeah.
Especially when you've done one before.
Yeah.
Because you'll remember the pain. And that's my problem now, because I tried a few times and I remember the pain of the second night. So I do, the first day, fine. Second day, fine. And then I reach the evening. And then I start remembering how painful it was not to sleep for a second night in a row.
Mm.
Plus, obviously having done the 200 miles.
Well, at a race like Fat Ox, you're also doing a lot of weaving in and out of traffic because there are a lot of runners that are not at the same level. Is that what is part of what appeals about Desert Solstice, is that everybody on here is pretty much at a high level, so it's not like you've got a lot of wayward traffic that might be going 3 wide.
To be honest, I never had an issue here. I mean, they're just passing people or being passed. It's perfect.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, first because people know what to do. I mean, they've had many races before, and the etiquette is followed, and it's fine. Yeah.
What do you think makes you so successful at the 24-hour distance? I mean, you've had some great numbers, whether here or whether running for the national team and representing. You've put up some big numbers. What do you think has made you so successful at that?
My parents' genes, probably.
You can take some credit here as well.
I think that's part of it, and then training, yeah. But everybody trains. I mean, it's like, the running. You can have the best genes ever for 24 hours. If you don't put the work.
Well, and you've entered your 50s, and you're now picking off. Going to be starting to pick off some age group records. Starting with what you accomplished here today. And
I am, yeah. I know that. Yeah.
You've got some more years in your 50s, but you're still racing at a high level when compared against open competitors, in this space. Is this something that you feel that runners are able to take and carry into their mid to late 50s, even at a high level?
Yeah, because I mean, if you look at ultra running, I mean, most sports, you're good in your 20s or late 18, like gymnastics, you're good when you're 14. But most sports, you're good in your 20s, and after that, you hit 30, and then you're pretty much, on the decline. But running takes a few years for your body to adapt, for you to understand what works and what doesn't work for you. And you run a race, it doesn't work, you figure out, and you try something else, and after many years, hopefully you find out the recipe that works for you, which may not work for somebody else, but in terms of training, the volume of training, the intensity of your training, how many races you want to do, how close they should be. I mean, yeah.
When you talk about training, I always like to ask runners at your level, your training approach. You need to talk to somebody like Nick Curry, who he'll go out and run 50 miles on the track, 60 miles on a track, whereas somebody like Camille tops out at 18 to 20 miles on a training run. What's your approach to your training for a race like this?
So I don't know if my training for this race. I mean, before the race, I thought my training went perfectly. Now I have to think about it. But no, I did train hard for this race. Like I basically did 3 months of training. I mean, I started in September or end of August, beginning of September. At the end, I was doing like a run in the morning, like a 10-mile run in the morning, and a 10-mile run after work.
Okay.
And then 2 long runs on the weekends.
How far do you go in your long runs typically?
25. I mean, I
Okay.
think my longest was 26.2 because
You ran a marathon as part of your training?
Yeah, I think it was the day of the Marine Corps marathon. I was like, everybody's running a marathon, so I'm just going to do 26.2. But yeah, I don't go. Years ago, at the beginning of when I didn't know anything about training, I would try to do like very long runs, but I feel like it makes you very tired, and the next day you don't. I couldn't do anything. I mean, I couldn't.
When you talk about multiple back-to-back long runs, are you talking about like maybe doing 25 a day on
I
both
do
days of the
25,
weekend?
25 on Saturday, 25 on Sunday.
Okay, that makes sense.
And usually when it's not like I do it every weekend.
Sure.
For this one, I was doing, initially I did like 16, 18, 18, 20, 20, and then I picked at 25, 25.
Do you, and obviously you kind of alluded to the possibility that you might have to take a look and see, your approach. I couldn't, you might have been, kind of joking about it, but do you foresee yourself making, taking a look at your training regimen up to this race and possibly making some changes or some assessments?
Yeah, I think, obviously I need to think about it, but I don't think I did enough training on the track. Like I know that Bob Hearn does 25 miles or whatever. He does an insane amount of time on the track. I didn't do it because training on a track for 25 miles seems pretty long by yourself.
It's 100 loops by yourself.
Yeah. So, but maybe with the lean and on all the turns, maybe it would have helped. I don't know.
That's an excellent point, actually. I was thinking more of a surface mindset, but then again, this is a fairly soft surface, but then when you mention the fact that you are having to make, so many turns, maybe there is something to that aspect of it.
Yeah, maybe if I had done 100 right turns and then next day 100 left turns, my body would have, okay, it's all fine.
Olivier, thank you so much for your time. Again, congratulations on the records that you did attain today.
Thank you.
Great job on that 200K. You definitely lopped off a significant amount of time on that number, and best of luck to you as you continue to run into your 50s at a high level, and I hope to be seeing you here, if not in 2023, but we'll see you again soon around for sure.
I love this Solstice. Yeah, it was my third time here. So,
yeah, we love having you out in Arizona. It was actually really special to see you out on the course at Nardini Manor out in the West Valley. That was
I highly recommend all the races here.
good. Well, we're glad to
Perfect.
have you. Ladies and gentlemen, Olivier Leblond joining us here. Of course, as I mentioned, has established a new American standard in the 200K mark with a time of 18:25:58. That is unofficial. We will confirm that at the end of the race, and everything will be documented. But a great job. The previous record held by Bob Hearn, who was out here as well, was 19 hours, 12 minutes, 10 seconds. So congratulations to Olivier. We're going to quiet down here in just a moment, but I do want to give another update on what has happened here at the race. I know that Jimmy Strayhorn has elected to call it a day here. This was Jimmy's second year at Desert Solstice, running here last year. The youngest male competitor out here at the age of 29. Jimmy had hit the 100-mile mark at about 18 and a half hours. It wasn't what he was hoping to accomplish here today. He was looking to try and shoot for a 16 or a sub 16. I believe last year he was in the 16:30 range, and he was hoping for a composite 24-hour total of 135 to 140, I believe, as well. But it just didn't go his way. But with Jimmy, Olivier, when did you start running the 100-mile and 24-hour distances?
I mean, I did a typical stuff where I started, I did a few 10Ks,
Mm-hmm.
and then did a marathon. I mean, a few, and then I did one marathon, then another one. I was like, okay, now and then do the 50K. And then someone told me, oh, you can do 50 miles. I did 15 miles. And then when I did 50 miles, someone told me, oh, you can do 100K. I'm like, okay. And then someone told me you can do 100 miles.
How old were you when you did your first 100-miler, do you think?
It was probably 11 years ago or something.
So you were in your late 30s?
Yeah.
What do you think of somebody like a Jimmy Strayhorn who finishes his second Desert Solstice at the age of 29?
I'm amazed with these people. I mean, when I listen to podcasts and they interview someone who's like 18, 19, and they do, or even like 29, and they do all this crazy stuff, I'm like, wow. I mean, that's because, it's not like you show up on race day and you put some shoes on and you go.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot of work.
You can't fake your way through 100 miles.
Exactly. So I'm like, wow, these young kids, they just go and train for it. Yeah,
We had a kid come out to Javelin 100 this year. I believe he was 18 years old. I wish I could remember his name off the top of my head, but he came out from North Carolina and he ran an 18-hour 100-mile at Javelina at the age of 18, which was pretty staggering.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a kid who's going to have a heck of a future ahead of him. It's somebody we might be seeing on these tracks sooner rather than later. So.
Because that's the other thing is like it's not if you can be 18 and you do a 10K or something, which is fine, you just go and you run it. But 100 miles, it's significant.
Absolutely. Once again, thanks for everybody for tuning in. We are going to be back on in just a little bit. We're going to give our pipes a break, and we'll keep you updated if there are any major sudden developments here at Central High School. For Desert Solstice, I am Chris Warden, bringing it to you. Desert Solstice presented by Hoka and Aravaipa Running. We're clear? Awesome.
sinners. Ain't no winners, it slips through your fingers. I ain't telling no lies. So F all the drama, F the karma, just do what you wanna. Promise you got time. Be you and keep looking forward. Don't you look backwards and you'll be fine. Come through and say what you need to. Don't let them put you down. Baby, let me tell you what it feels like. Being independent, no trouble inside. It's like magic, living like a bad bitch. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life. Let me tell you what it feels like. Being no one's mama, yeah, to yourself right. It's like magic, living like a bad bitch. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life. Come get your future. Know you wanna, she'll never betray ya. She ain't telling no lies. So break the glass ceiling, find your meaning, the truth out of dreaming. Yeah, baby, let me tell you what it feels like. Being independent, no trouble inside. It's like magic, living like a bad bitch. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life. Let me tell you what it feels like. Being no one's mama, yeah, to yourself right. It's like magic, living like a bad bitch. 'Cause baby, you deserve the best in life. Be you and keep
Any East Coasters up early tuning in to the Desert Solstice live stream? We're still here. This is Andy Jones Wilkins. Lots has happened overnight. If you're just tuning in, Marissa Lisak is the overall leader at this point. Olivier Leblond, who just finished having a great conversation with Chris Warden, has called it a day at 200K. Chad Lassiter is still out there and doing really well, by the way. Probably along with Pat Lassler, Matt Urbanski, Stella Springer, Jeffrey Adams, Mandy Holmes, Allison Allen, and Jacob Jackson are still moving well out on the course. You can, if you're tuned in right now, you can see this is kind of the witching hour here at the Desert Solstice Invitational, but it's also a time when, you know, if you're in the game for that 24-hour qualifying time, you know, we've got some mileages that are in the hunt for sure. It's chilly. I will say that it's probably right about now in the low 50s, maybe even 40s, which for those of us who live around here is downright cold. But we're having some fun. We're probably a dozen runners left on the track, you know, at this point. I wouldn't say very many of them are having fun, but a lot of them are getting it done, and that's what it counts. It's interesting when you get to this point in a 24-hour race, how some people have kind of cashed it in, and others who are, you know, thinking, well, yeah, I could still get after this thing. And I think at this point we're getting to the get after this thing, folks. Yeah, for those in the chat, Olivier has called it a day. He, as you probably heard in his conversation with Chris, he's still thinking about, you know, what his next move will be in terms of whether or not he goes for another crack at the 24-hour team. But his day is over right now. But, you know, there's still a dozen or so runners out here whose day is not over. And as we're getting close to 20 hours into the event, there's still a lot left to play for. And aid station is going full steam. Crews are still around, those who are still here for their runners. And, you know, this is the Desert Solstice Invitational Track Championship. And there are runners out here, even though there's not many of them, they're running for something, and you can kind of see it in their eyes, you can see it in their legs, you can see it in their bodies. As someone who's been here most of the day, it's intriguing to see the way in which these athletes are going after, each and every lap. So, there are those that want to achieve a mileage goal that'll get them onto a national team. There are those who've come here and they're not gonna stop until the clock runs out. There are those who've come here and maybe their day hasn't gone the way they wanted it to, but they're determined to make the best of it on a beautiful, now early morning in the desert. I'd say we probably have equal parts of all three of those out on the track right now. But this is Desert Solstice, and it's become, especially over the last half decade or so, probably the place to come if you're interested in finding a way to be competitive on the track, on the flats, on finding a way to make a name for yourself in ultra running that's not on the trails, which is of course what we're all what dominates ultra running these days. But there's something about the track, there's something about the oval that is so pure, that's so simple, that doesn't lie, especially at 3 a.m. or 3:05 a.m. Mountain Standard Time out here in the desert. Whether you're employing a walk-run strategy, whether you've been conservative for 18 hours and now you're going to put your head down and get it done. Whether you've been waiting several years to be invited to this event and now you're here. Whether you're grabbing a bowl of soup and putting your head down and getting it done. It's a really, and this is, as I've said before, it's my first time here. There are probably only, I've done commentary on a lot of races. We're probably talking about 10 runners. Here comes Stella. Man, she gets my MVP, but we'll see.
She's moving very strong.
We still have 8 hours, so she might not deserve the MVP at the end of the day, but she deserves it now. And this is it's a select group right here, right? They all had to qualify. They all had to reach a standard. They all had to be invited. And then they had to make it through what has been a challenging day up until this point. And really fun to see. I know it seems weird, people going around the track for the 380th time. But man,
it ends up being more dramatic than people realize. I think
it does. It really does, Chris. I think it creeps up on you.
Yeah.
Those big expansive views we see on YouTube and at UTMB or Hard Rock or Western States, they kind of captivate you and they shock you. An event like this is something that creeps up on you. I mean, here's one of the guys who's been, probably running the fastest laps for the last 2 hours.
Chad Lassiter, yeah.
Chad Lassiter, and he's, going to have some soup, and I mean, he's game on. By the way, shout out, sweet Ultimate Direction handheld. By the way, the powers that be at Ultimate Direction, if you can bring that back, I would buy like 6 tomorrow. I'd spend $30 a piece for each of them. But Marissa looks the same as she had all day. She has all day.
Matt Urbanski looks like he has a little bit of a hitch on his gait. I'm not quite sure, though. It looks like one leg is kind of hopping a little bit.
Yeah, I signaled to him about 10 laps ago. I think it's a foot thing.
Okay.
You know, he's prancing on that left foot. It has that look of a blister that he doesn't want to mess with.
Yeah. Been there. You're kind of
right.
folding
Yeah, it's
your
like,
foot.
do I want to deal with it, or I just want to squish my foot around?
Yeah, you kind of fold your foot up so you're kind of protecting it.
Yeah,
the best of your
that's
ability.
the dance he has. Like he's not, but of course it's the kind of compensatory thing that then could lead to IT band or PF or any of the other popular runner injuries. But when you were talking to Olivier, I sort of looked at him and was like, and he was like, yeah. His left foot, and you can see now he's on the back straight. His left foot, he's just kind of hopping on it.
I see Mandy Holmes has just gone by us. Jake Jackson. Actually, Jake had taken a little bit of time away from the track there. I don't know how long his break was, but it was enough that I noticed that he wasn't on the track. Okay, so he took he had 2 laps where he probably took at least a 7 or 8 minute break, because he had an 11 or a 10 minute lap and then a 19 minute 50-second lap, which of course includes the travel time. So you figure if he's walking right now at a pretty casual pace, that's probably about a 4:30 lap. So probably took about a 6 or 7 minute break and then finished a lap and then took another 15-minute break. So one of the things you notice about this race is if people are taking repeated breaks, it's not usually a great sign for the longevity of their race.
Well, and that was Jake, and I think he admitted to us at least that he went out hard.
Yeah.
He said to me a couple hours ago when he was kind of ready to drop, he's like, well, my wife's not going to let me come home. So, But I want to talk a little bit about Mandy, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I pointed this out to Chris, maybe an hour or so ago. She is, so you heard Chris's excellent interview with Bob Hearn an hour or so ago. Mandy is employing a run-walk strategy right now that, and she's stretching it a little bit with a little bit more walks, but she's basically walking the curves and running the straights. And maybe she's not running the straights that fast. She was running them fast before.
Yeah, she was hauling.
But she has, I think the splits, how are her splits bearing out? I mean, she's been consistent, I would say, in the last.
When she was doing the run-walk strategy where she was walking the curves and running the straightaways, she was typically in the 2:35 to 2:45 range, which is extremely quick for this time of day.
Yeah.
I mean, this is 17, 18 hours into this race and still pulling down that kind of split. That bodes pretty well.
And has she moved to more walking? It looks like a little bit.
It looks like her laps are generally in the 3 minute to 3:15 range most recently. It looks like it's been that way for about half an hour at this point, and who knows if she's going to pick up a more significant run again at this point. Looking at Stella.
Right, it's interesting to compare to Stella, who's running constantly.
Very steady, 2:45 to 2:50.
But not employing a run walk.
No.
Maybe stopping a little bit to get crew.
Yeah.
There's a dynamic in that part of the race. The Mandy, Stella,
and
even
Allison. Yeah, Allison is not far back either. I mean, actually, Allison has closed the gap now where she's actually closer to Mandy than Mandy is to Stella. Stella has a 1.25 miles, basically a 5-lap lead on Mandy, and then Mandy has a 3-lap lead on Allison. Marissa Lysak is
off the front.
Yeah,
I mean,
now
it would have to be. She would have to implode, I think.
Yeah, she's got almost 3 miles on the overall lead.
Right.
She's currently 11 laps ahead of the top male, Chad Lassiter. And one of the things about this race is that I think it's been pretty even over the last few years as far as the overall winner being a male or being a female. I mean, I know that.
Yeah, I mean that might be hard for viewers to understand, but I mean it's kind of a 50-50 shot.
Yeah, for the 24-hour, I know that last year Nick Curry, of course, had set an American 24-hour record. The year prior, Nick actually won back-to-back, but Marissa Lysak won the overall in 2019, and in 2018, of course, Camille Herron set the
Right. So there you
world
go.
record.
Last 4 years, 2-2, and
Yep.
I mean this year it's certainly shaping up.
2017, Adrienne Stansiu. 2016, Courtney DeWalter. So
Yeah.
it has gone back and forth.
So it's shaping up to be a women's overall winner this year, unless something.
It'll be interesting to see if Chad can run
I mean,
Marissa down.
he's moving well.
Yeah, and
sure.
he's 11 laps back, which is not an insurmountable total with 4.5 hours, 5
Yeah,
hours to go.
yeah.
So, I mean, that's something he would have to chip away basically half a mile per hour, which is not a foregone conclusion, but it can be done. He would have to.
And perhaps something would have to happen to Marissa. And
Yeah.
I don't see that. I mean, you have more experience in this race than I do, but she's shown that like she's gotten to this point. It's to her, it's not that far to 8 in the morning.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think of. I've seen some amazing rallies by some runners where they might have, at least made it close in terms of, like Nick Curry attempting to run down Greg Armstrong or Ryan Montgomery attempting to run down Nick Curry. But I don't remember in any significant detail any lead runners who gave up a lead late in this race.
Got any more of those peanut butters?
But yeah, we're definitely in the zone where somebody like Marissa, who's I was trying to think if anybody had done it in the last few years, knowing full well now that I think about it that Camille and Marissa have not dealt with anybody running them down over the last couple of years.
Thank you.
I'm curious to see if Jordan Camastro is going to continue it.
So is he taking a break?
Is he done? Okay, Jordan Camastro is done. He's just gotta
there we go. Yeah,
we'll get
we got confirmation
from
of that, or
turning in. We'll see if he turns in his timing chip.
so yeah, we're getting down to the.
It's a very intimate group.
Yes, indeed.
Still moving forward, and nearly a quarter of the field at this point is named Urbanski. So between the brothers Matthew and Jeffrey.
So what do you know about those guys? They've been around before, right?
Yeah, I know they've run Desert Solstice before. They both ran it last year. I believe that Matthew has run Javelina 100 a couple times as well. I don't remember exactly, but they're both Colorado guys.
Yeah.
And so they train up where the air is thin and
But
the
they
mountains are large.
enjoy this sort of.
Yeah, I wonder if what they do up there prepares them for the flatlands of the the Central High School track.
Yeah. Stella coming by again. Just as I've said, gets my MVP so far for steady, solid. I know she's not winning, but running
She's doing
really
a
well.
great job though. So
and doing what she needs to do.
right now, tracking is the second female. So having a very respectable race at this point. Chad Lassiter actually running alongside Marissa Lysak
Yep.
at that point. So we'll have to follow.
I mean,
and
at
see.
this point, right? You've got just such a small number of runners on the track You take whatever company you can get for as long as you can get it, but you're in your own world, and
That, and you can see everybody to the point where you can actually pick them out from across the track. Probably,
oh yeah,
like if you know somebody is, and these runners, they know exactly where they're at because they actually see a leaderboard every time they cross over the timing mat, just to our right hand side. So,
right, like even
Jake?
this guy rocking his 5-minute laps.
Jake Jackson,
Yeah,
still,
I mean
moving
Jake's
along.
just rocking his 5-minute laps and getting it done, and and I mean I think it's important to realize that people are here. They're gonna do what they're gonna do.
And with perhaps about 4 hours 40 minutes, just under 4 hours 40 minutes left in the race, I wonder how much big movement we're going to see. On the men's side, Chad Lasseter has a fairly significant lead at this point, about 16 laps on Pat Hasler. Olivier Leblond is technically still in second, but I don't expect that to hold as he is retired from the race today. And Matthew Urbanski is moved into third place. Matthew is a bit of a ways back from Pat, even looking like he's about 8 laps back, but again, that's not an insurmountable amount either. That's basically
Right. So
half mile an
if we're thinking as we spoke about hours ago in the morning, that 155, I think Patrick and I spoke about this, 155 would likely be the men's sort of floor of getting into the team.
Yeah,
Chad's on that.
Is Chad tracking 155 here at this point? So you're talking
4.5 hours to go 30 miles.
It's going to be. Let me see what kind of
Yeah, let's check the
our
graph.
overlays. Let's see. It looks like he's tracking somewhere. Yeah, you might be right. It looks like it.
He kind of bubblish.
Yeah, it's going to be close.
So let's see where Pat is. Pat's probably
let's see.
probably just below 155.
Yeah, probably in
Right.
the,
And in my conversation with Pam Smith, she was thinking, 155 would be when all is said and done, and if they have a couple more events they can do, especially with the later window. And then on the women's side, we're thinking 140. Now do we know if Stella is already in?
yeah. So
Stella's already in, right?
Here's the interesting thing about the women's side. On the women's side, you've got Marissa Lysak, Stella Springer, and Mandy Holmes 1, 2, 3 in this race. And if you look at the 24-hour national team, 4 of the 5 spots of qualified runners hitting the standard
Are them.
are Marissa Lysak,
Right.
Stella Springer, and Mandy Holmes. So, this is a situation where they will fortify their situations on the list.
But they probably want to exceed it a little bit. I mean, you'd have to imagine.
Yeah, Stella would
Just thinking whatever else might be out there.
Stella was at 135 miles. Mandy was at 133.68. And
this was here last year.
Yeah. The 3 of them all established their qualifier numbers.
Yeah, and they're at
last year.
117 and 115. I, as a betting man, I think they're going to exceed that.
I think that they're going to exceed their current numbers. Now,
Right.
whether they get to 140 or not remains to be seen. But
Right.
I think that it's a very if Stella is at 117 and her number was 135, that's 18 miles in 4 hours. That's well within the realm.
Watching her run?
Yes. And Mandy in the same same vein there. Mandy's number was 133.68, and so she is at 115.82. So yeah, with her, it's just basically the same thing,
Yeah.
18 miles. Where it might get a little bit interesting is with Allison Allen, although
Now, and she doesn't have a previous qualifier,
and
right? Or was she the fifth?
Well, she wouldn't be qualified for the U.S. team, would she? Because she is
Oh,
from Barbados.
Because she's from Barbados.
So, yeah, there's really no.
What's the qualifying standard for the Barbados team?
That's a good question. I have
You're
no
gonna
idea.
Google it.
Absolutely.
If any of you on the chat, all 20 of you on the chat, know the qualifying standard for the Barbados team, we'd love to hear it. I do know there was a Barbados Olympian a couple of years ago, so they do have endurance athletes out there. All joking aside. I got to say, while Chris is looking this up, this is just a fascinating scene. So just imagine you're at a high school track at just about 4 a.m.
Oh, I guess Allie is American. I apologize.
in Midtown Phoenix, Arizona. And
she's an American living in Barbados. So she
there
would
you
still
go. So she would still
qualify for the national team. And
she
based on
doesn't
this-
have a previous.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you're talking 100 again. She's at 115 miles, and
Now she's on the bubble, then I would say.
So the number she's going to want to hit would be 137, because
right? 22 miles in 4 hours. Yeah,
that would put her up ahead of 3 of the numbers today. Where if she is behind Marissa, Stella, and Mandy, it would at least put her where she would have some protection from being knocked off. So
that's drama.
yeah, a little bit.
That is drama. There's drama on the distaff side. Not surprising. And Pam Smith is here, of course,
Yeah.
and still working the crew tables.
Well, yeah, she was crewing half the field at one point. It
Yeah,
seems. So.
yeah.
But that's
And-
because she has a vested interest in making sure that these
Absolutely.
runners are, giving their best and getting their best as well.
And for those of you who don't know, Pam Smith is a Western States winner. She also has the distinction of having the largest time gap between her slowest time and her fastest time at Western States. She ran a 28 and change the year before she won the race. And she's just a smart runner. She knows that, in the case of Western States, she knows how to manage heat. She knows how to run track races, fixed time races, long distance mountain races.
Do you remember what her winning time was?
When she won, it was high 18s.
Oh,
Yeah.
so she
was 10 hours faster, more or less.
because Camille came fairly close to that last year.
Right, but it was a gap from slowest to winning.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm
Yeah.
saying is that Camille, because
Never,
of the prior,
she hasn't won, no.
Oh, to winning, you're right.
Yeah.
If she,
I mean, I'm sure Camille could win Western States at some point.
I was thinking
but,
slowest to
No,
fastest.
yeah.
Yeah,
no,
that
it was
makes sense.
slowest to winning.
Okay.
Yeah, which is pretty amazing to do.
Yeah.
But Camille went from slowest to really fast.
Yeah,
when she
to
got her
sub
8th place.
19. Yeah. So, well, as she mentioned, she said she wants to unlock and figure that out. If she does eventually do that, that would put her, potentially close
right
to
there,
that number.
right there in that rarefied air for sure.
Absolutely.
Marissa, man, she just seems to get stronger, doesn't she?
Is.
Yeah.
She is sustaining an excellent pace at
Yep,
this point.
she certainly is. East Coasters, you up on the chat yet? Come on now.
Yeah, I mean,
It's not that late. It's not that early out there.
Sometimes the sun go up out there.
Yeah, you guys got it. It's
got to be 5:30.
It's 5:30 in the morning. The roosters are crowing. Come on, you got to be wondering what's gone on overnight. What shoes people are wearing? No, it's great, and I got to say, I mean, again, not a wisp of wind. cool temperatures. You know, there were a few hours midday where we saw some ice bandanas and, you know, and dousings with sponges and so forth. But man, this has been literally like the way Aravaipa has mapped it out for all these years, just perfect conditions.
It was warm for a short period of time.
It was, yeah.
Like
No, there was
maybe
that,
an hour
that
to
like hour
maybe
to
2
2 hours. Yeah.
where
You did.
I was actually building up a sweat a little bit as
Yeah,
I
yeah.
was on the infield doing some follow filming.
Right, and Matt and the gang were like, "Oh, it's nice to be under the shade." Yeah, but 1 to 2 hours.
As you can see, Marissa Lysak, Mandy Holmes, and Allison Allen.
Yeah,
coming
they're
in
all
the
just right
first,
there on the
third,
back
and
straight.
fourth place women here at Desert Solstice. Yeah, I know next to nothing about Allison. As we mentioned, she had a very limited resume when it comes to the 100-mile distance,
Yeah,
unless I
yeah.
was looking in the wrong place. I mean, if it wasn't an ultra sign-up, did it happen?
Well,
So-
of course not. But what I also I want to say too, just seeing Allison right there, I'm impressed with the solid food routine of a lot of these. I mean, I have to admit, being a neophyte on the track, 24-hour track scene, I thinking, everyone would be gels and drinks, and I mean, seeing people gut down quesadillas and grilled cheeses and sipping down their soup and taking a full lap to get 300 to 400 calories in. These are smart runners here. They know that they're in it for the long haul, and they're not just going to sip off a gel every 20 minutes.
These runners that have gotten here through qualifying at a high level.
Yeah.
And so they know the drill, and they've got things dialed in. Maybe some of them will play around with things or experiment with things, but for the most part, these runners that are participating in Desert Solstice have their nutrition game on point. They have to even get to this point.
Right, and you're not seeing people like crawling off in the corner and throwing up, or complaining of trashed quads or blisters. Like, they know how to solve problems, which is such a nice thing in ultra running, to be able to solve problems. And we all know that the key to success in ultras, especially if you get up past 10, 12, 15 hours, is control the controllables. And
You want to
it's fascinating to see like it happen in real time tonight.
hear something interesting?
I do.
All right. So shout out to Teddy. Teddy let us know that many of Allison's races were under the name of Allison Venti. She took a few years off racing after having 3 kids in the past 5 years. So I looked up Allison Venti on Ultra Sign Up because she's on Ultra Sign Up.
Because that's where everything happens.
So do you want to hear how Allison Venti got here?
Yeah.
She won Badwater in 2016.
Oh.
She's
been around.
She ran an 18:27:100 at Keys in 2016. She had a second at Spartathlon in 2015. She won Badwater in 2014. She won Long Haul in 2014. She won Keys multiple times, 2014 and in 2012. So
and Keys is like no slouch.
No. That's a grind.
It is a grind.
So yeah.
So I guess she deserves to be here.
She has a PR on a 24-hour of 140.67 at Icarus Florida Ultra Fest back in 2014. So I apologize.
I'm guilty as
I
charged.
had no idea. So thank you very much, Teddy, for pointing that out. We were
Thank you,
just
Teddy, for sure.
under the impression that she had a pretty limited racing history, and no, it turns out that she's been at it for a while and throwing down some big times. I mean, a multiple-time Badwater winner.
Yeah, it's just Chris doesn't dig deep enough into ultra sign up. He creates all these spreadsheets for us, but he doesn't plan for the name changes and stuff.
This is true. As somebody who's never been married, I don't have to.
Yeah, so let's get to the
that.
ultra sign up guys and make sure they fix that.
Absolutely. Well, the ultra sign up guys are very active on Twitter.
Oh, they are.
I was actually surprised. They pay attention to everything.
Oh, from time to time they give me an earful.
Yeah, sometimes you get an earful on Twitter, whether you deserve
Whether
it or
you ask
not.
it or not, right? Whether your ears are open or not, you get an earful.
Teddy, thank you very much for the praise. He said we're doing a superb job. How do we do it for so long? With the broadcast this year, one of the things that's been kind of cool is that we've had a very steady rotating basis. We started out with Patrick, Karen, and Matt Feldake to lead things off, and we wove in and out. I know that you had stepped in for a little bit to chat with, I believe, both of them at different times.
Yeah.
I stepped in to kind of jump in for a few minutes, and then, of course, Nick Curry came in and talked. We had a couple of guests. Stephanie Flippin was one who came by.
Oh, good. She did come by.
Yeah, just have a conversation. We also speak with runners when we get the opportunity. We did it more so early whenever runners decide to call it a day because, they're willing to share of their experiences and, what went right, what went wrong. Not so much through the overnight. Now, thanks to those who have joined us. Bob Hearn and Olivier were fantastic to chat with.
Oh, I also
tonight.
had a fun. If you want to rewind a little bit, I had a fun conversation with Jeff Browning.
Yeah, that's right.
Which was a little bit. I mean, it was right when he finished his 100 miles, and he called it a day. If you know Jeff, he doesn't pull any punches, and that was a fun conversation. But yeah, I mean, we're doing it because we love it, and Chris and we did the Javelina coverage a little bit a couple month and a half or so ago, but I think we've had a good team this year, and it's nice to be trackside. I know you guys haven't always been trackside.
It makes a huge difference,
but it does. It makes us part of the experience, and it makes the experience part of us. So
yeah, the
that's a nice
vibe and
piece.
the energy is completely different when you're right here on trackside. So,
but yeah, for those of you still tuning in, thanks for contributing to the chat. And right now we're 4+ hours away from closing time. I think we definitely have fewer than 10 runners on the track, or maybe right around 10. I think evenly split among the genders, and a lot of sort of subtexts on competing for national team spots or various records. But
we have 4 women currently and 6 men that we are confirmed still in the race. And that's right, we mentioned Jordan Camacho, so yeah, it is just 6 at this point.
So we have 10.
Yeah,
that seems about right. And if you were here at the track, if you look down, the tent city of all the crews is, it's a little more slim, but those crews who are still here are very much here. The heaters are cranking, their food is cranking, the hot food coming out of the Aravaipa aid station. By the way, if you haven't done an Aravaipa race, do one sometime. You guaranteed vegan food, guaranteed any type of broth you want, guaranteed gluten-free if you're gluten-free. It's incredible the service you get at an Aravaipa race. It makes me embarrassed to think about what I had to put up with in the late 90s at aid stations in Southern California. But it's fantastic. And this race, supported by Hoka and Koros, has just been fantastic. And I hope we do it for years to come.
Yeah, you're not just getting a flat Coke or Gatorade at this event. You've got full. I mean, earlier on, we both had quesadillas. I had a chicken sandwich, or a chicken salad sandwich, rather, a chickpea salad sandwich, because I wanted to
mix it up a little bit.
Yeah, I also had
good for you, because I would
wouldn't
even know what to do with a chickpea sandwich.
It's surprisingly good. It is. It was the first time I tried. I'm not a plant-based eater by any stretch of the imagination. I wanted to give it a try, and it was actually very good. It's,
Well, I know you're a bit of a foodie.
I'm not a foodie. I'm an appreciator of food. I consider the term foodie to be a little bit vapid and pretentious. So I call myself a patron of the eating arts more so than anything else.
Right, he's a
which
foodie.
is definitely not vapid or pretentious at all. Teddy Allen, some interesting facts. Allie puts about 2,500 miles on her shoes before getting new ones. She also runs 200 to 250 miles a week. Pretty unconventional. Yeah, I would say that putting...
Man, I'm okay with the 200, 250 miles a week, but 2,500 miles on a pair of shoes?
Yeah, that's Greg Armstrong and Teva territory right there.
What kind of shoes are those? I mean, I'd be interested. I mean,
I can't be putting that on, like, Vaporflies or something.
Yeah.
Like a carbon shoe wouldn't last.
No. But that's all right. That's all right. I'm sure. I mean, she's got her thing. Obviously, it's working for her.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
I'm not one.
Who am me to judge?
Yeah. Somehow between her Badwater and Keys victories, I don't think she needs our shoe advice.
Although, my God, imagine running Keys with a pair of shoes that have 2,500 miles on them. They might just melt off your feet.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's
some folks. If you're you're not at the track, but for those for us who've been sitting here watching these athletes come by our broadcast station every 2 to 3 minutes, it's amazing at this point to see how good some of them look. Like, they've obviously trained for this race. They've focused on it. They've paid attention to the details. It's inspiring.
One runner that we've been following to a degree out here is Jeffrey Adams. Doesn't have the pedigree that a lot of other runners do in terms of the 24-hour fixed race time. Jeffrey Adams from Western New York.
Yeah, something near Buffalo.
He is currently tracking as the fourth male at 117 and a half miles in his debut 24-hour run. So he's having a heck of a race at 473 laps and counting.
That is fantastic. Yeah, and just looking smooth.
Yeah,
and there's Stella again.
And
like she's out for her little neighborhood 5K.
Jeffrey is not a stranger to the 100-mile distance, from my understanding. Let's see if I can pull up his.
Probably got some sort of badass Beast Coast races on his resume.
Let's see. Let me take a look and see if I can find him here. Who knew that there would be several Jeff Allens on Ultra Sign Up? I don't know if I can figure out which one is him, as there are several that, and none of them quite match up with his current age. But in any event, he's having a fantastic debut 24-hour race. He is hanging with some of the most talented fixed time racers in the country. So hats off to him.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Bobby, looks like a lot of people did call it a day at the 100-mile mark.
Mm-hmm.
We've got under a dozen runners remaining. I think that we're at less than 50% of our original starting field. We started with 25 runners today. We actually had an original roster of somewhere around 28 or 29. A few late withdrawals hit the field. Nicole Monet and Scott Traer probably being the most notable withdrawals prior to the start of the race. Also, I know that Devin Yanko had originally been slated to run in this race few weeks ago, but had pulled out with a fair amount of advance notice.
She got her golden ticket at
Oh, yeah.
Javelina. She's
Got to save herself for the big games.
she's got to work herself up to Western States. I mean, come on.
Absolutely.
It's the most important race in the entire universe.
And this race isn't going anywhere, so
No.
she can come back
Yeah.
when she's darn well good and ready.
So yeah, I mean, and as we get down to these final 4 hours, we've clearly, there are folks who called it a day early, and
Chad has reduced the deficit from Marissa down to 11 laps, so he has gained about a quarter mile on her. We'll see if he is able to chip away at her lead for the overall Desert Solstice win. This would be Marissa's second Desert Solstice win if she's able to hang on, and her fourth consecutive win at the 24-hour female division of Desert Solstice, which is pretty amazing to be able to come in, and you're not just racing. It's one thing to come in and win a race 4 years in a row. You're winning a race 4 years in a row potentially, where the field is arguably one of the strongest from top to bottom that you'll find anywhere.
sure, I mean, you can't deny it,
Yeah.
right? You
She'll have looking at some of the names that have run Desert Solstice in the past. There's some very high caliber names in the in the 24-hour records at Desert Solstice, and for the past 4 years this has been her house. So
right, and I will say, I mean, it's a big ask, but Chad is moving.
yeah, he's moving very well.
I don't know if there's enough real estate for him to reel in.
Chad is currently tracking at about a 222, 223-ish pace, and Marissa is currently at a 226, 227. That gap would have to widen if I was going to try and run her down. Obviously, there is, there are separate men's and women's podiums for this race, but it's just something that we look at because, as we've mentioned, this race is pretty fairly balanced over the past few years.
My
in terms
goodness,
of
it is, yeah.
Men versus the women winning Desert Solstice overall. So,
Marissa's not slowing down. It's
No.
just it's interesting to see Chad just like, he's running like a dude that's not gonna.
Yeah, Chad.
He's not gonna fade at this point.
Yeah, Chad is leading the field, and he is actually the oldest male runner still active. At this point.
Yeah, for sure.
So at 50 years of age. Take a quick peek and see if there is a
Have we
potential for
taken a look at Chad's previous results? You might have done that with another commentator.
Let me
but
take a.
I'd be interested to see.
Oops. We'll take a look here in just a second. Actually, a quick aside, the 24-hour 50 to 54 record is currently 154 miles, held by the legendary Bob Hearn, a number he established back in 2018, that year where he ran 150, almost just under 154 miles, and still came in fourth.
Yeah.
On the men's side, a truly staggering race that year. Let me see if we can. Oh,
Oh, there we go. Thank you.
what time is it? So Chad is in Western States next year. I believe that we did bring that up. He has he was fourth at Vermont 100 this year. He had a 22-hour Leadville. He won Old Dominion. He was number one in the Grand Slam of ultra running for 2022. He was second in the Grand Slam in 2021.
Oh, dude's running a lot of hundreds.
Yeah, he is a
Third place in Pinhoti.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's got a solid race history. He's
What's
run
that
Western States
Bighorn?
before.
A solid Bighorn.
Yeah, under 25 hours at Bighorn.
Yeah.
Ran Western States in 2017. A fifth place at Rocky Raccoon that same year. UTMB experience. So yeah, this is.
He didn't just come out of left
No,
field.
he's been around and he has a history of running ultras that goes back basically 10 years, back to winning Mohican in his debut 100-miler from the looks of things in 2013. So he's been around a while. So this is just him doing more hard stuff. Oh, Jeff Adams, not Jeff Allen. Yeah, I was getting Allison Allen. What time is it? It's 4 in the morning.
Yeah, it's just about 4. So I mean, we get a buy.
Yeah, some slack
Get a
would
buy
be
for that stuff,
much
yeah.
appreciated at this point.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna call everybody.
we're gonna
I'm
refer to everybody
I'm
by
just gonna
their.
call everybody's friend.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna say, our running friend has just passed by, and our running friend is chasing down our running friend.
Yeah.
Matthew Urbanski. I'm actually a little bit surprised that he is tracking third right now.
Yeah.
Matthew has been out here before running Desert Solstice,
And by the
I'm
way,
happy to see
thank you for friends in the chat for not being overly, punishing of all of us. We're just we're doing the best here we can,
If
and
you wanna
it's late night, and
if you want to start your Sunday off right, play a drinking game with every time we mispronounce
Yeah.
somebody at this point, and thank us later.
exactly fire up a Bloody Mary and let us know
So-
how much we screwed up.
Matt finished fourth in the 24-hour last year, 7th overall, fourth male with a 131.77. It looks like he's going to blow by that here this year.
Oh my gosh, yes.
By a fairly significant margin. He ran Hard Rock this year and had about a just under 35-hour finish time.
Solid.
Yeah, Tarawera 1804. Won Tarawera last year.
The 100-miler?
100-miler, yeah.
Oh wow. Good stuff.
Yeah, he's
Yeah, I think that was the
you know,
first year of the 100-miler.
yeah.
I mean, it was I'm not knocking Matt, but like not a super stout field with COVID and everything. But I think this year it's going to be super stout. But still, 18 hours on a Paul Charteris course is
It's a very
it's rocking.
There's a pedigree that went into that course.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
He's got CCC experience, Bighorn top 10, Umstead top 3, finished fourth at Heavily 100. Oh, this is definitely something a little bit different for him. So hats off to him having a great day to this point. And hopefully he's able to close it out as strong as he has been going so far.
Yeah, it's looking like, I mean, this crew we have out here right now, they're in it.
Of course, his brother.
They're in the cave. Right, the Urbanskis are a bit of a dynasty in the sport, right?
Of course, brother Jeffrey is out here as well. Finished 6th at Desert Solstice last year. finished 7th at Jackpot 100 miler last year. He's more of a, it's the two brothers have a little bit of a different history. It looks like Jeffrey might be doing more of the flat and fast stuff, and Matt might be climbing up the tall.
And
the
who's
tall
doing
timber.
better today? The mountain guy or the flat guy?
The flat guy.
Oh, shocker. That's
Wait,
all
did I
right.
say
We got
flat guy. It's the mountain guy.
the mountain guy is doing better.
Yes. Yeah, obviously. Again, what
There
time
you
is
go.
it?
Drink, everybody.
Yes.
The mountain guy is doing better.
Yeah.
Today.
So
Yeah.
Matthew is at 123. Jeffrey is at 109. And
There you
you
go.
know, we know who will have bragging rights at Christmas dinner if this holds. So you gotta wonder about that because knowing siblings that run races, like when Jamil and Nick run Hard Rock, they don't really seem to be all that competitive towards each other, at least not outwardly, maybe inwardly. But having seen them both run that race and following them around the course, they're just out there to do their thing, and if
Yep.
it just so happens that one of them passes the other, so be it. But they also have run together for stretches as well, particularly early in the race, where I remember there was a few years ago where the two of them and James Bonet all basically seemed to be tracking together for the better part of the first half of the race.
Well, and especially when the thunderstorms come through and you want to gang up with people. And
Absolutely.
I think I remember that year. But, I mean, I think the sibling thing is interesting in the sport. I mean, I also think, by the way, the husband and wife thing is even more interesting in the sport. But yeah, I mean, I think there might be a rivalry. I mean, I think Jamil and Nick have sort of come to a place of détente.
Well, they're different in how they approach things.
Yeah.
Like very wildly different. I mean, Nick is very analytical, whereas I'm not saying that Jamil is not analytical, but it's just their perceived approach is much different.
Right. Like Jamil has no problem going from a 10-mile week to a 100-mile week.
Oh yeah, and,
he's
done it.
And be like, oh crap, Barkley's in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Nick would never do that.
Absolutely not.
So
No.
I mean, part of it's like their temperament and their personality, and
Absolutely.
and we love them both. We love all the Corys. In fact, I just got a nice quesadilla from Mama Corey.
Yeah, of course.
So, yeah.
Patty is the best at making
Patty
sure
is
runners
the
are
best,
fed and sustained.
She has taken care of me from my first go-round here in Phoenix before Jamil was even doing all this crazy stuff he's doing. So I tell you what, that's a guy who's running well, and you're out here right now. I mean, we've got a couple people sort of laboring with maybe a little, my foot hurts or my IT band's wobbling, but mostly these guys are here and gals are here for the duration. And heck, anybody can run for 4 hours. How hard is that?
Well, they've gotten this far, so
Yeah. Let's see. We're just going to do a quick shoe check as the crew comes through. There's a Hoka. Looks like a Clifton. That's, I think, a Hoka 2.
No, that's a Nike. That's
a Nike. That's a Vaporfly?
Yeah,
Nike Vaporfly. What do we got here?
New Balance.
New Balance. Fresh for that fresh foam.
I think that Bob Hearn was wearing the New Balances as well.
All right, that's a New Balance. So hey, we got Hoka. Oh, they're making a turn.
Oh, the final turn of
The
Desert
final
Solstice.
turn. What's Marissa rocking?
Those are Hokas.
That's a Hoka. We're making the turn, by the way. This is high drama at this time of night.
Jake Jackson coming by is in Hoka as well.
That's got to be a Clifton.
Yeah.
He's going to make the turn hard. He's going in the turn hard, no doubt. And then what Stella got? That's
Stella?
We'll see.
That looks like a Clifton as well, actually.
I mean, Clifton. Let's face it, Clifton's just no financial interest for me at all. But Clifton's just an
Oh, you
awesome
can have an
shoe.
interest. They are the sponsor.
Well, they are
of
the
event.
sponsor of this, but that's a Clifton.
Yeah?
Yep.
A newer Clifton, and then
Clifton and that's the fancy lily
that's
white.
the Carbonex. Is that?
It might be.
Yeah, and that's from Mandy. So.
It's kind of a Hoka feast here.
Oh yeah.
Not surprised.
Well, so we obviously have varying experiences in this realm, and actually we've got one more runner that we can try and determine what is.
Let's do
on
a
their
shoe
feet.
check on him.
That's Asics.
Dude's going old school.
Yeah, that's Pat Hasler, who is currently
Actually,
second male.
Moving really well, by
Yeah.
the way.
Pat Hasler just hit the 200K mark. So,
Oh, by the way, he
congratulations
just did he did a pirouette around the cone.
to him. Interesting.
We should see that. Well,
Jordan Camastro does those as well.
yeah.
And
And then
Jeffrey Urbanski has looks like the Hoka Clifton as well.
Yeah.
And Allison Allen.
I think I got her already, because she's gonna, or she might be the last turnaround.
I think so. I couldn't tell. It looked like a Hoka, but if it was in a color that I haven't seen before.
So yeah, I would say it's 7 Hoka, 2
Yeah, that's a Hoka.
or 7 Hoka, 1 Nike, 1 some other shit, Asics, and then 1
New Balance.
was that was it. 7 1 1 1 1.
So back to what I was thinking about when it comes to the shoes.
Right.
I started running trail in about 2013 and started running ultras in 2014. So the entirety of my existence in this realm, Hoka's been a thing. What were you running in when you were running Western States, and when you were in top 10 mode, when you were basically coming back every year and throwing down?
A lot of road shoes. I ran in Brooks road shoes for a long time, Brooks Beast, because I was a big guy. Then I moved down to Brooks Adrenaline, I think it was called, and then switched over. Did a couple. Jurek was a big guy back in the day, so switched over to the Cascadia, which now has 20 years worth of. And then moved on to more technical shoes like with La Sportiva and Innovate. And in the kind of early years of the minimalist shoe years, La Sportiva and Innovate. And then, by then it was 20. I mean, I discovered Hoka through Carl Meltzer in 2011 when they were just like these massive shoes.
I love those moon
the
shoes.
big old school moon
The
shoes.
thick boys.
I think they were, it was whatever the precursor of the Bondi or the precursor of what was their trail shoe? The
Stinson?
Mafate.
Oh, yeah.
Like the Mafate was just huge, right?
I loved those shoes.
Yeah. And so I remember seeing those in 2011 at Wasatch in 2012, and I switched. So kind of went from road shoes, Brooks, into the sport, like specialized sport, like my best time in my career when I won races like at Vermont and Grand Teton and Rocky Raccoon were running in Innovate, and then I needed more cushioning, and it was right when Hoka came, and being friends with Carl, it was like, oh, you got to try these shoes, and I got to know Nico a little bit, and he came to Western States every year, and those guys, they were still like super startup, so
Yeah.
I think I still even have an original Bondi, but then I also switched back. So Montrail, I was a Montrail guy from back in the day, but then they went through their evolution. They were bought by a couple different companies, and then ended up landing with Columbia, and they came out with a couple of great shoes, in particular the Masai, and then I forget what the other one was, but it was like a kind of an old school classic Montrail shoe with a beefier bottom. And so I switched back and forth with those. So, ultimately, like all of us, I landed on Hoka by 2013, 2014, and then was willing to put up with the sale and all of that. But a lot of it was, too, because Nico kind of convinced me, and I know convinced a lot of us who were in the sport at the time, that his concept of, taking wide skis and applying it to running and applying cushioning to it worked.
Yeah.
And so once that happened, it was like a done deal.
I just noticed that Mandy Holmes and Allison Allen are now on the same lap.
Oh.
They are about 31 seconds apart at this point. So that gap has narrowed.
All
and
right.
it's not that Stella Springer
there goes Stella. She just one lap with the vest, and she's working on her clothes. I love this stuff. So we're seeing Stella come through. She's got her crew there. Her crew has 3 or 4 different jackets in his hands, and she's just she took a lap with the vest, changed out of that vest. She's taking a lap with another one. He's going back to the pit. Like, poor guy's got 2 minutes to figure out what the next one's going to be. And she's going to figure it out. I'm sure Stella is far from a diva, but it's like she wants to figure out exactly what layer she wants. So is this right here?
That's Allison Allen.
Allison. So, and this is
Mandy.
They're really close.
So Allison has actually overtaken Mandy by 10 seconds. And Allison is actually running, whereas Mandy is maintaining a very brisk walk.
But she's walking a lot more than about an hour ago when I talked about her running the curves and walking the curves and running the straights.
Allison is doing, her last lap was 2:31. And she's been in the mid to upper 2:30s for the most part.
And was Mandy's more like, must have been 2:40?
Mandy's was 3:12.
Okay.
So if Allison is going to keep doing this, she is actually going to put about a minute per lap, or 30 seconds per lap, rather, on Mandy at this point. And she's only...
And she's going to start creeping up on
Stella. Yeah, she's only 6 laps back from Stella.
So Stella better figure out what jacket she's going to wear.
And Stella is tracking at about a 250. So...
Well, there you go.
So Allison could put pressure on Stella, which would be a very interesting development on the women's side.
And they're both in the hunt for qualifying spots.
Well, Stella and Mandy already have their spots. They're basically reinforcing them if they can better their number, whereas Allison is actually attempting to qualify still for the World
got it.
team.
Okay. So Stella would solidify hers. We talked about this. Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry. It's late.
Yeah. Or early, depending on where you're at.
All right. I think Stella's figured out her jacket thing. Let's see. At least her cruiser's coming out with a bottle.
Welcome, early morning Beast Coasters. Thanks for joining us here at Desert Solstice.
Where you been, Beast Coasters? Come on, you got to get your coffee.
Sounds like Journey Runners is just waking up and are grateful for the coverage. We're grateful you're here. We're not here and we're not doing this if you're not watching. So thank you very much
Thanks for being here and
spending your
and
Sunday
Beast
morning
Coasters,
with
have a
us.
cup of coffee, watch the runners come around the track, then go out for your long run.
I think that sounds like a great plan.
I guarantee you, our weather is better than yours.
As we're
Bundled up
wearing,
in our covers and our
covers.
puffies.
Yeah. So, but again, we're so spoiled.
We are
with our.
But yes, this
temperatures.
is. So if you're just tuning back in, we've got about 10. We think. Well, yeah, I think 10 runners on the track, 4 women, 6 men, and. There's a little bit of, for this late in the race, there's a little bit of dynamic going on with some runners passing others. And
okay, so yeah, we're currently, I guess, okay, so Allison and Mandy
Blaine, that's good. Blaine put up the scoreboard.
Are neck and neck. So
yeah, Allison and Mandy are right there. Stella's got a little cushion, and of course, Marissa has a huge cushion. So,
and Marissa's not going to let out the gas.
No.
On the men's side, Chad Lassiter has taken the lead, as we mentioned. Once he passed Olivier Leblond, Chad was the lead in the clubhouse, so to speak, and he has a very firm 21-lap lead over number 2, Pat Hassler. Pat is somebody from back east, from Ohio, that I really don't know anything about.
So then, just looking at the clock, if you take Pam's, I think 155 is what you need to make the men's team. Chad's not racing the race anymore. He's racing the clock.
Looks like Pat, who is currently the second male.
And he looks like he's racing the clock. Out of the way, Chad.
Pat had a first place finish at 6 Days in the Dome this year with 138.6. Actually won last year's across the years 24-hour with a 125.73 miles. Pulled a 16-16 100-miler at Tunnel Hill. So he's got some nice numbers out there.
Oh, yeah.
And he seems to have an affinity for backyard style ultras as well. So
this is Pat.
Yes.
Yeah. All right. So he's not going to go away.
No.
Looks like Allison's going all walk. It's a brisk walk.
Allison, where's she at? That's Mandy.
Oh, sorry. Got it mixed up. Mandy is going for a brisk walk. So Allison
is the middle of the 3 runners directly across from us right now in the
there
blue
she
hat.
is. Yeah. Okay.
You get to know some of these runners
Right.
after.
So Allison is there, and right behind Allison is Stella.
I mean, in the case out here at the track, as we sit here, they pass us twice every loop, so we see them 8 times every mile.
Right. It's just a matter of how much we're paying attention.
And how much they change wardrobes.
Well, they do that a lot.
Oh, very much so.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of the runners will change several times over the course of the race, and you kind of have to pay attention if you're not familiar with some of them, because then you kind of have to retrain what you're looking for.
Mm-hmm.
like last year was the first time I had ever actually covered the Urbanski brothers. They were very easy to find because they were wearing print shirts with cats and pizza on it.
Well,
in
and
some
they
case-
started out the day with nice little like Colorado singlets and
Yes.
everything, and yeah.
Thanks, Troy, for having
There we
coffee
go.
with us this morning. We're
Allison.
Yes.
Oh. Stella.
Yep. And Matt Urbanski in between them.
Yeah. Yes, enjoy your coffee with us. We did a shoe check, so we're not going to do that again until at least a little while. Let's just say the Hokas are winning.
Yeah.
Troy, good to see you, man.
Yeah, at this point, for those that are, in the 24-hour, 70% of them are wearing Hokas at this point. So
Yeah.
And while we did have several Hoka sponsored runners, none of the people remaining are those sponsored runners. They're, people who are using them because they love the shoe.
Yeah, in fact, we might just be all with independent kind of runners. I don't know if Marissa has a sponsor.
I don't believe she has
Yeah.
a major one, no.
Yeah. Chad doesn't, but he probably should, the way he's running today. If you're paying attention out there, sponsor people, this guy's legit. Oh, the Urbanskis just sort of rubbed shoulders back there.
So, with the way things have gone today, do you think that there are which runners do you think might pop up on top 10 year of lists if you were to just kind of handicap it? I mean, would we see Camille? Would we see Marissa potentially, maybe get some consideration for a top 10 slot? Jeff Browning, the runners that were joining us here at Desert Solstice today, which of those individuals do you think you could see finding their way onto a
in the ultra run of the North American ultra run of the year? I
Yeah.
think,
and not necessarily who you're voting for, but like who do you think you could see
right.
popping up on
I
the
mean,
list?
so there's a couple of things. First, take Jeff for example. I think Jeff's performance today is something that showcases a versatility that most people wouldn't have necessarily known he had.
Yeah.
So they'll look at his body of work, Hard Rock and for the year in Moab and say, oh my gosh, and then he threw down a 15-something hour, 100 at Desert Solstice. That's something that people would pay attention to. Olivier, probably be kind of the opposite. He's gotten attention in the performance of the year because of what he's done here, and he, I think he did really well in maybe Old Dominion this year or something else, some other 100.
Mhm.
But it's almost like the fact that he didn't do what he did last year here, kind of might hurt him.
Yeah.
Certainly Marissa, if for on the women's side, on performance of the year. I don't know what else she's done this year. I'll have to do my research when I get the spreadsheet. But if she busts out
She had
a 100 and where
She was first overall at 6 days in the Dome with a number 151.89.
right. So if she's
and
in
second at Spartathlon with a 25:34.18.
right. So if she trends like around 140 plus here, that would be kind of a seal of the deal of like, one of the things that's important for people to understand about the North American Ultra Run of the Year that Ultra Running Magazine does is we we do pay attention to the track and the roads, you know, and even though the trails are kind of what it's all about these days, you know, we very much do. I mean, and like some of the years, Mike Morton won, Mark Godal won, Nick Curry came very close to winning, was because of paying attention to the results on the road and the track.
Yeah, Nick Curry's year last year was.
Oh my gosh! And his performance here.
Yes.
I think only there was one other performance that it wasn't Walmsley at Western States because it was.
Was it Hearn?
No, it was a trail run. I can't remember what it was, but there was one. He got second in performance of the year to some trail run. And I mean, but it was close, right? And Morton, you know, when he did the record that Nick broke, Morton in 2012 got performance of the year. It wasn't here. This wasn't a thing yet, but it was at the USA track, whatever. So, I mean, I think that's probably it for here. Camille's in many ways a victim of her own success. So she had a fast 100 here, but it was 13:20-ish, I think.
Which is
right?
like one of the fastest of all time. But
right. But everyone knows she
come to
did like a
expect.
12:40 at Tunnel Hill, or, you know, so, I mean, I think she'll be in the top 3 or 4 when it's all said and done, Ultra Runner of the Year. But, I mean, Courtney's probably got it in the bag. Annie Hughes showed a lot of versatility, but her sort of underperforming at Javelina probably might hurt her a little bit.
Devin Yanko.
Yeah, I mean,
Armstead
Devin's gonna
Javelina.
shoot up the lists, which is fantastic after all the years she's been at it. There's folks talking about Dakota just because of his versatility of winning Javelina and getting third at Hard Rock.
Sure.
I mean, Peterman's probably going to win.
When it comes to a race such as this, you know, not necessarily speaking for your voting, but maybe objectively how you might think others perceive it, is Desert Solstice the kind of race that can move the needle on its own, or is it more of like you have to have that out of this world performance to really move the needle, such as Nick or Camille a few years ago?
I think performance of the year. So when you're voting on a single performance,
Yeah.
like what Nick did here or what Camille did here when in 2018 was it? Like that's a no-brainer. I think for performance of the year, you know, that's the kind of thing that's up there with Matt Carpenter's 2005 Leadville or Walmsley's, you know, 1409 at Western States. I think for it to be a body of work for an ultra runner of the year, and I've talked to, you know, track and road people about this. I think there's not enough races, right? There's 6 days at the Dome. There's here. At like that level, I don't know what else there is.
Sure.
So they have to so somebody who does those 2 races and then Spartathlon, it's like, well, you got to give them, you know, or some road event somewhere else. Like even as recently as 10 years ago, there would be like the Ed Fitz 100K or the one in Pittsburgh that was a 100K road, you know, or even going over to Belgium and doing, you know, 10 loops of a 10K course. And there's not that right now. So it's these races are kind of on an island. And I do think it kind of unfairly punishes the flat and fast people, but they can also go like Arlen did 2 years ago and do Tunnel Hill and Hennepin and Umstead and whatever if they can get into them and run fast hundreds.
Yeah.
And then be like, come here. You know, because if you won those 3 and then came here and did, you know, 150 miles, you'd you'd be really in the hunt.
Okay, that makes sense. I mean, Arlen, that's pretty much what he did. He burst onto the scene, winning those 4 races.
He won. It was not Burning River,
Burning
but
River, Mohican.
Burning River, Mohican, and one other flat one, Canal Corridor, it might have been, and then Javelina, right? And it was like, okay, you got to count this guy for something.
And he just came out here for fun and dropped 130-ish, I want to
Right.
say, as well.
Right. And so then this year, I mean, he won't win this year, but he did. He did, a couple of other fast things, then Western States, then the Run Rabbit Run, and then Javelina. So he'll probably be 3rd or 4th this year too.
That makes sense. I mean, he had a 1st at Jackpot, 3rd at Western States, 2nd at Run Rabbit Run, and 3rd at Javelina.
Right.
So I mean, that's a very strong in the hunt kind of year.
It is,
but it's definitely not a year where you look at it and say that's our ultra runner of the year. So
right, especially with Peterman, winning everything he did, and
absolutely,
So, but I mean, it does. I mean, I think not so much this race, but Javelina is now in the conversation.
Yeah.
And runners, as opposed to the past decade where they're like, oh, I just want to do a late season race and go to Arizona and run in the nice warm weather. Like now it's like, I might want to train for Javelina.
Yeah, Golden Ticket has changed the calculus for that race.
Yeah.
And to see the transformation, I mean, it's always had a strong field for a quote random 100, but now because of the Golden Ticket, the field is on another level. I mean, we did our preview show, and the sheer number of runners that we talked about, and more importantly, the runners that we didn't really talk about, kind of speaks to the level of the depth of that race now. But circling back around, it's really interesting to see how this race is perceived when I talk to a voter such as yourself, and it sounds like this race needs to be bookended by other strong.
You mean the Desert Solstice?
Yeah.
I mean, look, it's clear. Like John Mettinger, who manages the voting. I mean, he's very clear that we can't even start voting until this race is over.
Yeah.
Because there were a few years, and it was a couple weeks. It was actually more close to the solstice, where voters didn't really pay attention to it, and they should have, Versus like Nick last year, where there was almost like recency bias, and he got perhaps more votes than he should have because it was so close, and because it was so. I mean, I think it gets the treatment it deserves. I think we're so trail dominated, and that a lot that in the sport, a lot, with the exception of like the really top end like Camille, and a lot of the runners that are going to do really well today aren't known by the voters.
Yeah.
Unless they're true roadie track people, and then there's only so many ways to be known that way now.
Yeah, there really aren't that many, high-profile non-trail ultras in the United States at this point. So, I mean, you really have to...
So like when Arlen came here last year, that was a little bit of a piece of like, oh, well, the dude can do trails, and he can run on the track. I mean, and the voters love the versatility.
Yeah.
And not only that, they love guys and gals who can do 50Ks, 50 milers, not so much the 200s. We're still confused about the 200s because there's so many weirdos. Sorry, 200 people. Well, I don't mean to call y'all weirdos. But
the standings and the finisher numbers at those races, you'll typically have a couple of names you recognize, but then there are times where recognizable names end up kind of down the, you know, down in the standings a little bit. Like you might have somebody who is known as a fast 100 miler going out and running a 200 plus mile race for the first time, and you look at their finish time, and they might be, you know, have a respectable but not podium level finish. You know, it's kind of interesting to see a lot of those.
I will say, as a proud Arizona resident, and don't plan on leaving anytime soon. I mean, the fact that we have 2 golden ticket races, period, owned and operated by the same race organization, I mean, says a lot.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a huge amount of weight. I mean, there's canyons in California, there's UTMB, there's this race in Thailand, then there's Bandera and R2 races. I mean, and Tarawera in New Zealand.
Yeah.
So guess what? You want a golden ticket? Come to Arizona.
Yeah. get to know our trails, get to know our mountains.
You know, and so while I understand that maybe there's a little bit of like, well, you know, pay attention to the other medium in the sport, like, damn. And you slap a golden ticket on a race and people are going to show up.
Absolutely. And that was what really contributed to the explosion of Black Canyon over the years.
Oh, yeah.
Black Canyon went from, you know, maybe 200 or so starters, or, you know, thereabouts, you know, several years ago, to now being, you know, in excess of 1,000. Javelina has always had those numbers, but what's shifted with Javelina is the sheer talent in the field.
Yeah.
Like, Javelina has been known as, quote, the party in the desert. For those of you who haven't attended it, I strongly suggest you come out. If you want to run a 100-miler that's going to be an absolutely bonkers fun time, I would suggest Javelina 100. But until recently, it was not a race where you expected to see, you know, a number of elite runners toe the line. And now, I mean, the front of that field, as we saw you know, everybody line up at the start of Javelina 100-mile this year, it's a staggering collection of talent across the front of that start line.
I'll say something else too about it, though. Like, people, you know, it used to be Javelina, like I said, was sort of an afterthought. You know, maybe I'll do some big race in the summer and then I want to do one more. Now, like, as a coach, I have people saying, you know what, I'm thinking of making Javelina my A race. You know, maybe they live in a place like upstate New York, where the best place to train, the best time to train is the summer.
Yeah.
Right? Where they can't really get in the miles in March and April that you need if you're doing Western States or something. But you can get in the miles in July and August that is really going to help you when you get to Javelina.
Yeah.
And I've seen that shift, and it's like, you know what? Javelina has arrived. I mean, I said it to all you guys.
Yeah.
It is the second most competitive 100-miler in the country. It's by far the biggest 100-miler in the country in terms of raw entries. It's the most fun 100-miler in the country, and I've run a bunch of them. So, I mean, I think what Aravaipa's done with Black Canyon and Javelina, and here at Desert Solstice, and let's not forget my little favorite, and I think one of your favorites too, Crown King.
Oh, yeah.
I know it doesn't get all the love that, you know, but Crown King 50K is one of the, I mean, if you want to travel to a race, if you're from someplace cold and, you know, dark, and you want to come, you know, at spring training time to Arizona and run a race, come do Crown King.
And the
10-hour cutoff. Beautiful course, point to point.
About Crown King is that Crown King is never going to be a race that's going to be able to be live streamed or anything like that.
Not a
it's
chance.
Impossible.
Yeah.
You don't have near enough coverage, and frankly, you know, it's not just about being able to cover the race and get a signal. It's also the fact that you still have to get your vehicle there. And if you've ever driven, you know, the Crown King course, it is genuinely, you know, I know people with Jeeps who will tell me that it is a tougher race to drive than it is to run. Like, as far as the road that you have to take. So, it's one of those you got to see it for yourself kind of things. Now you can find videos about it on YouTube. I mean, we had the Q&A session last year that was great. There are videos that Aravaipa has made. There are videos that some runners have made regarding that race. But it's one of those that you kind of just have to experience.
You kind of have
yourself.
to see it to believe it.
Absolutely. And as I tell everybody, if you come out to run Crown King, I'll cook you breakfast the next morning, because I do set up a group breakfast for typically 50, 60 people. And we just hang out. And for those of us that stay in Crown King after the race, that stay overnight and hang out at the saloon, we all have a nice hearty breakfast, and then we head back down the hill to Phoenix the next morning. So
that's fantastic. Yeah. So, I mean, now, winning Crown King is a great thing, but it's not going to get you like the Ultra Runner of the Year award. Like,
true.
But it's going to get you
If
lots
you
of
set the
bragging
course
rights.
record, you'll make a nice little
you'll
pocket
get a little
change.
profit. Yeah.
Yeah. I believe that it's up to $1,000 now or so for setting a course record on that. But that course record is pretty stout last I checked. I know that
I think it is.
Chris Vargo held it at one point, and I believe that there are other...
So Chris
the
Vargo
women's-
must have had it at least 10 years ago or so.
I think it was about 7 or 8.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
so... So we're actually in a situation where, at last check, Marissa Lysak has a probably at this point insurmountable lead on the women's race. As long as she is staying on course, she doesn't even really have to be running. But Marissa, being Marissa, she is running, and she is running very well. She's currently at 135.7 miles, which leaves her with a significant margin. She is about 10, 11, 12 and a half miles ahead of Springer at this point. And Stella is barely ahead of, I guess about a mile ahead of Allison Allen, and Allison Allen is about half a mile ahead of Mandy Holmes. Yeah, Marissa has 547 laps logged at this point. Stella is 51 laps back at this point. So it's it's Marissa's race as long as she stays on the course. On the men's side, it is Chad Lassiter, who is currently at 133 miles, give or take, 535 laps completed. And for second and third, we're actually at effectively a neck-and-neck situation between Pat Hasler and Matt Urbanski, where they're both at lap 512. Now, Pat Hasler crossed at 20:36:21, and Matt crossed at 20:36:38. So we've got a 17-second differential for second and third male at this point. And after those three, you have to go back a significant amount, about 13 laps at this point, where fourth. Well, Jeffrey Adams is technically in fifth place, but actually, I have to rewind a little bit. Olivier's number is still
It's
on
still
there.
up there, yeah.
So, of course, because he still has a registered result, but Olivier stopped at the 200K mark. Pat Hasler, actually, it looks like Matthew Urbanski just logged another lap, so he is now...
Yep, Stephen Josepher pointed out that
Yeah.
Urbanski made the pass on Hassler.
Let's see, and Jeffrey Adams is, as of now, about 25 laps back of the men's podium at this point. So there's a sizable gap there with 3 hours and change to go. Pat Hasler just passed us and is currently 33 seconds back of Matt Urbanski.
Yeah, they are right.
Well, and
As
thing
about
is,
as neck and
Matt's-
neck as you can get.
Matt's moving fairly well. At first, we were talking about it. It looked like he might have been protecting, his foot with his gait shift or something. But his faster laps have been in the 215 to 220 range recently. He ran a 226 last lap, but he's been fairly strong.
He might have just popped the old blister, or
Could
said,
have.
"Screw it, I just have 4 hours to go."
Whereas Pat is exceedingly consistent at this point, but he's exceedingly consistent in the 315 range, which is basically ceding 45 seconds per lap to Matt Urbanski. So it wouldn't surprise me to see Matt open up a lead on Pat at this point if that trend continues. A little bit further back, as we mentioned, Jeffrey Adams in 4th place. Jeffrey Urbanski, the younger brother of Matthew, is the 5th place active male at this point, and Jake Jackson is the 6th place active male at this point.
Who's still rolling? He's just.
Jake is at about 111 miles.
So there is
That's Matt Urbanski.
Matt Urbanski. So we got that, and then we should be seeing. Get a little.
He's very upright for this point.
He's
Like he
very
is
upright.
almost like.
Yeah.
He is straight up and down. As you can see, let's see who is coming up here. You can see Marissa Lysak on the live stream coming around the corner. Followed up.
Yeah, so Matt does have a pretty good gap, probably
That
half
was
a lap.
Allison
on.
Allen.
Here comes Marissa. So
And on the live stream, I believe that's Jeffrey Adams that was coming up as we go to a live wide shot here at Central.
so right there's Jeffrey Adams, right? So yeah,
Right here?
right there. No.
No, right, the one that just passed us?
Yeah.
That's Pat Hasler.
Okay, so is he on the same lap as?
Yeah, they're about actually almost a minute apart. Matt
On the
Urbanski-
same lap.
Yeah. But as we mentioned, Matt is opening up
Mm-hmm.
and probably the fastest moving runner out here on the course at this point. Let's
Yeah,
see.
maybe
Marissa's
even faster
doing about
than
a
Marissa.
228, 230 range at this point.
Where
That's
Stella's more like 250-ish.
yeah, and it looks
Oh,
like
how about Chad?
Chad is about a 225, 230
So, okay,
pace.
yeah.
But he's a little bit more varied in terms of his. He's kind of up and kind of down, but although I
Yeah,
see
he's been eating a lot of quesadillas, I think.
Matt Urbanski did kind of slow down over the last couple loops. It's going to be interesting. I mean, if he can hold it together, then he should be able to finish second. But we're when you're talking 1 minute when you've got 3 hours to go, there's still
Yeah, I mean,
there's still plenty of moving.
Extrapolate that out, and it's like,
Yeah. Patrick must have gotten an early wake-up call, or he's still on that East Coast time. I'll tell you, he's already out here and
so
ripped
Pat.
ready to
I mean,
go.
Pat Hassler. Did you get his lap? I mean, he's moving well. Did he?
He's still exactly a minute behind
Right. Urbanski.
Matthew Urbanski.
Yeah. It looks like the walk is because of foot stuff. Yeah, and Matthew does not seem. He had, a stretch of about 10 or 11 laps where it looked he was very much favoring
Yeah.
his right foot, almost like a blister or a IT band, and either he's worked through that or he's ignoring it better. Probably a little bit of both. So, Chris, do you do like, I know it comes down to the wire with 24 hours, and I'm going to pass it over to Patrick here in a second, but do you ever do like a MVP or most improved or coach's award when you get to this time? I mean, I think that'd be kind of fun here at Desert Solstice when you get down to 10 runners like we have right now. So you get, we separate the weed from the chaff, right? Camille, Browning, LeBlond, now you got the grit and the guts and and if you look at splits, if you look at, folks on the chat, if you're up here on the East Coast sipping your coffee, if you're watching the cameras, I think there's some most improved, some coaches awards, some, most inspirational out here.
Sometimes I look at it and try and figure out who the quote breakout performance was. Maybe somebody who I wasn't aware of. The thing that I learned is that I didn't know as many runners as I thought I did. So there are times where I'll look somebody up, as we mentioned, talking about Allison earlier. We couldn't find any information on her. We found out she went Badwater
or
twice.
Chad Lassiter. Did you know about Chad Lassiter?
I was not familiar with him at all. But I would say that the breakout performance to me at this point would have to be Jeffrey Adams. For this being his first fixed time race, proving he belongs from jump. It's looking like
how
he's
do you get into this thing? You told me that before. Some fast bike trail one, right? Yeah.
Something like a fast 100. I'd have to.
Like one of the fast Hennepins or something like that.
But a Northeast runner who is for a Northeast runner to come out here and have a day like that, I tip my cap to him, even though I'm not wearing a cap.
Right.
I'm wearing a beanie. I'll tip my beanie to him.
So I'll give, before I pass over the mic, I'm going to give a composure award. I'm just making it up. But and she's not a breakout. She's not but when I watch an ultra, and this is the most I've watched. I watch an ultra like trail ultras. You see them, 5 times in the course of 100 miles. Here, you can't hide, as you've said. When it goes south, when the wheels come off, everyone sees the wheels roll down the hill and everything. Stella, I know I've been talking. I give her the composure award, the calm, play it smart, stay within your game, don't do anything stupid. She gets that award today.
Yeah, she's had a great race.
And I know she's shooting for a number, and she'll probably get it.
Yeah, and she bettered her 100-miler from last year by a significant margin, and it was an age group record. We'll have to confirm on it, but I believe that she went from 16:36:11, which was the 50 to 54 age group record, and she broke 16. So that's a significant improvement on her own American record.
I think if you're an up and coming 20-something runner, look at Stella. Look at what she's done. Obviously, look at Marissa too. She just went by our broadcast booth. Look at Chad. he's 50 years old.
Mm-hmm.
It kind of came out of nowhere. We could give a lot of people credit, but there's something about just the way Stella's composed herself especially through this kind of the witching hour, this darkest and coldest of times, this sort of 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. time.
Yeah.
That and same with, I mean, here they are coming through together. There's Chad. There's Stella. That it was like, you know what? They're not going anywhere. They'll be back here next year. They'll be at the Dome. They'll be somewhere. And I like to see that in the sport. And then you got to just give the Urbanski brothers, points for just being who they are.
Yeah.
And then Jake Jackson for like putting on his hoodie, putting on his pants, and just walking it in. He's not going to stop until whatever the horn blows.
Yeah, and Jake might still come away with 120 plus.
Yeah.
Here.
Oh yeah.
It's entirely possible. Even, that if he were to start running again, he could push 125.
And who knows? He might. The sun might rise and he'd be like, "Oh, that looks nice. I'm going to jog a little bit." But it also doesn't freaking matter. Like he's here, he's in the arena. All right, gang. I'm going to sign off, my man.
All right. AGW, it's been a pleasure.
It
always
has been
is.
a pleasure for sure. My first desert solstice. I hope it's not my last. It's a mile from my house, so
Oh, even better.
you're probably stuck with me.
I look forward to being out here every year, and I'll look forward to hanging out in your neighborhood as well.
And we'll probably see you at Black Canyon, or
we'll see you this
something like
Wednesday at our.
I'll see you Wednesday at the holiday
at
party.
Our holiday party. We have a group run holiday party coming up for our Aravaipa
Right, and
trail run.
And we're doing the new. It's an actual brew pub called the 100 Mile.
Yeah, 100 Mile Brewing, brand new place that just opened up in town.
I mean, how can you go wrong, listeners out there? Here in Phoenix, we have a place called the 100 Mile Brewing.
Yeah, maybe we need to talk to them about sponsoring this race. Although maybe with the high school aspect, it might be a little bit tricky to get a beer sponsor at a high school. But I don't know how that would work. But AGW, it's been a pleasure.
Thank you very much,
Thanks
Chris.
for hanging
We'll
out.
see you again.
Absolutely.
And I'm passing it on to the able ears and mouth of Patrick.
Let's see you later, buddy. For those of you just tuning in, we are here live at Central High School here in Phoenix, Arizona. It is a brisk 44 degrees according to our on-screen thermometer. And you are here with us at Desert Solstice. Desert Solstice is one of the most competitive track meets for ultra running in the entire United States. It's a race that you have to run an extremely high number for in order to qualify to even join the field. And speaking of joining fields, you are joining us here in the field, Patrick Karen. Welcome back.
Yes, thanks.
Hope you had a
Feeling
nice,
refreshed.
refreshing nap. I'm not going to lie, I might put my head down off screen for a little bit here and
Of course.
just
Get ready
I'll
for
be-
the final push.
yeah, because it ends up being a pretty exciting time as the moments tick down. And one of the things about this race is that there tend to be stories that develop over time, and I'm curious to see what stories are going to develop here because frankly we don't have them yet. Like in other years, like for instance last year we saw what Nick Curry was doing, and we saw that Nick Curry was approaching the American standard, one that had stood for a decade in terms of the 24-hour mark. A few years ago when we saw Camille approaching a world record, if there was a duel on the course, we might still see one. We've got a couple of people that are very close to one another. one of the things that we had was a duel a few years ago between Nick Curry and Greg Armstrong for a spot on the U.S. national team.
Mhm.
Well, there might be a duel on the women's side, but the thing is that 3 of the 4 people that are on the women's side that are still active are already qualified for the national team.
Mhm.
And there was the 3 of them were last year's podium here at Desert Solstice. So meet the new boss, same as the old boss when it comes to who is kicking butt and taking names here at Desert Solstice 2022. It's basically what you saw in Desert Solstice 2021. On the men's side, we had some movement. Olivier Leblond, as you can see, has decided to call it a day at the 200 kilometer mark. Had him on for an interview. He is quite a funny guy.
Yeah.
He's got a great sense of humor. I had met him before. He came out here last year for a 48-hour race and spoke with him a little bit, but this year I got to spend a little bit more time with him and had a genuinely good time doing it. Unfortunately, well, it's like we said with Camille earlier. He didn't hit all of his goals, but he still set some records.
Mhm.
So I think it's still a good. Anytime you walk away from a race and you set an American age group record, you still did good.
Yeah.
You
Hard
know,
to be mad with that.
yeah, and maybe that's the perspective we need to take, because we know, for instance, with Camille, we know what she was shooting for. She was shooting for, basically every record in sight, and she didn't set every record in sight, but she still set like 3 or 4. So, hats off to her, and hats off to Olivier, hats off to all the runners that set new standards. There were several standards that were set today. Last I checked, Stella Springer had set the, age group 12-hour track, and actually, I believe, improved upon her age group 100-miler as well, because she crossed in under 16 hours, and she was the previous record holder at 16:36. So some of these runners are able to look back on today and say, they had, a very high level of accomplishment in a race, even if they didn't hit all their goals.
Absolutely. And yeah, I think I'd much rather see someone just put themselves out there and, put forth their big goals, and if they don't happen, like, that's okay. I think, I'd rather know going in, though, that they're like shooting really high like that
Well,
than not know at all.
And one thing about a runner like Camila, she's going to put it out there.
Yeah.
She has no problem with, with putting out her goals, and if she makes them, she'll talk about it, and if she doesn't make them, she'll talk about it. She was very available after the race to talk about her experience from all facets, the things that went right, the things that went wrong. Runners like that provide a level of intrigue to these kinds of events that keep us paying attention. That's why we're here. It's why we're watching. It's why we cover these events. So
Absolutely.
it looks like actually we have some movement back on the men's side. It looks like Pat Hasler has retaken second place over Matt Urbanski. Pat is currently, it looks like, just close to just over a lap ahead of I stand corrected. Just over 2 laps ahead of Matt Urbanski at this point. A little bit further down, Jeffrey Adams.
I think that's potentially both of them right there. No?
They were at one point about 10, 11 seconds apart, and that was right before Matt had overtaken Pat Hasler.
We'll see coming through. Oh no, that's Pat and Chad, I think, right? Yeah, there's Chad, and then there's Pat.
Yeah, Chad currently leading Desert Solstice, all men at Desert Solstice, and I'm a little bit ashamed that I have no familiarity with his racing resume.
Yeah, I first briefly met him at mile, 38 or so of Vermont 100 coming through the aid station. Yeah, I was following the men's and women's field this year at Vermont 100 and kind of bopping along all the aid stations and became familiar with him there. He was wearing a similar kit that he was wearing back when it was a little warmer yesterday afternoon. And yeah, right in the top 10 to 15 at Vermont, and I think he's just steadily moved his way up the field like he's done here at Desert Solstice.
Looking at things, so with just under 3 hours left, Chad is at 135.45 miles. It doesn't look like anybody else is going to be pushing that magical 150 number, and to be honest, I think that it's going to take him pressing pretty hard to get to 150 himself. It looks like he's tracking a little bit higher, but he's been a little bit less consistent with his laps the last couple hours. So we'll see what happens. I'm not saying he can't. I'm not saying he will. I'm saying that he's been a little bit inconsistent. Actually, you know what? Now I have to retract because he has been more consistent. He was tracking at about a 2:22 pace for a while. Now tracking about a 2:28, but still moving fairly well. There's a lot of data to just bounce in and out of. It's like, oh, they're doing great. Oh, they're not having a great time. And then by the time we actually start to look at and interpret the data, things have completely flipped all over again. On the women's side, I know that the number that many of them were trying to target was 140. Marissa Lysak is going to make it there with room to spare.
I mean, she has definitely the potential to push up like 150 plus.
Yeah.
I think
she's got the best chance of
probably. I mean, her PR is 151 for 24 hours.
That's in play.
So yeah, I think that's probably on her mind, and that would be. Yeah, that would certainly make the top 10 list here at Desert Solstice if we pull that up.
And that would make her an unprecedented 4-time consecutive winner in a race that brings in some of the best fields around.
Yeah, so her personal PR is 151, but she's running 148.08. So I think she's definitely on track to surpass the 148.08. And then if she can climb up and be in front of Caitlin Nagy with 151.443, she's only behind Camille Herron here. Yeah. I'm sure that's in her mind. Yeah, that would be very impressive and further solidify her spot on the national qualifier list as well.
That would give her probably the top 3 spots in the qualifier cycle.
Yep. Yeah, and I think, and then Allison Allen, I think she, you know, we spoke to Marissa and yeah, many of the ladies already being on the list for the 24-hour national team, but Allison Allen is the one lady who is not on that list. And I think if she can both surpass Mandy Holmes' minimum distance of 133.68 and stay ahead of Mandy Holmes in this race, then that will bode well, and you know, she'll be able to make the list in that regard.
Yeah.
If Mandy Holmes surpasses her, she still will make the list, but be in a much more precarious spot as number 6 on the list.
Yeah,
Much more easy to get bumped off.
I think that the magic number that the second, third, and fourth women want to hit to feel safe would be 137, based on where Jenny Hoffman's number is. That would actually push her down to the bottom of the qualifier list. Now, how realistic is that? 137. In that case, Stella has about 12 miles to go. Allison has about 13, and Mandy would have about 14. So, again, I think it's still potentially in play as long as they keep moving at 11, 12-minute pace.
3 hours for a half marathon, like it's not.
Even I can do that on a good day.
Just gotta keep moving.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and on the men's side, I mean, the only person probably coming in contention of making that
national team.
Yeah, of that current list of qualifiers would be Chad. I don't think anyone else will be pushing up on the.
Yeah, because they've still got to hit 148.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although there are like spots 5 and 6, so at a minimum, I'm sure they'd like to maybe just get themselves on the list initially. So 145 to just like is the minimum qualifier. I think we could see, Pat and Matthew reach 145 potentially. Maybe close, but
yeah,
if they 16 miles, 3 hours, and at the very least they can say they qualified for the national team.
Yeah.
And if there aren't too many more performances, which I doubt will be the case, I think there will be a lot more, or at least a few more attempts in the next 6 months. But you never know.
As we've said, this is arguably the most viable environment to make it happen because of the lack of traffic concerns on the course and also the surface. It's you're not running on a dirt track. You're running on a rubber composite type of setup. So,
and just the fact it takes sometimes a couple tries. Like you don't always nail it on your, especially some of these guys, their first 24-hour debut. You learn a lot, and so sometimes it takes a couple tries. So it's good to be out here now, give themselves a little bit of leg room for potentially recovering from this one and trying their hands at another one in early spring.
Let's see if there's any potential for moving happening anytime soon. It looks like the 2 runners that are closest to one another would be Stella Springer and Allison Allen, as Stella has a roughly 3-lap lead on Allison. So if there's going to be some moving, it's probably not going to happen for at least a little bit, but we'll do our best to follow along, and if the numbers start to dictate that we're going to see some change, we'll update you accordingly. I'm going to step away for just a little bit and try and rest my brain because it's pretty much fried. But I will be within earshot, and if you want to throw something at me and bring me back on, I will definitely come back and join you. So, Patrick, thank you very much. And
of course, hold down the fort here.
Yeah, if you can hold it down for just a little bit. I'm sure that sunrise in about an hour or so will get me right back up.
Yes.
We'll see, though. All right, thank you.
I've got a question from CR. How many are still out on the track? I believe it is 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. We've got 10 of our runners still out on the track. And everyone is moving fairly decently. Yeah, I'd say, you know, the majority of them are running. We got a few walkers out there. Just to recap for anyone who's joining the live stream, we are 21 hours and 10 minutes elapsed into the 2022 Desert Solstice. Currently, Marissa Lizak is leading the field overall with 139.18 miles. She is on track for potential PR performance in the 24-hour. Her personal record is 151 miles, and her record here at Desert Solstice is 148. If she surpasses 151, she will be number 2 on the all-time list here at Desert Solstice, only behind Camille Herron, and she will further solidify her place in the list of current qualifiers for the 2023 National Championships that will be held in December in, I think it is Taipei. And behind Marissa, leading the men's race, is Chad Lassiter from Sugar Land, Texas, with 136.45 miles. He's 11 laps behind Marissa, which really not that much, with 3-ish hours to go. I'm sure he has in mind the overall win, and is, you know, what's great about being on a track is you can see all your other 10 contestants at all times. So I think often we start to see some mind games play out in these last few hours. Just runners trying to look as composed as possible and not show maybe just how much they are hurting out there. And then, yeah, rounding out the men's podium, we have Pat Hassler from Cincinnati, Ohio, with 130.48 miles. He's about 25 laps back of Chad, but very close to him is Matthew Urbinsky from Denver, Colorado, with 129.24. So just a little more than 1 mile back of Pat. And they've been kind of back and forth for the last couple of hours, so pretty tight race between the two of them. And then rounding out the women's podium behind Marissa, we have Stella Springer, who has really been putting up a pretty stellar performance today. She's 126.26 miles into her race. And Allison Allen, who is 125.51, just 3/4 of a mile back of Stella. I think Allison is hoping to stay in that 3rd position, because followed closely is Mandy Holmes. And, you know, with 3 hours left on the clock, both Stella and Allison Allen are both hoping to, I think, both surpass that 130 on the national qualifier list, and further solidify their places on that list of qualifiers, so they have a little more of a safety net for the next couple of months. All right, we've got a question. Any chance you can call out who the runners are as they go past the camera? Great idea. So let me make sure we've got the we're synced up here, so I've got a little delay on my end. All right, so currently we're looking at the back 200 stretch on the screen, and that would be Mandy Holmes, who just passed the screen in the black vest that we just saw. Right here, you can see Chad Lassiter, or oh no, there's Stella Springer, followed closely by Pat Hassler. And there's Marissa Lysak, our overall leader in the race, with the white hat. She has pretty much looked like that for the last 21 hours. Very smooth, just clicking off each lap fairly consistently. And there's another view of Marissa as she approaches. Well, there's her passing in front of me. She goes through the aid out onto her 562nd lap of Desert Solstice. As you can see, we're following her, and she is just moving like a metronome out there. Lap splits have been fairly consistent these past couple hours, right around 2.5 minutes per lap, which would put us right about 10-minute pace. For all those joining us in the live stream, feel free to throw in the comments who you're here to watch, who you're here cheering on. It's great to see some of the stories that you all are sharing of the runners. Alright, and on the screen now, rounding the, that would be rounding the back 200 stretch. There's Allison Allen with the blue beanie, followed by Pat Hassler, and then we've got a few folks right there. Pat Hassler as he comes through the aid station. It's one of the better moving runners at this stage in the race. He's been pretty consistently running. I haven't seen many walking stretches from him. Leo, thanks for AJW. Yes, he was great. He just headed home after 21 hours of helping with our coverage. Pretty nice that he lives just 1 mile from the track. try to get an update soon from the race director, seeing what other records are potentially on the line here. Been pretty exciting just already, the number of records set just throughout the day yesterday, with Camille really lighting up the day with, I think she took home 4 records at the end of things, starting out with the 50-mile American Open track record, which was her first goal, and just being about a minute and a half under the previous record in running, 5 hours, 57 minutes, 46 seconds for the 50-mile distance. And after that, she took a bit of a break from the track, 12-minute break, got back out, chased down the next record, 100K open track record in 7 hours, 35 minutes, bettering her previous time by about 1 minute, and took another little break. And we have learned never to count out Camille Herron. She got back on the track and chased down the 12-hour 40 to 44 US record. And I think she also took down her own, not necessarily a personal best at the 100-mile distance, which is her world record of 12 hours and 41 minutes. But she did run a 13:01 100, and which surpassed her previous best here at Desert Solstice of I think it was 13:15 or so. So I think that is the U.S. Open track record, as they do make a distinction between road and track. And then we also had Amanda Nelson, who joined us from Canada. This was her first international race, coming in with quite a bit of experience in longer ultras, but this was her, a little bit out of her comfort zone on the track, and as she came to find after 100 miles, she was not a fan, but still put down a really impressive performance, running a sub 15-hour 100, and a new 12-hour Canadian record, as well as Stella Springer, who is still out on the track with us this morning, and who set a 12-hour 50 to 54 US record. All right, and on the screen there, going through the aid, you can see Mandy Holmes. She has been walking for the last many loops, but she's very determined, walking at a pretty good clip there, and she is in pretty close contention with Allison Allen, only 6 laps back on the track, about 1.5 miles, and if anyone falters, she is ready to pick them up and make that women's podium. We have Jeffrey Adams coming through start-finish area, going into the aid in the blue puffy. Jeffrey Adams is coming from Kenmore, New York. A little bit on his background. Yeah, he qualified, I think, with his run at Tunnel Hill back in 2021, where he ran a 14:53 to finish 5th overall. He's run very diverse set of ultras, some faster, flatter, 100Ks and hundreds, and as well as things like Manitou's Revenge, which, if you're familiar with the East Coast, is probably one of the toughest 50 milers in the country. He's also run Rabbit Run. He has done a couple backyard ultras, putting up 141.66 miles at Ohio's Backyard Ultra in March of 2021. Followed by 137.5 miles at this year's Ohio's Backyard Ultra. And Jeffrey is currently in 4th place for the men. If you take out Olivier Leblond, who retired from his race a couple hours ago, Jeffrey is currently about 25-ish laps back of Matthew Urbinski, who is in 3rd place overall. So the men's podium is a bit out of reach at the moment for Jeffrey, but I think all runners have on their mind there's still 2.5 hours left of the race at this point, and if anyone falters, there's still time to make up that distance. So we'll see. I think all 10 runners on the track at the moment are pretty determined to stay on the track until the final seconds, which often happens in these races. You often see the field dwindle. We had quite a few folks hit the 100-mile mark and kind of call it there. Some of those runners, including Camille Herron, and Amanda Nelson, who were some of the top 2 female throughout much of yesterday. You also saw Jeff Browning of Flagstaff, Arizona, call it at 100 miles in 15 hours, 33 minutes. This was a bit of a different race for him, having come from races like Hard Rock earlier this year, as well as Moab 240, which he won earlier this year. He said, I think it's the year of new, was how he started out the day, and then that turned into something along the lines of just, despising the track. But, if you go back to our live stream 2, which should be saved, we did a little interview with him, between him and AJW, to break down his day out here. He said it's a whole different sport, this track time distance stuff. In many ways it is. And yeah, a few other folks. We had Pete Kostelnik stop at 100 miles, 16:17, as well as Peter Strickland, 16:26, and then Bob Hearn was 17:03 for 100 miles, as well as Jordan Maestro, Tucson, Arizona, somewhat of a local, and Jimmy Strahorn, also I think a recent Arizona resident of Camp Verde, Arizona, who stopped with 100 miles in 18:28 on the clock. Feel free to throw any comments in the chat if you have them. I'll try my best to answer them. We're in the kind of quiet hours of our live stream, but the energy will start to pick up as the sun rises in the next hour or so. The weather right now on the track, pretty cold, as you can tell by my 4 layers. And yeah, it's been not too bad though. 42 degrees, minimal winds. Yesterday got to a high of about 64 degrees, but I'd say for runners it felt a fair amount warmer with the direct sun. There was very little cloud cover yesterday and just the slightest of winds. So we saw quite a few folks really trying to utilize their best cooling strategies yesterday. A lot of ice out on the track, a lot of bandanas. Sunscreen was being pulled out. And now we've got the opposite, runners trying to stay warm, conserve heat, conserve energy for these next 2.5 hours. There, we just saw Marissa Lysak go by. She just recently surpassed 141 miles. Currently, her pace is tracking for predicted 157.446. Should be a huge PR for her. I think she is slowing at this stage, so with 2.5 hours left, 141 miles. On the watch, I would say we're looking at, she could be up there. You know, another half marathon would bring her to 153, 154. That would be a pretty substantial PR for her at the 24-hour distance. Coming in with 151 miles as her best performance to date in 24 hours, and her best performance here at Desert Solstice with 148 miles. She's a very accomplished Desert Solstice runner, with this being her, I think, 5th attendance here, and pretty much all of her performances on the all-time list here at Desert Solstice for both 100 miles and 24 hours. She consistently runs a fast 100-mile split and then carries on for the next, say, running a 15-ish hour 100, and going on for another 9 hours. Alright, you can see 4 runners coming through the aid right now. I think one of those folks is the crew, so three runners. I think that is Chad Lassiter, and then Allison, and then Pat Hassler in the back with the hood on. Stella Springer, followed by Chad, followed by Allison, followed by Pat Hassler. If you are local to the area, we are having a run club from the track, a group run starting at 7, and I think we're going out on the canal path right next to the track and coming back in time for the final closing laps of our 24-hour race here. And shortly thereafter, we'll have our award ceremony for both the 100-mile podium, male and female, as well as the 24-hour distance. So please join us if you are in the Phoenix area or even a little outside of Phoenix. You've got still 2.5 hours to make your way down here. Got a nice comment from Steve. When Allison makes the pass on Stella, she will only be a lap back of her. Yeah, I think yeah, they're about a quarter of a mile apart at this point. Allison is the one of the 4 female runners left on the track who is not currently oh, there you see Stella no, yep, there you see Stella taking a bit of a hydration break. Yeah, I was mentioning Allison Allen is one of the 4 runners who does not have a current qualifier within the 2021 to 2023 window for the 2023 24-hour World Championships that will be held next December. At a minimum, she needs to run 130 miles, which she'll be reaching within the next 20 minutes or so. And yeah, currently number 5 on that list of qualifiers is Mandy Holmes. And then number 4, Stella Springer, and then the top 2 distances in the list of current qualifiers are Marissa Lysak with 151 at her 6-day in the Dome performance earlier this year, as well as her 140.184 from last year's Desert Solstice victory that she had. But yeah, shaping up to be quite a race for the women's podium, with Mandy Holmes not too far behind Allison either, just 1 3/4 of a mile lap back. She will be trying to work her way onto that podium. If Stella starts to falter, we could see both Allison and Mandy moving their way up into 2nd and 3rd on the female podium. And on the men's side, we still have a fairly close race between Pat and Matthew. Pat has kind of put 10 laps at this point. It was only maybe 2 laps, maybe half an hour ago. So he's continuing to put distance into Matthew. With 132.97 miles to 130.48. Matthew is fairly safe on the podium at this point in 3rd male, 4th overall, with Jeffrey 4th male and 8th overall with 124.52 miles. So about a 6-mile cushion at this point. But, you know, if Matthew doesn't stay out on the track and keep moving, that number will definitely be surpassed by Jeffrey. Alright, and there you can see on the track our back 200 stretch. Marissa passed by my booth, and she is moving even a little quicker than before. She's been averaging around 2.5 minutes per loop at this stage in the race. But you know, her last lap, 2:26, and each of those seconds count, especially, you know, we're on a quarter-mile track, you know, with 572 loops into the race and several dozen more. So those seconds each lap start to add up. But I mean, very consistent all day. If you go back to the beginning of the race, her first lap was a 2:14, and to be still running a 2:26 at this stage in the race, her pacing is incredibly even. You have Matthew Urbanski there in the tan coat. Just hit 130.73 miles. His last lap was 11 minutes and 26 seconds, so he took a bit of a break there, but seems to be moving fairly determined. I'm not sure if he'll restart running. Maybe when the sun rises, that will be an extra boost for him, but seems determined to keep moving until the bitter end. I have Matthew, Chad Lassiter, just looking around a bit at the other runners on the track. Everyone who is joining us this morning, or whatever time of day it is for you. We appreciate you joining in on our live stream. 21 hours, 44 minutes into the 2022 Desert Solstice Track Invitational here in Phoenix, Arizona. Good morning, Anthony Runs. Welcome. Just had our men's leader, Chad Lassiter, pass through the start-finish onto his next lap. Currently 139.68 miles. His projected distance at this stage is 154.189 miles. He is moving still pretty well, so I definitely think 150 plus is within range, and that would definitely help solidify his spot, number 4 on the list of current qualifiers. As a reminder, the team for the national championships next December takes the top 6 men and women within the qualifying window. Here you have Allison Allen just passed through with 128.49. Her last lap was 2:48. For comparison, Marissa Lizak, who is right behind Allison, is going through in about 2:24. Pat Hasler, closely followed, as well as Matthew Urbinski. Pat's running 2:53 for his last lap. Jeffrey and Matthew Urbinski 3:09, 3:45. So Marissa is probably running the quickest laps of the day at this stage, in the low 220s. Yes, Pacer Travel mentioned 148 is Harvey. Sure is. He holds the number 4 qualifier from the fans ultra races earlier this year, June of 2022, where he ran 148.68 miles. I wouldn't be surprised to see another performance at 24 hours from him in the next 6 months. A reminder: the qualifying window, I think it ends July 1st, July 2nd, and they'll announce the team on July 5th. So yeah, I would not feel safe if I was Harvey with 148.68 miles. I think it's going to take 150 miles to be on the team. Currently, we have Nick holding the top spot with 173.015 miles, which was here at Desert Solstice last year when he set the American 24-hour record, breaking Mike Melton's our timer, Mike Morden, his long-standing 24-hour record. And then Jacob Jackson, who has been with us today and yesterday, holds number 2 spot with 157.332 miles. Coming into this year's Desert Solstice, his intentions were for, I think, a personal best performance out here. 165.5 miles was on his mind. Unfortunately, say around 100 miles, he's really started to run into some issues, but really still great to see him here. And then Scott Traer, local favorite, who ran 152.363 miles back at last year's Desert Solstice performance. He was also on the entry list up until about a week ago. Not necessarily injured, just he's been super busy working for the Aravaipa crew, directing events. He had the McDowell Mountain Frenzy last weekend, and I think he's got another race on tap next weekend. So busy guy, and I think he was finding it hard to make room for training and rest. So made the smart move of just calling it off for today. But we miss him out there. Excited for some of his dance moves out on the track. Well, we've got a surprise guest joining us very shortly. Bring a little more energy to this live stream for you folks. Said he doesn't know about energy. He's just waking up, but that's okay. Alright, so give you another update of our race here as it unfolds. Marissa Lizak, 142.9 miles, 575 laps into the race. She's, I think, still projecting at about 157, yep, 157.317 miles. Should be a huge PR for her coming into this race. She's run 151 miles at 24 hours. Yeah, she's just continued to impress at the 24-hour distance. Really one of the best in the country, and on the international stage. I mean, she was second female at Spartathlon earlier this year. Yeah, continues to impress. All right, coming to you, joining the live stream is none other than the Grinch. He's gracing us with his presence. The Grinch, aka Henry Ward, joining us here on in the booth track side. How are you, Henry?
I'm half awake, half asleep, but it's good to be here. Yeah. Thanks for having me.
Take this off. I think it bothers the mic.
There we go. Yeah, it's good to be here. Sorry, just
There we go.
getting situated here. Half awake, half asleep. That's okay.
All right. Hopefully you can hear us well. Yeah, so you were here a little bit yesterday and kind of back and forth.
I came out. I had a hike right down the road, so it was convenient. And I
Yep.
wanted to see all my friends, and people do great things out here. So I was here a little bit in the morning, and then I came back in the afternoon. And people moving around pretty well yesterday, and I saw some pretty good results. And it's good
Yeah.
to see your friends do well.
Yeah, so Henry and I, for backstory, know each other from back in the Boston, Massachusetts area when he was living in Waltham, and I was living out there. And I think he posted on Facebook one point, oh, I'm doing some run. I think it was like running from like New Hampshire to somewhere in Massachusetts.
Nashua to Cape Cod to Falmouth or Bourne. Go over the Bourne Bridge, like officially get
Yeah,
into
and how many
Cape Cod.
miles was that?
It was 100.
Okay, yes. And I think that was in 2016. I was newer to the ultra running scene. I think I don't know. I just had some draw to run 100 miles. But I didn't necessarily want to do a race. I saw Henry's post in the Trail Animals Running Club Facebook group, I think it was. And I said, I don't know who this guy is, but he can just run 100 miles. Not even a race, just a little training run. Maybe he's a good guy to get to know. We didn't end up doing that specific run, but we ended up starting to run together almost on a weekly, sometimes multiple times per week basis through that summer of 2016. And unfortunately, he left me in 2017 to come out to the warm desert sun here in Arizona. But yeah, it's really feel like you really blossomed out here, and it's been exciting to follow along. But yeah, maybe tell us a little more about who Henry Ward is.
Okay, yeah, so that 100 miler never really happened for one reason or another, but we ended up doing another run. The first run we did was 50K on a Tuesday. We made that a ritual. We go for a long run and then run track and then run a little bit more.
50K Tuesdays.
Most Tuesdays.
Waking up at 2:30, I
was-
would drive out to Waltham, and then I'd have work at a running store at about 9 a.m. So
they just go to
busy day.
personal training school. So it'd be funny, like telling the people at school and my instructor how far you run today. I think it was 34 or 35 miles. We had done a full moon run too, where we got somewhere like 40 something miles in. But anyways, yeah, no, I just started getting into ultras in 2015, and I have a history of addiction. I found running in 2013, and then was hooked on the marathon distance. I knew I had some sort of endurance gene, and then I had heard the word ultra marathon a few times, and then I asked the question, and it's like, well, it's typically anything more than 26.2 miles. Like, why the hell would anybody want to do that? Like, nothing in moderation for this. Nothing in this moderation for this addict. That's right up my alley. So I signed up for Manchester Monadnock it was a race that was supposed to be kind of a fat ass style. A guy
From Manchester,
Manchester.
New Hampshire
to Mount Mount
Monadnock.
Monadnock. It was supposed to be a fat ass run that this guy Bill Conley put on Ultra Sign Up. Figured he'd make a route out, and him and his friends would do it, and then he got a bunch of emails and capped it off at 50 runners. Like, oh my God, now we have to make this thing happen. So his dream came true, and I was part of the inaugural year, and there's a life-changing experience. Like, I'm never doing that again. And then I found myself on Ultra Sign Up, a few days later.
Yep.
And did for the TARC 15 Fall Classic 50 miler. Had a hard time with that. That was one of my worst races, but I learned a lot from it.
What'd you learn? That was the race that I ran too, right?
You did. You ended up winning, and I started out with you, and maybe I started off too strong, and ended up finishing in 14 hours, which was much longer than I wanted to, but I finished. Was able to find a way just to keep moving, and then I did Badwater, Cape Fear, and then I had the idea I wanted to do a 100 miler. So in 2016, I had signed up for a race called Javelina 100, and came out from Boston to run that. And I had lived out here before, but a seed was replanted, or maybe we put a little bit of water on the seed, and the plant started growing a little bit more. And we had started initial talks about moving back out here. And we made the decision in February, and had to leave my family and my friends, some of my close friends and running friends, and all behind.
We made all sorts of new ones here.
Yeah, so I broke as the story goes, I broke my leg. Really jacked up my ankle before, like 5 days before driving cross country. I was supposed to do a stage race in Patagonia. Oh my God, what? I'm not going to be able to do it. I'm never going to be able to run again. Well, good news, it wasn't weight bearing. There wasn't a weight bearing bone. So I got back in like 5 weeks, and I figured that I would do like a fat ass 24-hour run in the desert. So it would be a good way to get to know people, to meet people. I had some Facebook friends, but to meet them in person would be cool. And like 40 or 50 people showed up, and started going to the Aravaipa Monday night group runs, and quickly assimilated myself in the community. And I've done, I think, 5 Javelina 100s, a bunch of other Aravaipa races, and a bunch of fundraisers myself out here.
I think one of the cooler things that you've done too is, for those not familiar, with the Boston Double, which is running the Boston Marathon route from the finish line on Boylston out to Hopkinton, and then running the race right afterwards. Henry decided to one-up that, or maybe two-up that, running the Boston Quad. Is there anyone else who's run the Boston Quad, Henry? Or
David Clark did.
David Clark did, okay.
So when I did the double, that was way more than, I bit off way more than I could chew that day. I remember struggling. It's tough going backwards because it's uphill. It's a relatively downhill course. I remember going uphill, going, this sucks. And I have to go all the way back, all the way up to Hopkins, all the way back. And I didn't eat much. I really didn't have much of a nutrition plan other than maybe some peanut M&Ms and some Swedish fish. And that's not enough when you get past, for me, like 40 or 50 miles. I wasn't eating real food. I didn't think I could tolerate it. And then, so I did a lot of walking, going back. I remember going through like Wellesley, going, oh my God, I have 13 miles to go. And then once I get to Brookline, I'm like, I'm never doing this again. And then one snowy day, I had a snow day at personal training school. I said, I have 6 hours to kill. I'm going to go out on the course and do a little bit of running. So I did. I ran out towards Hopkinton, and I remember thinking about, I was a stronger runner after running with Patrick every Tuesday, doing 50K Tuesdays, and getting some high volume weeks. I started at least thinking about the thought of doing the double-double, the quad. And all of a sudden, a 4 of playing cards, like a 4 of spades, like blew over my foot in the snow and was standing face up. I'm like, that's a sign, 4, I gotta do it. So I remember taking a picture of the 4, the playing cards, posted on Facebook, so I was accountable.
Yeah.
And like, now I have to do it. So I had not qualified for Boston yet. And I just picked a random day. I said, how about April 1st? That way it won't interfere with the Boston Marathon. It's 2 weeks before. And it was the day after I finished personal training school. So it fit perfectly in my schedule in my life. And little did I know that a storm was going to roll in. It went from like rain to mixed precipitation to possible snow to like major nor'easter. 40 or 50 of my closest friends came out and did portions of it. And at least 2 or 3 stronger runners wound up in the hospital with like hypothermia. And all the pictures we have are like running through Newton with like 5 layers on, looking like the Michelin Man, and going into Marathon Sports and other stores just to warm up. You know, I remember going to Dunkin' Donuts. Every time we saw one of those, it was like a blessing. We had like 3 or 4 in the chorus. We were taking our gloves and our hats and put them in the hand warmers. You know, we couldn't operate the phone. Our hands were numb. They were wet. And, you know, just going in there for some shelter. And I did eat a little bit of food then. I learned a little bit about nutrition. A croissant is good, or an egg and cheese sandwich. You know, anything to keep going, like real food. But yeah, no, it was a life-changing experience. And that was my the second time I did more than 50 miles. You know, the first being Javelina the year before. So, you know, you learn a lot from each run. And what I did learn is people met people. And like now I can look back, like, how do you know Mindy? How do you know this person? How do you know that person? Oh, I met him at your 2017 Boston Quad. Oh, that's right. That's super cool. And you guys stayed in touch all over the years. And I meet people for the first time, and it brings people together, and I get to share my story a little bit. People confide in me about their addiction, or do you think I have a problem, or my son's really struggling. What do you think? What can you tell him? What can you help with and stuff? I can only tell people what works for me, and you know, lead the horse to water. And I try to throw myself out there to offer advice.
Absolutely.
And running really helps me kind of feel balanced. You know, I'm not as squirrely as I was before. Like went to therapy, went to treatment, and the therapist told me, like, I know who you are, I know what you have. You know, you have an addiction, but you got a void inside. You got to fill it. You're an adrenaline junkie. So it took me quite a few years. I was 43 years old, but I found running, and then, you know, hit the ground running, so to speak.
Yeah.
And you know, again, knew that I had some sort of endurance gene, and kind of quickly moved up. You know,
And now here we are.
and here we are, yeah.
At quite an event. 24 hours on the track. Yeah, with just under 2 hours left in the race today.
Amazing, and people still moving pretty well for the
Yeah,
most
we've
part.
still got about 10 runners out in the field. We'll give you an update with the 2 hour mark. And yeah, provide some commentary on that. Yeah, thank you, Henry, for giving us the whole background.
You're
on-
welcome. Yeah, there's
on
a
the story. A
there's
lot more.
There's a longer story, but you know.
But there's a
that's-
book for it too,
there-
right?
I wrote a book during COVID. COVID gave me the time to do a lot of the things that I wanted to do. Like I'm a chef by trade, so I came out here. I was working 60, 70 hours a week. You know, like active
Yeah.
chef, so on my feet pushing. And so I wrote a story about my early signs of addiction that I blatantly ignored, and active addiction years, my rock bottom, how I found treatment, how I went to treatment, aftercare, and then how I found running, and how running helped me. It's called Running Without the Devil.
Running Without the Devil. And where would I find Running Without the Devil for
You
those?
can find it on my website at www.runningwithoutthedevil.com. I have personalized copies. You can get it on Amazon.com.
Okay.
You know,
Awesome.
good stocking stuffer, and yeah,
Awesome.
unselfish plug.
No, I mean, I'm
Yeah,
sure there's some
the book's
folks
there
who
to
might
help.
want to.
The book's there to help people.
Yeah.
you know.
All right, so we'll give you folks an update to the 103 watching now. Hopefully more tuning in as the sun starts to rise here in Phoenix, Arizona, with just under 2 hours left. So the race continues to unfold with Marissa Lysak passing in front of the booth right now, 144.4 miles with 22:04 elapsed. I mean, she is definitely still moving very well.
I pulled in the parking lot over there, and I saw her go by. And
Yeah.
and she looked like she did yesterday, and she looked like she did
I
yesterday
mean, her
morning,
laps
too.
have slowed down only about 15 to 20 seconds over the course of 22 hours. She's still running a 220 to 230 lap, sub 10 minute pace. Yeah, going for you know, one of the higher marks. Definitely potential. You know, but yeah, her
155,
PR is.
156.
Yeah, I would say, you know, if she's keeping 10-minute pace, she's gonna at least get another 11, probably right around 11 miles. She's probably tracking for about 154 or so. You know, that would be a 3 mile personal best for her. and a probably closer to 5 mile course best. She's run 148 miles here in the past. And in second overall, we have Chad. Lots of Chad fans in the chat. 144.67 miles. He just went through another loop. 570 loops elapsed. He is moving steady. Only 3.5 miles away from the national team qualifier standard of 145 miles. And probably soon to elapse in the next hour. Harvey Lewis is 148.6 miles from Fans Ultra Races earlier this year, really getting him into that 4th spot on the list of current qualifiers. It's a really great performance from Chad. Wanted to mention one of the comments from Pacer Travel. At the Leadville pre-meeting, Chad and I were fanboying talking to Harvey. It's cool to see Chad possibly overtake him. Yeah, that's pretty special. And I think one of the really special things about our sport in general is that, you know, we all get to share starting lines together. You know, I think that's something unique to the competition within running and other sports. You know, you don't get to go out there and, you know, compete with... whatever in an NBA you know, game with the best in the world. But here in running, here in running you can like share the starting line with other runners. There's much more I don't know, just camaraderie out there. You know, especially out here on a track where, you know, you might share several hours with other runners. You're constantly...
You may see them 600 times.
You may see them 600 times or more, yeah. Just, you know, a lot of support out there for one another. And I think that's why we continue to see people come back, you know, year after year, just building friendships here on the track and returning a little family reunion of sorts here at Desert Solstice every year. I know I feel that myself. Often, you know, I first came to this race to support a friend as part of his crew team in 2018, and that was the first year that we actually did a live stream up in the booth. And yeah, now 4 years later, and we have really come a long ways, I'd say, from our initial live stream. We've got a great team of people supporting us. You know, we've had several commentators throughout the day, bringing in different athletes for interviews. Fortunately, all of our athletes are still on the track, so maybe unfortunately for you guys, no interviews with them, but you know, that's what we want. We want them out on the track, getting the best of themselves. But we will try, you know, as folks, I think, start to return, and we have our award ceremony that will happen later this morning, so we'll get some of those runners coming back who maybe stopped their races at 100 miles and try to get them here on the live stream to maybe recap their days. But yeah, good morning to Sarah Newberry in the chat. Good morning to Matt. Thanks for joining us.
People starting to wake up.
Yeah,
Hey,
everyone's starting to wake up. Yeah. We
Can you
are
pass me my coffee?
all waking up, yeah.
Cheers, everybody.
So yeah, let's get some updates on our runners. We've got 1, 2, 3,
Matt's
4,
doing well.
Still 10 left in the field. I'm not sure I've seen Jake Jackson
I haven't seen him since I got here.
out, yeah, with another loop. He hasn't declared himself done yet or turned in his ankle bracelet. Maybe we'll see him get back out there as the sun rises. It's tough to see. I know he went in with pretty big goals, and he's just really like an awesome person to root for.
I haven't seen
So,
him at all.
Yeah, hopefully we'll get
him.
him maybe in here later to kind of unravel his day for you guys. And then yeah, so few laps ahead of Jake Jackson is Jeffrey Urbinski, part of the Urbinski brother duo, coming up to us from Colorado. Jeffrey's got 116.32 miles racked up so far. And Olivier Leblond, who retired a couple hours ago at this point, maybe 3 hours ago or so. So he's done with his race. That's 124.27 miles. We'll see if Jeffrey can surpass that in these final hour and 49 minutes. But yeah, there's a close race going on between really between 2, 3, and 4 of the women's podium. Pretty exciting with Stella Springer, 5th overall, second female, followed only by a lap by Allison Allen. And Allison is moving very well. I would not be surprised to see her surpass Stella Springer in the next few laps. We can see them actually on the back straightaway, and yeah, Allison's just moving very well. You know,
Matt could catch the 3rd place too. It's possible.
Yeah, Matthew Urbinski is 133.22 miles into the race at this point, with Pat Hassler 135.92. I will say Pat is moving quite well.
Matt's running with Marissa right now.
Yeah, I think trying to take advantage of some
energy.
some energy out there. We need it. But yeah, I think this race between the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th woman, with Mandy Holmes rounding out that crew with 128.49 miles. She's been walking for the past couple hours, but moving very steady, really using her arms. Which you'll have to see she's on the back 200 stretch at this point, and she is determined to make that podium, or just to round out this 24 hours. I don't think we'll see her stopping until the last second. Mandy currently holds the 5th spot on the list of qualifiers for the 24-hour national team, with 133.68 miles. I think we're going to see, definitely Allison surpass that. And I think Allison will hope to surpass that by, a couple miles, because, these spots are competitive, and we still have 7 months worth of competing ahead of us before the qualifying window ends. So just getting as much out of yourself today as you can, really bodes well for staying on that list, which I know many of these runners came in with goals of making that 24-hour team. The 24-hour team, for those who don't know, will be competing in Taipei next December. Fortunately for us, it'll be a week before Desert Solstice, but maybe fortunately it will kind of introduce some new folks to the scene, with some of our top runners in the country, outrunning the World Championships. I think we'll have some fresh folk here at Desert Solstice in 2023, which is great. I think,
We talked about qualifying races for this. What people do typically.
Yeah, so there's a few. See Jake back out on the track. We see this is definitely one of the top qualifying races. I think another one, 6 days at the Dome. We just had our friend from Dawn to Dusk to Dawn D3, part of the timing team, and the race director for that. He just walked by. That's another popular qualifier that I think will be held next spring. There aren't too many that are staged as nicely as Desert Solstice. We really try to optimize the conditions for fast performances.
Timing it into December, where it's cooler temperatures most of the time. For Arizona standards, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, yeah, no, ideal weather conditions, rarely any sort of precipitation. I mean, yeah, I mean the slightly low temps in the night are challenging, and the, I'd say, hotter temps of the day. But you know, otherwise, there's 30 runners. We have fairly rigorous qualifying standards even to get into this event. And it keeps the track from staying too busy. 24 hours in a quarter-mile loop. If you are passing folks every few laps, you start to add quite a bit of distance, and I know that will happen at some other races around the country. So
Typically, they use just the first lane here.
Yeah.
Unless they're moving really quickly, and people can kind of sense that people are coming behind them, breathing down their neck, and they step aside a little bit, right?
Yeah, no, they all aware of the track etiquette. Passing. If a runner wants to pass, they do so on either the shoulder of lane 1 or go into lane 2. And yeah, we just saw a pass with Marissa Lizak and Matthew Urbinski going by. I think that is. I think that was Jeffrey Adams who we saw. But yeah, we've got a few new folks joining us in the chat. Mark. Oh, hello, Mark. Great work, Pine team, on easy feet, making 24 hours entertaining. Well, I don't know if I'd go so far as to say entertaining, but we try here. You know,
he's building endurance.
Yeah,
Mental and speaking
it's
wise.
an ultra of our own. Yeah, we've had a great crew here in the commentator booth. I've been here since yesterday morning. We had AJW joining us for much of the day. A real legend in the community, just living a mile away from the track now. He moved from the East Coast out here, I think, this past year. Then Chris Warden, who many of you know from the Aravaipa team and Aravaipa After Dark, really holding down the fort through the night hours. He's taking a nap now. Getting a few Z's before the final hour or so.
Slacker. He's actually my neighbor now. He
Oh,
lives,
wow.
2/10 of a mile.
Okay.
I did a fundraiser for my son's school. I did a 24-hour cul-de-sac run. And
Yeah.
It was warm out, so we had like an inflatable jumpy house water slide thing, and the kids were throwing water balloons. And they decided to bring out Candyland. So every time the runners went by,
Oh,
we got
the
to take a
game,
spin,
yeah.
and so he kind of facilitated the game, and
Very cool.
we shared a lot of laughs. But Chris is a real good guy.
Yeah, Chris is great. Yeah, I'm sure he'll be waking up soon.
I should have brought
That might even
Candyland.
be him. Yeah, we should rock Canada and try to get some runners to play.
It's your turn.
And then, yeah, we had Matt of Aravaipa with us most of the day yesterday as well. He went home. He's from Flagstaff, so a bit of a haul. I'm not sure if he'll be joining us this morning, but yeah, really great team to work with. And yeah, just some behind the scene players. We have Blaine, who's helping with all the coverage and all the fancy tech stuff, so we don't have to worry too much about that. So we appreciate him. Yeah, good morning, Matthew. Sarah Newberry, glad we haven't seen any of those 2022 turkey trots tackling on this track. Did you all see? Oh yeah, that was wild, Sarah. That was something else. That really that body check slam at the finish line. I'm hoping we won't see that out here today. No, that would not bode well for anyone to go viral on our live stream in that regard.
Shout out to Matthew Hidman for doing like 15 miles on Camelback yesterday.
Oh boy!
Yeah, he's one of my friends.
Way
I
to
saw
go,
a
Matthew.
picture with Camelback Santa and a Christmas tree on the top there. So.
Okay. Oh yeah. Yep. Yeah.
What's
nice
up, Matt?
Work, Matthew. Yeah. Sarah, Chris was, I think 4 or 5 coffees in. Hopefully he could sleep with all that caffeine in him, but I'm sure he could. So one of the cool things is Jake Jackson, who we mentioned, he's back out on the track, just walking loops, got his hoodie on. But really great to see him still persevere and be out there.
Just keep moving.
That is hard to do at this stage in the race. Matthew said he got coal.
Oh yeah, I always.
Yeah.
At least he got something, man. I didn't get anything last year, and I was good. I thought I was.
Yeah. Larry, thanks for joining us. Back from your run. That's an early run. Nice work. Good morning. Good morning, Chris from Chandler, Arizona. Stopped by yesterday afternoon. Yeah, if you're in the area at all, and even if you live an hour away, you still have time to get here. So hop in your car, maybe stop for a coffee, and make your way out to the track. The athletes could use your support. We'll actually be having a group run.
Bring me more coffee.
Bring Henry more coffee.
I'm
He
pretty
is
low on my
struggling.
motor oil here.
Yeah, we'll have a group run here at the track at 7. And yeah, they'll be going out on the canal path right next to us. That'll be exciting for them to maybe bring some fresh energy to us here at the track and watch the closing laps of Desert Solstice 2022, as well as the award ceremony to follow. So let's give you another update on the field. I'm just seeing Marissa fly by, 146.14 miles elapsed with an hour and 38 minutes, moving at about 10-minute pace. So yeah, a little faster than 10-minute pace. So I would not be surprised to see another 10 miles from her, which would bring her to 156-ish miles. That would be an incredibly impressive performance. Just to remind you of some of our top times here at Desert Solstice throughout the years, for both the 100-mile and 24-hour. Marissa holds, and I think after today we can add one to the list. 1, 2, 3. She holds, I think, 4 of the top 11 100-mile performances at Desert Solstice, with her fastest being in 2021 last year, 14:25. She's also run 14:44, 14:50, and then I have to remember her mark from today, but really impressive to hold 4 of the top 11 spots. She's really, returned year after year and continued to figure out and really come to master the 24-hour distance, because not only does she run a blazing fast 100 in the 14-hour range, she then goes on to run another 10 hours after that. And yeah, with one of the top 3 performances here at Desert Solstice, 148.08 miles, she is quickly approaching that mark, and quickly approaching Caitlin Nagy's 151.443, to be only behind Camille Herron, which at the time in 2018, my first time here, was where Camille Herron ran what was then the world record of 162.919, which she's taken another another 5 miles have been added to that. But yeah, Marissa 148.08 in 2019, 2020 142.64, 2021 140.18. So Marissa has solidified herself with soon to be 4 of the top 10 performances at 24 hours here at Desert Solstice. Some of our other contestants earlier in the race, Whitney, who unfortunately had to drop, has one of our top 10 performances here at Desert Solstice with 139.69, as well as Stella Springer, who her performance back in 2021 last year, 135.17 miles. Stella is at 131.97. So she is, within 4 miles of beating her previous best here. I think that is bound to happen. She is still moving well on the track. Yeah, just some really impressive runs. We've got a lot more comments in the chat, so let's go through those. Good morning to Sarah's daughter Vera. Glad glad you're sharing the sport with the fam. I know not all families are always the most keen on
Mine are sleeping.
on our sports. Henry's are
I
sleeping.
try to run. I try to do things when they're sleeping so it doesn't interfere with family life.
Yeah, and just a reminder, we do change directions every 4 hours. So 4 hours, 8 hours, 12 hours. You do the math. And yeah, we do that just, that some of these runners are approaching 600 laps. Yeah, Marissa's at 589 laps here on the track. That's a lot of turns for the hips. So we try to give them the nice gift of changing directions. Yeah, and it kind of creates a little excitement. The direction
Something
change.
to look forward to.
Something to look forward to
it's
for
like
sure.
the little things.
Yeah.
It does wear in your hips.
And Mike Melton, our resident timer, really great guy. He sometimes will bring out the guitar, bring out the dance moves. He's been known to do a little discoing to keep things exciting. And yeah, we Mark Turkey Trot takedown was savage indeed. Yeah, in an unfortunate way. Jam Jam has not yet made an appearance. I'm really hoping. I'm hoping he does.
He's probably sleep deprived too.
Probably
right?
sleep deprived, but Jam Jam, we'd love to see him out here. I haven't seen him for a little bit, so it'd be
Patty's
great
over
to
there. His
reconnect.
mom's over there. Can see her
Um,
from here.
Oh yeah, yep. His brother Nick was here last night, helping with some of the coverage. And yeah, no, Jam Jam, if you're hearing us, come out here. Came all the way from the East Coast just to see you. So yeah, but Jam Jam, or Jamil, the of Aravaipa fame, he directed. It was their first year, I think, directing the Tucson
Marathon.
Tucson Marathon yesterday, among several other events. They also had a 50K distance, I think a half, maybe a 10K maybe, or yeah.
There's a trail race in Vail,
Okay.
Arizona yesterday too.
But he had a busy day directing that new to the Aravaipa family marathon. So kind of cool to see them breaking into the road scene, and I'm sure that was a long day for him. So hopefully he's in bed sleeping. He's had a busy last few months. Probably still recovering from Halloween.
See if we can get Matt moving. He's not moving too well. Let's go, Matt. Come on, Matt. You got this, man. Keep moving.
Here you go, man.
Let's go, Matt.
So yeah, let's see what we got on the. Oh, we got us on the live screen. But yeah, let's. We've got about an hour and a half at this point. Give you a little update here. I think we're gonna see. Yeah, we did just see a change with Allison Allen. Mentioned just a short while ago that I think we'd see her move into that second female, and she sure did. 132.47 miles with 22:29 elapsed. She just surpassed Stella Springer. So yeah, still a lot happening out there, a lot of dynamics unfolding. That's a great for Allison. Really excited to see her. Some of you might be familiar with some of her results in the past, which you can find under Allison Venti on Ultra Sign Up. She won Badwater back in 2016, won the Keys Ultra in Florida, second at Spartathlon in 2015, represented U.S. at the World Championships, 140.675 miles at the Icarus Florida Ultra Fest. Yeah, really cool to see her kind of return to the scene here. And I think I'm trying to remember where she lived previously. If I can pull up one of her past results. Miami, Florida. That's what I thought. So she lived in Florida. Now she's joining us from, I think, Barbados. But yeah, Allison is from Barbados. She ran one of the top 10 fastest road 100 miles in the U.S. of all time back in 2014. Let me see if I can pull up that exact performance for you. Allison, yeah, 14:42, 2014. So yeah, just been around the sport for a while. Really great to see her move up in the field, earning herself a spot, really coveted spot on the team for 2023. So wow, she's represented, at the U.S. Championship. At the World Championships multiple times, all the way back in 2015. We haven't had a World Championships since 2019, pre-pandemic. We'll be having one December 2nd, 2023 in I always forget how to pronounce this. Taipei. Yes. So
There's Sleeping Beauty.
oh boy, we rejoined. But yeah, so that's really exciting to see her make the team. Yeah, I'm pretty psyched for her. She's been having a stellar day and continuing to just be consistent out on the track. Seeing even some faster laps from her. Check in on what her pace is. 2:30s to 2:40s, so just over 10-minute pace, but very consistent for the last several hours. And Stella holding on to 100, onto third female, 6 overall, 132.47 miles. But Mandy is still moving quickly, and Mandy's only 10 laps back at this point, with an hour and a half still to go. So we could see a change in the female podium. We've already seen one with Allison making her way higher up, and I'm rooting for both Stella and Mandy. But yeah, we could see some things play out there. And reminder on the men's side, we have Chad Lassiter from Sugar Land, Texas, 144.15 miles, only 12 miles back of Marissa at this point. I think Marissa might still be running faster laps though, but not by much. Yeah, Chad's been doing about 230 to even down to 220. But he's had a little more variation in his laps. He had a 3-minute 47-second lap in there, and Marissa has been a little more steady. So we'll see if either of them if either Chad starts to catch up a bit, or Marissa puts a little more distance between them. And behind Chad, we have Pat Hassler. It's about 24 laps back of Chad at this point, 138.44 miles. Pretty exciting to see that performance. He's got about hour and a half to run 7 miles. I think we'll definitely see, or very likely, still a lot can happen, but very likely to see a national qualifying performance from him, which would get him a spot on the current list of qualifiers. Not sure if it would hold through next July, but yeah, right behind Harvey Lewis. He would, with Chad taking over the 4th spot in front of Harvey, which is likely, and then Harvey moving down into 5th, and then Pat holding on to that 6th spot. And he's as all these runners are doing, they're still learning quite a bit. The 24-hour distance, I don't think you can necessarily ever master it. There's always room for improvement across 24 hours. I think we could see another strong showing from Pat in the new year, to maybe bump his way up that list a bit. And then, yeah, rounding out the men's podium, Matthew Urbinski from Denver, Colorado, 134.71. So pretty tight race between
It's 4 miles back.
between. I mean, really, yeah. Top 1 through 7 are really moving well. Having a tight race between them. Some of the other runners still out on the track. Jeffrey Adams from Kenmore, New York, 127.5 miles, going strong. And then Jeffrey, Matt's brother, Jeffrey Urbinski, and Jake Jackson, who just passed in front of our booth. Really awesome just to see him still moving and persevering. I know it's not been his day, but you know, he continues to show up, and you know, you can't nail them all, but yeah, you just gotta keep showing up. Zach Bitter, welcome to the chat. Yeah, Marissa stacking miles. Sure is. She is moving smooth. Here she comes by us. Yeah, just super consistent. Just really focused seeming. Awesome to see. Followed closely by Allison. Allison. Yeah, let's see. We got the view of the track here. You can start to see a little bit of color change on the horizon.
The horizon, yeah, the
So
sun's gonna
welcoming-
come up and
Welcoming sign for runners. I mean, it's still pretty bright here. It's nice. We've got these lights on the track, so it doesn't get too
burning up back here too. I think I'm singe my back
Yeah.
here a little bit, but
yeah, no,
nice
I mean,
fresh energy with the sun. Right?
sun will certainly help.
A new day.
You know, even just the internal clocks will maybe reset with the new day. But yeah, we've got just under an hour and a half left and a dynamic race playing out. And yeah, thanks to all of you for joining us. Here comes the sun, indeed. It's too bad we can't play that.
Matthew, come down.
Over. But yeah,
You could sing it.
I've
I've heard you sing it before.
I'll hold back from
Do your
doing
best
that.
rendition. That's your song, man. That's your jam.
It's my song. All right, so we've got the camera on the back stretch of the track there, back 200.
By the porta potties.
By the porta potties. I haven't seen those used too much today.
I don't know if that's good or bad.
Yeah, I don't know. It's we don't know if that's good or bad. Yeah, I mean, that's one of the things. It's tough to figure out. Like, just even, you know, most of these runners like pretty much rarely stop. Yeah, they have to. You have to fuel and drink and. Yeah, throughout the entire 24 hours. So
I haven't seen too many people stop as far as grabbing drinks or food. People just
No.
seem to keep going. So like, if you're not eating, you're not drinking, then obviously like there's nothing to come out either. in
Yeah.
theory, people are just kind of moving around the track at their own paces.
Yeah.
But you know, during the day, you had people carrying their handhelds. And
On the screen there, you have Allison, Alan going by. You got our Squirrels Nut Butter hoodie. I think that is pretty sure that is Jeffrey
That's Matt's brother.
Adams.
Oh, yeah, it's-
Is that Jeffrey Adams?
He's coming now.
You know. Okay, that's what I thought. And just bear with us as I start to mix up names here.
A little delirious.
22 hours into so yes, you would think we would know at this point, but yeah, we really like clue into a certain outfit, you know. Kelly Agnew isn't running, yeah, so no, maybe less time in the porta potties. Appreciate that.
Took a wrong turn.
That joke. Doug, Marissa's 151.9 is the number she's going after. Definitely the number she's going after. I'm sure she's got
She's got
even higher
156.
number in mind than that. Yeah, I think she is looking for not just to eke out her PR here, but to really crush it. And
What'd you say, 156?
I think
Good.
so. Yeah, we can
That's
see
doable.
what she's tracking for currently. Yeah, 156.66. We'll probably see maybe a bit of a slowdown. But you never know. We've also seen runners pick it up in the last hour here on the track.
When you start singing "Here Comes the Sun," maybe she'll get some
Maybe.
new life.
Yeah. Should have like Christmas carolers are here sometime. Not that everyone celebrates Christmas.
I'll
but
chase them away with this.
yeah, that would be kind of cool. But yeah, no,
A
Marissa.
marching band or something, right?
Yeah, I got the school marching band out here. I don't know. If anyone has ideas in the chat, just some creative ventures for us. Take them into account for next year.
Maybe I could do cartwheels like the length of the field or something and start yelling. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't have that much energy.
So thank you all who are joining us here in the 2022 Desert Solstice live stream. We are 22:42 into the race, continuing to be amazed by some of the runners out there. Marissa Lysak is our both female and overall leader with 148.13 miles on the watch. She is cooking. I don't think we're seeing much of a slowdown at all from Marissa. Yeah, consistently sub 2:30 every lap. I think that's the mark she wants to be under. Right around 10-minute pace with just under 80 minutes to go. And yeah, that would be 156.1-ish and change. We're looking still not too, I mean, Allison Allen, I know I said she moved up on Stella, but she's still only one lap ahead at this point. There, and yeah, I mean, Stella had a really strong day. I would not be surprised to see that race continue to be tight until the final minutes. And Mandy being consistent as Mandy does. We just saw her on the screen there. Yeah, we got that leaderboard up. Of that leaderboard, only 4 of those women are still in the race. Amanda Nelson from Canada, in that 5th spot, really had a great performance earlier. Well, I guess yesterday, not earlier this day, yesterday, running a 12-hour, breaking her own 12-hour national Canadian record. She had intentions of going for the 24-hour Canadian record as well. And unfortunately, that was not in the cards. But one of the cool things, was for much of yesterday, we had a bit of a race or interesting storyline between Amanda as well as Victoria Brown from Whitby, Ontario. It was neither of them's day, but both still, showed up and got out strong performances. And I know I did had a little chat with Allison, and it was really cool to hear her story. She, is new to ultra running in the past 2 years. She found it interestingly, she said her kids did not like walking in the stroller, but they loved running in the stroller. So she said, oh, well, I guess I'll start running. And then she joined, maybe Mark can correct me on this, I think it's around the Bay, one of the bigger Canadian, I think, races. and then just kind of worked her way up in distance, and really like found that just like it gave her a new just like a new, like it fulfilled her in a way that she hadn't found with other pursuits in her life. And she was the backyard ultra champion this year with 55 yards. Pretty crazy. She was saying for weeks afterwards she would have dreams about running another lap. She ended up stopping at 55, not necessarily because she couldn't make the lap time, but she just didn't trust herself anymore. She was getting pretty loopy, and rightfully so, with 233 miles on her legs and 55 yards at the backyard ultra championships. But yeah, we got a few more comments in here. Mark, do either of you want to run this event? Maybe you have already. If not, have you done anything similar?
Maybe that's why I asked the question earlier, like what are some of the popular
Yeah.
qualifiers and stuff.
I have not run Desert Solstice. I definitely think part of the reason I come back is I feel like I can learn quite a bit being here every year, and have maybe hopes to run it in the future. It would definitely be exciting to really try the 24-hour distance. I've run a couple hundreds. I've run many 50s, 50Ks. I run a few timed events, but more in the 6-hour range and on longer loops, 5K loops. So yeah, this would be a bit of a different story out here. But
I've done a few.
You've done quite a few.
I've done quite a
stuff.
few, but it always seems like it's in the middle of the summer because it's in the middle of the summer.
Yeah.
So it's hard to get some good mileage. Even a qualifier when it's 110 degrees, right? But yeah, no, I'd like to do this maybe next year.
What did you learn about yourself? Did you feel like running a timed short lap event? Like what were the takeaways different than say like some of the like javelina?
In any sport, any running event, along the distance, a lot of it is in the head. You have to put the time in. Like shorter loops, I practice doing it, and you're almost like catatonic. Like I'm just gonna keep going. I don't. It might not be pretty, but I'm just gonna keep going. Kind of like a hamster, right? So you almost gotta brainwash yourself, and it really teaches you to stay in the moment. Like people will say,
brainwash yourself, folks.
How are you gonna feel at 6 p.m.? Like I don't know. I feel pretty good right now, so I'll just keep doing what I'm doing right now.
Do you find you entered into any sort of just like
psychosis?
Yeah, maybe psychosis, or maybe a more calming state, a more flow state of sorts, or never really. You were kind of.
When you're not feeling good, you're not feeling good, let's face it. But for the most part, if you are feeling good, you are in that flow state where everything's good. The music sounds better. You just kind of find your stride or your sweet spot. If that's 9 minutes a mile or 10 minutes a mile, whatever it is, just kind of keep going.
Yeah.
I thought like we did Jamil's backyard thing that he did like a 6-hour thing. So
what was the loop on that in Jamil's backyard?
I don't know. Chris, you were there. Was it like 300? How much? So, like you went by his pool, his piano, his little timing station out front, his SUV in the driveway. Like it seemed like every 30 seconds. And I ended up doing like 20 miles. It was just a training run for Boston. And I never got bored. I'd see the same people all the time, the piano and then some of the the Hutfoot hamster, you see the same things all the time, obviously. But it's nice because you have all your stuff, everything
it's accessible,
you want is accessible. It's right there. So I'll go down and do training runs at the track. Same thing. I'll bring a little bucket with ice water, a cooler with ice water, and a car wash sponge and cool off. Practice running in the summer, and everything's right there.
Yeah. I think that's cool. I mean, you can just just gather together, a bunch of friends and just put together a little loop and make a little race of your own out of it.
The Circle of Hell at South Mountain every July 3rd.
Oh,
we do a
boy.
mile loop in the desert too, but everything's
Yeah.
right there, and I like the shorter distances.
Check back in. Shout out to Stella. She is so strong. She sure is.
Hey, Matt's checking in.
Matt. Oh yeah, we got Matt checking in.
Matt from Flagstaff.
Pat looks cold. Matt, I am cold. You can see my breath. We've got this nice heater. That certainly helps. I have 3 hoods on, but I'm not wearing any of them. But
I'm trying to get a sunburn.
the sun is coming up. I have hope. Thanks to everyone who's joining us. Yeah. Well, Henry, it's been a pleasure having you.
Thanks for having me on.
Get us through this last hour or so.
I'll pass the baton to Chris.
Pass the baton to Chris, and
I'll be around. I'll be cheering
Merry
on the runners.
Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Please don't give too many people coal for Christmas.
No, I won't.
All right, so we'll be shortly rejoined by the wonderful Chris, all bundled up. Yeah, we are quite bundled here. I borrowed a nice fuzzy blanket from my Airbnb. Hopefully they don't mind, but leave them a good review. So let's just do a little check-in, I guess, with just a little more than an hour left. You overheard some of our recent updates. You've been following along yourself.
Yeah,
what are you noticing?
I think it worked out really well that Henry was the person to fill in for us in a pinch because, as I mentioned, I live a block from Henry, and I've seen Henry
See him out there
doing
often.
loops in his cul-de-sac, and I'm sure that his neighbors think it to be a very fascinating thing, where he will actually go out there and do it for 24 hours or for extremely long distances. Now, he'll have other people out there with him, including myself. But if there's anybody who is an expert on potentially mind-numbing amounts of loops in a small confined area,
he was
it's
mentioning
Henry Ward.
something about the board game. There's like a board game that you kind of added into
Chutes and Ladders. Well, they did Chutes and Ladders, and they also did
something like it's like a Christmas one, I think. Candyland. Did you do that?
Yeah, they did Candyland
Okay.
too. Yes, and every time you hit certain colors or whatever, you had to go out and do another loop.
Yeah.
Or two. So it was
entertaining. Yeah. Samantha and Dan, welcome to the chat. Let's go, Allie. Let's go, Allie. Indeed, she is looking very strong. Also, we got a hey to Zach from Dan. Allie is moving up on Stella, so she's now, I think, 2 laps ahead at this point. Was 1 lap 10 minutes ago. She is moving steady. Yeah, we've shared a lot about Allison, coming to us from Barbados, previously a Florida resident. Very, very accomplished.
Let's see if Blaine can give us that wide stadium cam shot. I want to give people a shot of this. You can see it in the live current shot, but it's shaping up to be a really beautiful morning here in Phoenix. You can see the sun starting to make its presence known. Hopefully that heat will come along here sooner rather than later. But with just over an hour to go in Desert Solstice 2022, the light is starting to make its presence felt. And as is per usual, one of the things that we learn is that there's only a few hardy souls that tend to keep going as this race enters the final minutes. One of the things that we're seeing is that if your name is Urbanski, you're still here at the end.
Still here.
They're still moving along.
They're still smiling. I know they're feeling the miles at this stage, but I'm still seeing them smile. And
both Jeffrey and Matt are
great spirits.
Are always very smiley. I saw them out at Haviland 100 this year, and had a brief conversation with them about that and how much I enjoyed covering them last year when they incorporated more costume changes and some pretty choice shirts as they were making their way through the race.
Do you know how this stacks up with Matthew's other performances here? I mean, he's got still an hour to go and putting in
it's definitely a bigger number than we've seen from him here.
Try to get some of that for you guys. But I mean, just a lot. The men's podium, Chad, Pat, and Matt. They are not necessarily names that like everyone's familiar with, but become familiar with them because they have some stout results, and they are showing that today.
Matthew Urbanski last year finished 4th in the 24-hour with a number of 131.77. So he has eclipsed that already with an hour to go. So he could be pushing.
Do we think his best?
I'm not sure if it's his best for a fixed time race. It looks like it is, but we went over his racing history, and he's got some pretty stout results. He's come out here and
a lot
had
of
success
range,
before,
it seems,
all over the map.
Yeah.
He's run Hard Rock. He's run CCC. He's run Javelina. He has finished top 5 at Javelina. He's, I believe, under 20 hours at Leadville.
Okay. And he trained with, or trains, he's pretty close neighbors with Andrew Skirka, who was with us yesterday. Andrew unfortunately had to bow out at 50 miles.
He had a very fast first.
Very fast 50 miles, and
he was shooting for a sub 13.
Yeah.
So, he did set himself up for that in terms of when he got done with his 50 miles.
Yeah.
It's just that he was combating blisters and other issues along the way, and they eventually just took him down. But I do remember that at one point he had to take about a 6 to 8 minute break away from the course. One of those things is, we do coverage and we film a lot here at Desert Solstice, but we can just tell you about that one as opposed to showing you what happened. So
we got proud of Jeff Adams. Way to go. Yeah, Jeff is really putting together a good race.
Matt Urbanski won the Tarawera 100-mile last year in New Zealand.
Wow.
So he's got some range. Hard Rock finished a sub 35-hour at Hard Rock earlier this year. Obviously Desert Solstice here last year. He doesn't care. It can be some of the biggest mountainous courses. It can be a flat looped track course. He doesn't care. He's going to go out and run it, and he's going to go out and post a number that makes you take notice. So kudos to him for having an excellent day to this point. So
yes.
We'll see how he finishes things out. It looks like he's chasing 140 at this point.
Yep. And then for those new to the chat or new to joining the live stream, Pat Hassler, he's maybe a newer name to us, but
definitely did not know about Pat before this. But
share what you've learned about Pat.
Yeah, I've seen. I know that Pat comes from back east, and he's had an excellent race as well. And he was just steadily climbing up. He was around the middle of the pack at the 12-hour mark, and I don't think that he was among the first people to hit that 100-mile mark. But when he did, he kept going, and it's paid off for him because he's now, at the he's in second place on the men's side. Looks like he might be tracking 145, which is a big deal.
Yeah,
145 is what gets you at least, at this point provisionally on the top 6.
Yeah, he would take the 6th spot on the national 24-hour qualifying.
So hopefully he can keep that and maintain that. Chad Lassiter is obviously tracking 150 at this point, which would be an outstanding accomplishment.
So at this point, Chad's got 2 miles to surpass Harvey Lewis's 148.68 miles. We had an interesting comment in the chat earlier of one runner who, at the Leadville pre-meeting, Chad and I were fanboying, talking to Harvey. It's cool to see Chad possibly overtake him. I was just mentioning how that's what's one of the unique things about our sport, how we all like share the same starting lines, and like you get to compete, with some of the greats, and like you don't get that in other sports.
Yeah,
Like,
no,
you don't get to hop on the basketball court
and
or
start playing
the
with Steph
football-
Curry or
Yeah.
Devin Booker or anything like that. I kind of liken it to the World Series of Poker, where you can end up lining up,
Yes,
at the
true.
table alongside somebody who is, renowned as a world champion or an all-time great. But yeah, there are not many athletic endeavors where you get the opportunity to do that, just strictly as an everyday competitor. It's one of the exciting things to me. I'm going to be in year 6 of the Western States Lottery next year, and when I get in, I am not going to be one of those people at the front of the pack. I'm going to be one of those people at the back, but at the same time, I'm going to be sharing a starting line with some likely, all-time great runners. So I'm really excited to.
It's like Disneyland for ultra running via Western
Absolutely.
States.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to happen for me. It's, but I'm patient.
Yep.
I'm in no hurry to get in.
Awesome.
Let's see if I can pull up some.
All right, we got 59 minutes to go, folks. Marissa just hit 150.12 miles. She's only a mile away from her PR at the 24-hour distance, already surpassing her best performance at Desert Solstice. And yeah, I think on track potentially to be 156 plus miles. Really incredible.
So Pat actually is now in
Pat.
uncharted territory. He is now at a PR for a 24. His prior best was at 6 Days in the Dome earlier this year, where he was the top male in the 24-hour, hitting 138.60.
He's been at across the years.
Yeah,
That's cool.
So he
Familiar.
It looks like across the years last year he was the #1 runner there. At 125.73, which is a pretty stout number for that course and that field, because at across the years you're sharing the 1 mile loop with a lot of people, especially depending on what day you run it. If you run it on New Year's Eve, you're sharing the course with a staggering amount of people. Maybe not so much on December 28th or January 2nd, but it's also a very windy course. There's quote switchbacks as you climb the mighty 3-foot hill on the back of the spring training facility, and it's he's having a better day here than he did at either race. Last year he ran a 16:16 at Tunnel Hill 100, so he's capable, and he's showing here that that he definitely belongs, and we'll see what his final number ends up being, but I would love to see him hit 145 and be on that list from a professional
just to be on that list. I mean, and then that's just gonna further inspire him. Now knowing he's capable. In the same range as some of these other greats in the sport.
He's very young for the sport at the age of 33. So you figure he's got genuinely another 15 plus years of
at the ages left.
Caliber.
I think he's the youngest of our runners out there. I mean, looking at Marissa, 43 years old, Chad 50, Pat 33, Allison 40, Matthew 42. I mean, this is a distance that definitely takes time to learn, to master. Coming in with a lot of experience certainly helps out there. We got a comment from Arlen. I still remember the finish last year. So inspiring. She certainly puts it all out there, Marissa.
For those that didn't see it last year, Marissa left it all out here in a way that I've never seen a runner leave it out here before, and she spent the last couple seconds crawling across the timing strip one more time.
Jeez. I wonder just how what her recovery from last year's performance looked like, because she really dug, to a whole nother level, and that can be a lot for the body, for the mind.
It would be interesting to find that out.
Yeah.
Shout out to Arlen hanging out with us here this morning, and in the chat land, Arlen being here last year. It was interesting to see him adapt to the track. I believe that he hit about 130, and had a pretty fast first 100 miles, but then called it a day. Let's say somewhere in the middle of the night, and that was actually the first time where I actually got to chat with Arlen at length. And have you talked to him very much at all?
I have not. No.
He's hilarious.
He sounds it.
So
I listened to many a podcast.
Fun to
with
talk
Arlen.
to. He's such a I on single track earlier this year. It was about 2 months ago or so. Oh, his time on that podcast was absolutely fantastic. I appreciated his observations on things like social media.
Yep.
But he's just a funny guy. He is so much fun to talk to. Just a genuine pleasure. I hope you get a chance to meet him and share
I
a
hope
conversation
so.
with him.
Hope we meet sometime, Arlen.
And obviously he's an amazing runner as well. That's just a great bonus.
Yep.
He's come out to Javelina in the last couple of years and seems to really enjoy the environment. So, because obviously he's well recognized and well appreciated when he comes out here. I mean, people take notice when he's coming through the infield at Javelina, where they cross the finish line and head back out through the tent city, and he's always got that $1 million smile, representing. So.
Yep. She is looking great. Mandy's she's been walking the last few hours, but a very fast walk.
That's Mandy, right?
Yeah,
so Mandy last year, I had talked. So Brianna Grigsby, Aravaipa Racing Team member, and one of her best friends is crewing her today. And Mandy last year encountered a case of, I guess, what do they call that? Ocular separation, the trail blindness.
Yeah.
Of course, we're not on a trail, but late in the evening, early in the morning, she actually lost her sight. And it was interesting because I didn't know this at the time. I didn't find it out till yesterday. I'm not familiar with Mandy beyond her racing here, but she still kept walking. She was able to see well enough to keep going around the track. I assume that she basically just hugged the inside as much as possible, because if she could differentiate between the turf and the track, that's all she felt she needed to see. But she stuck it out and she kept going. And while many other people had called it a race far earlier than she did, she still kept going and ended up finishing, I believe, third last year. So Mandy is she's got some grit in her, and I think this year to see her moving, if her 24-hour PR last year was 133.67, she's gonna eclipse that this year. So congratulations to her. Where we at with
clinic from Marissa? Indeed, a clinic. I mean, this honestly is up there as one of her best performances ever. Among her stellar body. Yeah, I mean this in Spartathlon. Second female at Spartathlon earlier this summer. And what is, at this point in half a mile, personal record at the 24-hour distance. 4 of the top 24-hour performances here at Desert Solstice, 4 of the top 11 100-mile performances at Desert Solstice.
So
she's chasing any records?
Yeah, actually, I was just going to bring this up. I believe that she is going to set. Actually, you know what? Of the 4 women remaining, it looks like 2 of them. I'm going to do the meters to miles math here, but Marissa Lysak, let's see,
Yeah, maybe we can get an update from our race director too with some of maybe the records on the line.
Marissa Lizak currently at 150.86 miles, and she is the current holder of the 24-hour mark for the 40 to 44 age group, the Masters.
So definitely, surpassing that.
Yeah, 148. So she actually
She's
already
already
has
done.
eclipsed
Woo,
the
woo!
American age group record. So congratulations to Marissa in that regard. And let's take a look at Stella Springer. Actually owns the 50 to 54 number, and we'll see how far off she is from eclipsing that. 135.16, and Stella is currently at 135.70. So she literally just surpassed the American age group standard. So congratulations to the two of them. I'm gonna see if I can find a 24-hour Masters world record and see where it's at.
Yeah.
I think that we need to probably be at least aware of it.
No, because Camille just turned 40.
Yeah, just
so
in Christmas of last year.
Yes, Arlen, good to rest up. Soaking up my first down season of my career. You've got plenty of time ahead of you, so we're excited for 2023 for you. Come on, Jeff Adams. Less than an hour left. Chris, are you related to Jeff Adams? Not you, Chris. This Chris Adams. We got a Chris Adams in the chat. So yeah, go Jeff. On our screen there, you can see our straightaway with our aid stations, our timing booth, our little commentary booth is hidden in there. Starting to get way more daylight out on the track, which is nice.
Let's see.
An exciting time here at Desert Solstice.
All-time 24-hour.
Matthew and Matthew and Jake Jackson coming through, walking it out together. Love to see it. That Canal quarter hoodie he has on.
That would be...
Dan, are you wondering about Chris's hoodie? It looks like he's got a Crown King Scramble hoodie on. But maybe one of our runners has a Canal quarter.
So it looks like the record is...
Oh, yeah,
Patricia.
It might be her.
Yeah, I was going to say. Well, no, actually, no. Therese Falk.
This just happened. Or no,
that was
never mind.
Oh,
I was thinking
it was 2021.
Yeah.
And again, going to do the meters to miles math.
Marissa is cruising a 2:24.
So yeah,
lap.
The women's standard world record would be 162.28, which is out of reach for Marissa at this point.
Yeah, but definitely on that probably top 5 list.
Yeah,
for sure.
This would be a top 5 all-time Masters performance. So yeah, if we're talking, just to kind of eyeball it from here, she's at 151.36. Conservatively, still moving, say 155. I think 155 is a relatively reasonable conservative estimate.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be just under 250 kilometers, which would put it, I think we're selling it short if we say it's one of the best Masters performances of all time. It would be one of the best performances of all time. It would,
Yes.
she definitely could end up with one of the top, even now, one of the top, say, 20 performances in human history.
Top 3 for oh, I'm gonna photobomb. I mean, yeah, right behind Camille and Courtney. I mean, those are 2 incredible names to be behind.
Absolutely.
Yeah, surpassing Caitlin Nagy's. It'll be close, 155.73, but it's likely. I think she is tracking for 156 plus.
Yeah, she's definitely got. Okay, so she's going to start picking off some, the top of this list. So Sabrina Little, who was here last year, Pam Smith, who is here now, watching and cheering the runners on, and also helping to crew them. Gina Slavey and Kaylin Nagy was here earlier, was here yesterday, crewing some of the runners, and then Courtney
and there she is down here, so making her way. And I feel like maybe this is not totally updated because she's run 150.
Yeah, I think that it's missing this year's 6 days.
Yeah.
So.
But very awesome to see. All right, guys, we got 44 minutes left. It's been a long day, long night, and now we're here in the final 44 minutes.
And, of course, the Arizona Sunrises, Matt points out, that is Camelback Mountain in the background.
Yeah, not bad at all.
So
it is a nice view. Which one? This one's Camelback?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, that's Camelback. It's coming from a different side. Now I got to think about it. Like, yeah, that's Camelback. Yeah.
Did a nice hike there Friday, and
nice.
It was I love it. It was nice. Cool
and
to see.
I heard you did some canal running the night before the race and happened to
bumped into Camille. Yeah, it was quite. I mean, I knew they were obviously out here. I was expecting to see them the next morning. I was not expecting to see Camille at 8:30 p.m. the night before, running 100 miles, out doing I think just like a mile or 2 shakeout on the canal path. I was, an hour into my run, and she was running by. Connor was on the bike. Yeah, I was like, wait a moment. All right.
Arlen, good to see Jesse rocking the overalls in the background. Wants Carhartt to sponsor him. I'll tell you what, Carhartt would get a lot of mileage out of sponsoring Jesse.
Yeah,
he wears that very sturdy-looking Carhartt onesie, and at any event where it gets down to the temperatures where some of us might feel cold, and Jesse is still feeling warm and comfortable in that Carhartt onesie.
Might be cozy.
And when he's taking photographs at some of the most amazing races in the country, like when he's out on the course at Hard Rock or Western States at night, that's what keeps him nice and warm.
Yep. On the screen there, we have Chad, our that's Chad, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Our men's leader, second overall, 148.63 miles. Definitely going to surpass 150.
Yep.
Coming up real soon. He is I think at this point, 148.63. He has, in 0.05 miles, he will have surpassed Harvey Lewis on the list of current qualifiers for the 24-hour national team.
Mm-hmm. And if these runners haven't broken down by now, the odds of them breaking down are pretty remote.
Yeah.
And it could happen.
I mean, I don't see anyone, who's obviously they are struggling, but I don't see anyone who's like really visibly hurting.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that, because normally at this point, as we've, I can, count off, several examples of runners that were barely able to just, they were still fighting, but
just like visibly grimacing, just like really, super altered gaits. I mean, we're not seeing a lot of that at all. I mean,
Yeah, I mean, the closest thing to that we're seeing is Matt Urbanski and Jake Jackson basically have turned this into just a casual walk at this
some
point.
morning stroll. They're having their breakfast.
And I'm sure they're hurting, but they don't look like they're in the agony that other runners have been in at this point. I mean, they're just walking it out, and I think that probably comes with a lot of experience. I mean, Jake has been here several times. He has been on the stage at Worlds. I mean, so he knows what it's like to get through this. Another runner that I've been extremely impressed by today is Jeffrey Adams. As we mentioned, this is his debut 24-hour performance, and his crew person was a little bit hesitant to share what his expectations were, but he wanted to have a decent 100-mile time and still leave enough in the bank to try and perhaps push towards about 130, 140, I believe. I had it written down somewhere, but in any event, to finish at this point, likely finishing locked into fourth place on the men's side at Desert Solstice at your debut 24-hour.
Not too shabby.
Pretty excellent. So,
yeah.
And
incredible.
Matt Urbanski and Jake still making their way around. You can see across the way we've got Mandy Holmes still walking aggressively, and
someone mentioned in the chat, but Marissa, she's been speeding up. I mean, 227, 223, 223, 221. She's getting speedier.
It's so cool to see her getting stronger as the day is going, or as day is drawing to a close.
Yeah.
After last year, there was a situation where she was really, she was on and off the course.
Yeah.
It was every lap or two she would have to pull off.
I don't think we've seen
take
much
a break.
falter at all from her.
No.
I mean, her
No.
longest break, I mean, a lot of laps to sort through, but
yeah, you can't get to
has
155,
not-
156, and if you're having to take too many extended breaks. And I don't remember seeing her take many extended breaks at all. I mean, I would have to go through and rifle through pretty
much
number
everything's in 2 minutes.
Yeah.
Like, it's pretty wild to see. For those, the live tracking is on the Desert Solstice landing page on the website. You can see a breakdown if you are not there already, and you can actually click on the runner's name and see their exact lap splits for, in the case of Marissa, 612 laps. So if any of you are data geeks,
it looks like she only had a lap in the 4-minute and change range and one in the 5-minute and change range. Everything else has been between 2 and high 3s, like somewhere in there. So like she hasn't had. I'll be curious to see what her mile splits are, because I don't think that she had more than a couple of miles that would have tracked above 11 minutes the entire way.
yeah.
That's a pretty impressive, consistent day.
We got, let's go Jeff, East Coast. What happened with Camille Herron? So,
She set a couple records.
she set a couple records, had a great day out there. Starting off with the 50-mile American Open track record, 5:57 for 50 miles, blazing. Took a bit of almost a 12-minute little break after that, and then got back out and ran the 100K Open track record, 7:35. Then went on, got the 12-hour 40 to 44 U.S. Record. And then I think her 100-mile time of 13:01 surpassed her world record in the 100-mile, which she was initially shooting for, but I think it was her best track 100 performance. I think the other one's in the road division. So she had a great day. And she joined us in the booth for quite a while. So
Yeah, she was still. That's one of the things that that strikes me about Camille at this point in her career. I mean, I remember when, and you were here in 2018 when she set the world record for the first time in the 24 hour at 162. She was wrecked. She had to be like wheeled out of here, and she was gassed.
You know, they had a chair. As soon as she hit the 24-hour mark, she collapsed into that chair.
Whereas now, her body seems to recover a lot more quickly. I mean, she had energy to talk about and you know, enjoy discussing, you know, the race on the live stream with us, which is something that you know, speaks to her ability to, you know, maintain composure. You know, after running 100 miles, you know, she had her wits about her, and she looked physically a lot better. I mean, yeah, she was a little bit sore and stiff trying to stand up after sitting down in the chair a while, which is a byproduct of, you know, sitting down for the first time after that 100-miler. But we saw that from everybody that came in and hung out with us. So, you know, Camille had a great day. Now, if the question is, did she hit that number? Meaning, did she break a world record in terms of her 100-mile, you know, with everything that has gone on this year? No, she didn't. But she still had a pretty amazing day all around.
Yeah, no, definitely leaving Arizona with a few more records to her name.
Yeah, I mean, she performs very well at this race on an annual basis, and you know, she loves coming out to the Valley to run and to hang out too.
Sounds like she's got a exciting 2023 lined up. I mean, she was mentioning quite a few big exciting.
Yeah, and she was also a little bit coy about it.
Yes, held back a little bit.
We're gonna have to, you know, maybe get some investigative reporting done, and with Camille and Connor, and find out. You know, she talked about, you know, she did let it be known that she still has designs on a 24-hour national team slot between now and the end of the qualifying cycle, which means that you know, is she going to go to Virginia, or is she going to, you know, go to the Dome? You know, we'll see what she does, but she has that in mind. We know, of course, she's got Western States coming up in June as well. So, and they said that there was something else in the hopper as well. I'll have to go back and watch the interview and see, but you know, she definitely put something out there that we're gonna probably find out about sooner rather than later.
Definitely excited. Pacers Travel mentioned, looks like Chad moved into fourth and could catch Scott at 152. He's referring to fourth on the list of current qualifiers for the U.S. national 24-hour team, just surpassing Harvey Lewis. And Scott Traer with 152.3 miles holds the current third spot on the team. So
it would be very close.
Be tight, right?
We're talking if Chad is at 149.62 to get another 2.7 miles with 32 minutes. I mean, it could happen.
I mean, predicted distance is 153.083.
Yeah.
According to our fancy prediction thing.
So if he's looking at 153, so he is tracking slightly higher than Scott's number. So, of course, Scott had anticipated running with us here at Desert Solstice this year, but just didn't feel that he was ready in the way that he would have wanted to perform, and that's unfortunate.
Scott,
because Scott, you know, he is now a Phoenix local, and you know, I spoke with his partner Callie, and
she was out here yesterday.
Yeah,
right?
she was out here crewing Pete Kostelnik.
Okay,
so she said that, you know, he had some family business to attend to here in town, and I said, is he coming out? And she's like, I don't know, but I kind of hope he doesn't, because then he'll get that FOMO.
Yeah.
And I could see that with Scott. He's so enthusiastic. He's so full of energy and passion for what he does. I mean, to see him out of Javelina, you know, basically whooping it up as he's heading through the pit area and, you know, through the crew zone, and, you know, basically bouncing around and like throwing his arms up in the air and some people might have thought it was kind of, acting a little bit bonkers, but that's just the way he is. He's got that energy and that enthusiasm. So I feel fortunate to have gotten to know Scott over the last year and change since he moved here to the Valley. So, Massachusetts lost is our gain here. So,
Come on,
I mean, we got Henry from you, we got Scott from you. I mean, when are you coming out?
Got me there for this weekend.
Come on out and hang out with some friends a little bit more often. No, it was great to have you out here, though, Patrick. This is where I met you for the first time several years ago at Desert Solstice 2018. So, it was great to share some time with you here again this weekend. It's just so much fun in this environment. To be able to talk to somebody as knowledgeable and as enthusiastic about this as you. I mean, I remember the very first day, one of the first things you did was kind of just basically go and grab a shoe on it,
Yeah.
And I was like, oh wow, this dude is legit. He is, he knows the game. And Jamil had told me that, that you knew how things work in this environment. So I was like, oh, this is going to be awesome.
Yeah, that was, I guess, 2018. So I had, Jamil and I had known each other through Solomon, but we had gone together to San Francisco for the North Face Endurance Championships, which ended up getting canceled in November of 2018. But we had such a fun time together. We went up to Truckee, ran race together. We had kind of a crazy experience having our car broken into and driving around with all 4 windows smashed out for a weekend. But, it was a great bonding experience. And so he invited me, or actually, I came out to crew one of my friends in 2018 here and reconnected with Jamil. And then now it's become, a reunion of sorts.
Yeah, I agree, Matt. Matt Feldick mentioning that Patrick needs to block his calendar for this weekend every year. He's been excellent. I agree completely.
Thank you, Matt. Appreciate it.
We love having Patrick out here for this race, so make it happen.
All right, back to the action. 28 minutes on the clock. We are seeing some gorgeous sun start to pop out. I'm feeling
So we're still potentially looking at a tight race between the second and third female. I mean, 2 laps separate them, which is a pretty large amount at this point. But if Stella is able to, pick up her pace, and if Allison falters at all, it could definitely still flip at this point.
Yep.
Allison is still running, as we saw her go by us just a moment ago.
And on the screen now you can see that's Stella, right?
But Stella has been very consistent the entire day. She's been dialed in.
And now on the screen you can see Marissa throwing down some of the fastest splits of the day at this point. Followed by Chad.
Yeah, she's down in the 2:12 range now.
Oh,
so
look at
this
that
is
view. We got
wonderful.
sun. So nice.
Yeah, Marissa definitely has picked it up. If you look at the progression of her paces, a few laps ago she was doing about a 2:30, 2:28, which is very respectable at this point in the race. But she's doing Nick Curry things by getting quicker, and it went from 2:30 to 2:28, 2:25, 2:23, 2:21, and now she's tracking her last 4 loops: 2:18, 2:17, 2:15, 2:12. So she is definitely getting faster, getting back to that that early day one kind of tempo. I mean, the last time she was running this quick, this consistently was about 60 miles in. So she's dialing back the clock about 100 miles at this point, simply based on her paces. So it's And again, for those of us that have watched Desert Solstice the last few years, congratulations to Marissa for taking the women's championship here for a 4th consecutive year.
I know. So impressive. I mean,
she's logged roughly about 600 miles on this track over the last 4 years. So that would equate to, I mean, and I'm just spitballing the number here, but about 600, so about 2,300, 2,400 loops around this track.
Wow. Jeez, I gotta rename the track after her. Wow. Starting to see some athletes from yesterday start to return.
For the ceremony
cool
and
to see.
awards, yeah.
Amanda Nelson just walked by, our Canadian runner who put down a stellar performance, setting a 12-hour Canadian record. She's back, and I think she is number 2 for the 100-mile in woman. So back for her podium pick.
Yeah, and I do know we did hear that Camille and Connor expect to be back as well. We'll see if and a lot of the runners will come back even if they don't make the podium. That's one of the cool things about this event. I mean, I remember that year in 2018. She didn't make the podium, but Courtney DeWalter came back to hang out in that morning. After having arguably one of the more disappointing races of her career. So the spirit amongst these runners. This is the cream of the crop. These are the elites among the elites that are running Desert Solstice. And, while there is a competitive spirit, there's also a camaraderie that exists between these people. And maybe it comes from sharing, hundreds of laps around a track.
I'm
where
sure.
You develop that bond. Yeah, Marissa genuinely picking up a run to see her, go by. And it's such a brisk pace is pretty great. Can you hand me mine, actually?
Yeah.
It's about that time.
Getting blinded.
Throw in the...
My eyes are already feeling it.
Yeah.
We've been open for so long.
So, Marissa just threw down a 2:08.6. So she is getting faster, and faster.
Victoria dropped early. Amanda pushed to 100 and got like a 14:50 something, I think. Yep. Yeah. She was just under 15 hours. Very impressive.
We have a Jam sighting.
Jam! All right, folks. We have a Jam sighting.
You want to come on for a couple minutes? Jesse Ellis is having fun out here.
All right, folks. So we have 23 minutes left on the clock. I'm having a little trouble seeing at this point with my glasses both fogging and then the sun streaming in my eyes. But
yeah, the sun is like right angled.
That's all right.
Look at the. They can tell on the screen by looking at us that we're basically trying to position that beam to shadow us just right. So
it is turning. Yeah, beautiful morning. Just really exciting energies on the track. It's a lot of, real feel-good morning for me.
And for, being, 20 minutes shy of 24 hours, there's quite a bit of energy out here. I believe that was the local legend Paul Bonet on the microphone to let people know that things are drawing to a close. And what will happen here is that we'll have every runner will be assigned a person who is going to basically mark exactly where they were at the 24
So you can see on the screen here, we've got those little orange flags in the turf there. And so, what Chris is explaining is, those flags, every runner will have their own flag, and we make sure that they get every last inch.
Oh, yeah.
No full laps only. They got every last inch of that track. So
Bob Hearn joked last year because he was the one assigned to Nick when Nick set the American record. He said that he might have cost Nick an inch or two when he started to kind of go back through and analyze where he put his pin flag down. He was, but
it's a lot of responsibility. I mean, you're choosing
stressful.
the American record holder.
Yeah.
I mean, I could imagine that would be stressful.
So, oh my goodness! Look
Wow.
at Pat Hasler picking it up with, with some hustle right now.
Yeah, that
just
was.
He went from about a 2:35, 2:40 pace on his laps to just dropping a 2:06.8.
All right. Wow. So that's like 8:30s or so.
Yeah.
Wow.
And Marissa she is improved in, oh my goodness. Check this out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 consecutive laps. Marissa
Wow.
Lysak has dropped time.
So there on the live screen, you can see Pat, who we were mentioning. He is in a bit of a surge right now.
Yeah. I'm really curious to see how far down the rabbit hole Marissa's surge is going to go, because, yeah, she was tracking in the 225 to 228 range as recently as 11 laps ago. And as I mentioned, she has dropped time in consecutive laps going back 10 or 11 at this point now. But now she's cruising comfortably at and she did it again, 207.3.
Yep. Wow. Matt was asking what shook down with the battle of the Canadian 24-hour record. So we saw Victoria kind of bowing out a bit earlier in the day at 67.85. We had her on in the booth to share some of her experience. And then Amanda Nelson stopping at 100 miles after taking down her own 12-hour national record. But yeah, neither one of their days, so we didn't see the 24-hour race that maybe we were hoping to see, but still some strong performances.
Yeah, they both put out still had a sizable day. And as we mentioned, I spoke with Victoria about the year that she'd had. She set the world record 72-hour for women at Jackpot earlier in the year, and then has also done Kona and requalified for Kona. So
yep.
And she's got some big things planned for 2023 as well. This just happened to not go her way, but the way that they approached the race couldn't have been more different. Victoria, admitted that she would not be able to go out at the same pace that Amanda Nelson would, and Amanda was starting out very hot, keeping lap for lap with the top men.
Third overall, and
for a long time,
quite a bit.
And really, I mean, Camille was the only person that was moving significantly faster than her, and Victoria was kind of laying back, kind of shooting for the long game and planning to maintain consistency. But for Victoria, her day did end early, and for Amanda it did as well, but at the same time she did still put a number out there.
She was happy with her day. I mean,
Good.
I got to chat with her, and she was proud of what she put together. All right, so another update with just over 15 minutes left. We got 17 minutes. Marissa Lysak tracking for 156.444. That is
Marissa Lysak continued her streak of
another
dropping. So from lap 609 to 622, Marissa Lysak has dropped time consecutively every single lap. I wonder if she's doing that on purpose. I mean, to even do it, but she's doing it by half-second increments at this point. It's going from 2:08.6 to 2:07.7 to 2:07.3 to 2:06.8. It's not like she's dropping 5 seconds each time where you can really feel it. It's minute numbers, and she's still moving across the track. She's actually going to be coming up right behind, our current second place male, Pat Hasler.
Yeah, you can see Pat on the screen right now.
Passing Jeffrey Adams.
Right, yep.
Yeah.
moving still well. Looks like he slowed down a bit from his surge that we
Yeah.
just saw, but still moving quickly.
Yeah, there was a moment there where Pat was really. Did he really run a 137 lap?
Did holy smokes! It's one of the faster laps of the day.
Yeah.
Wow.
Is there?
Wonder it was like wake up the legs, just
he wants that Strava segment or something.
yeah. I mean, we've seen that bit where people like just change up their pace a bit just to like for some variation.
Yeah.
And I think that can work wonders.
And Marissa with lap 623 does it again, dropping down to a 2:04.9.
oh boy, we're gonna see her under 2. I think probably. Wow, I'm really excited for these last 15
And I
minutes.
couldn't be happier for her because this is not the way that her races had typically gone here in the past. She genuinely degraded over time. This is not the case here today. She is ratcheting things up as we draw to a close here.
You can see her on the screen just powering away. And she's looked like that for the last 23 hours and 46 minutes.
I don't think she actually has broken 2 minutes on a single lap the entire race. Oh, and you know what? She's not wearing a watch.
Wow. Not wearing a watch yet. Yeah.
Able to
pay. I mean,
it looks like her fastest lap to this point was 2:01.1. I don't think she dipped below that. So
she is soon approaching potentially her fastest laps of the day. I mean, that's the way to run a race.
Yeah. I mean, it's not like she didn't negative split, but at the same time, she still left enough in the tank to, to really, make an impressive finish of it all. And she is moving quite quick out on the course.
Thanks to everyone joining us on the live stream, all 251 of you. Appreciate you being here for the closing moments of the 2022 Desert Solstice. Feel free to throw your love for the runners in the chat. Let us know who you're cheering on, where you're coming from. The runners can't necessarily hear you, but we'll make sure
they'll watch this later.
Yeah, they'll watch this later, exactly. So feel free to share your love.
Yeah, I've talked with runners who have gone back. The runners who are competing in this, they've got enough time to, devote a 24-hour race. They'll go back and watch, what they, what we covered of them, and also to kind of, do a little bit of self-analysis as well, because we do our best to try and convey what we're seeing here. We're not gonna get hypercritical of the runners, but at the same time, we'll point out observations that we see, and maybe they can, in their own, analysis, confirm or refute that in their heads and use that moving forward. And for those paying attention, the streak for Marissa Lysak moving faster continues. 2:03.4.
Wow.
And looking at her over on the other side, I would not be surprised to see that she's moving even faster this loop, because she looks like she's running a sub 8-minute mile at this point.
We just saw on the screen the flags starting to be handed out. Just Jamil, you can see there. He's been assigned one of the flags.
Good, put him to work.
So, we'll start to see
kidding, boss.
in these last few minutes the flag holders following around their runners. Hopefully they can keep pace.
Yeah, I mean, what happens if you get assigned to a runner that you're not able to
I know,
keep
they're
pace
just
with?
flying. What do you do? I need a handoff, flag relay. All right, on the...
Where is Marissa? Oh, here she comes out.
She comes through. Let's get another split for Marissa.
It'll be interesting to see if she's...
Wow. She's looking for that extra mile. 155.34. With 11 minutes left on the clock, moving at 8-minute pace.
She might have a mile and a half left in her still.
I know, yeah. Yeah, at this point.
2 minutes, 0.3. So that is her fastest lap of the day.
Wow.
So lap number 625 is her fastest loop of the day. And again, her streak of fast consecutive fastest loops has hit 16. 16 laps.
Keep it alive, Marissa. Keep it alive.
I really, 10 minutes means you're looking at 4 or 5 more laps of laddering down. Is she going to be able to push down to the 155, 150 range? That's going to be an interesting thing to follow. It's, kind of devoid of the big world record numbers that we often hope for at these events. You kind of look for different little stories.
Yeah.
I think that this is, an interesting little story unto itself. And you can still see her across the track with that leg turnover, really just pounding it.
Yeah, in many ways her form is like improved these last, few miles. I think earlier on, maybe last night and through some of the night, she did look a little bit, maybe stiffer, a little bit more restrained in her gait. It was a lot colder, but yeah, she's really opened it up.
We did have a question from Dr. Stephen Crawford in the chat. Does Jamil own pants? I believe that I have seen him wear pants before in Colorado.
Yeah.
It might be something that he's only doing when he's up in the mountains and it's like really cold at night, but I can confirm that Jamil does own pants.
I'm trying to imagine Jamil in like a suit or something. It's hard to picture.
Oh yeah, I'm fairly sure that that evidence of that exists.
I mean, definitely like on the mountain outpost, he'd wear the goofy suits.
That's true, but I bet that Jamil cleans up nicely. Marissa Lysak does it again, 158.2.
Holy smokes!
Her first sub 2-minute lap of the day, coming in lap 626. I am really having fun following this.
Yeah.
Sure, he's worn pants at Barkley. Well. The evidence I've seen shows him wearing shorts. I don't think I don't know if I've ever seen him in pants at Barkley. I'd have to go back through and see the pictures that have been taken of him. Yeah, Marissa is, for those of you that have picked up on what I've noticed, if you go into the results at the timing page, you can see Marissa Lysak has decided to play a game with us. And to show us that she is capable of improving lap over lap for what's been going on for several miles at this point.
Yeah.
which again is all the more amazing considering she's not wearing a watch.
I know. I mean, I guess maybe after 600 laps, you kind of start
feel.
to find a rhythm. I would hope.
Yeah, when her crew chief told me that she wasn't wearing a watch, that probably shocked me more than anything.
Yeah. Jacob asked what the fastest lap ran. I think it may have been that lap that Pat just ran a short while ago. That may have been the fastest lap of
I would
the
be surprised
field.
if it's not.
Even some, even Camille at I don't know if she was. I think she was more in the 145s. Yeah.
And she was, cruising in the 145 to 147 range for most of the morning. And Marissa, the streak was snapped, but she did still log a flat 2 laps. So she's still moving at an extremely great pace for being 156 miles into a race. I mean, her performance here now is... climbing up the overall Desert Solstice all-time ladder, and
only second behind Camille.
Yeah, I think.
Definitely. Desert Solstice records, Camille.
Yeah,
so,
that's right. Yeah, so
she's
it's second
passing
all-time.
Keegan.
And in terms of the men's, it would be a top 10 all-time. It would be a top 5 all-time performance, possibly. Looks like if she is able to pound out another 3/4 of a mile, she will catch Joe Fegis.
Yeah.
That's a name to
for the
for a 24-hour
Yes,
total here at
yeah.
Solstice.
Wow. So
heck of
she
a
is
name to be,
climbing into the
Tracking with.
yeah.
Yeah,
Sure,
what she's
travel
doing here.
mentioned Chad will move into third for the 24-hour team on this next lap. He sure will. Very exciting. Yeah, Chad's had a great day out there. Very impressive year that he's put together with the Grand Slam and, you know, this performance as well as many others. Been around the sport for a while and, you know, good. It's got a good page of results to look through.
Yeah, and it looks like we can probably call it in terms of the places. I think that we're all pretty well locked in.
Yeah, I think everything's solidified.
On the men's side, Chad Lassiter is indeed going to be the winner of the 2022 Desert Solstice. He'll track somewhere in the 153-mile range. We'll have a final number before all is said and done. Pat Hasler is going to settle into second and push about 147. And then for third will be Matthew Urbanski, which he will be in the low 138 range. And on the women's side, Marissa Lizak continues to add to her personal best and downright staggering total at this point, above 156 miles for 24 hours. Again, congratulations to Marissa. And as we've said, she is looking stronger as she's going throughout the day. Allison Allen is going to hold off Stella Springer for second. Allison is going to finish probably just above 141, which will put her on the national team map, as well as she will join the two other women that are still actively running. Stella Springer will be finishing third at about 140, which will better her prior number and also set an age group American record. And then Mandy Holmes will be finishing fourth with a very stout total as well. About 137 is what we'll be looking at here for Mandy, which would improve her current situation on the national team by about 3 miles. Her previous number was 133.68, achieved last year at Desert Solstice. So the podium on the women's side is identical to the podium last year in terms of who is where. Marissa Lizak, Stella Springer, Mandy Holmes on the women's side. So congratulations to the three of them as time winds down on a very impressive day.
Wow, look at Pat ripping another fast lap. See what he comes through on this one. He is moving.
This is fun to see them, you know.
Guys, we'll see Pat cross the screen right now. He is.
Take a look at what. I think he's got one more lap in him, one more full lap, possibly 138.
All right, he's going for that lap PR, I think. What do you think, guys?
He wants to sweep the podium, the lap podium, with one more.
Will Pat run his fastest lap of the day with a minute and a half on the clock? I think we could see one more lap out of him.
Yeah, he can finish this one. And he'll be able to probably make it a ways down pit row as well. Good Lord, Marissa Lizak just dropped a 154 and a 153.
Wow. All right, we're seeing our flag runners out on the move, following their runners. Let's hope they keep up. Less than 1 minute. This is exciting, you guys. Holy smokes. Got the view on Marissa right now in the live stream. Coming through 8 on the back stretch. Woohoo!
Yeah, Marissa Lizak
psyched.
just actually had another PR lap with a 153.8.
All right, here comes Pat through. Let's figure out what his split is with 25 seconds on the clock. His split maybe.
He looks like he's at the start of a a flat road 10K right now.
Yeah.
134.
All right. Fastest lap of the day.
134.1.
4, 3, 2, 1. Woo! Holy smokes. What a 24 hours.
Oh, man. You can see, I
They've
can see
got
from
the
here,
chair.
Marissa, she just put her face in her hands. And, I know,
Yeah.
having seen
There's
these
a lot of
runners,
emotion.
these runners left it all out there. It's making me emotional right now to see it because I see it every year, and I love to see it because it just shows, how much greatness somebody can leave out there. As Stella Springer walking past us, Marissa has now taken a seat where she is at. Howie Stern is over there documenting the moment. I can't wait to see those photos.
Yeah.
It's going to be
So glad
something,
Howie's here.
something pretty great. I can see also Jeffrey Adams over across the way as well. He ended up on the backstretch when all was said and done.
Chad in the chair here.
Yeah, Chad
the men's
Lassiter.
winner.
And we'll have final numbers here, in a little bit, but hopefully we'll still be on when those are shared. But
Who's in the chair right there?
that would be Mandy Holmes right
Okay.
there. Mandy Holmes, who was, probably just above 137 if we had to venture guess. Marissa Lysak, probably just under 157. Chad Lassiter, probably about just a hair shy of 153. Pat Hasler, probably about 147 and a half. Allison Allen, where did Allison end up on the track? Yeah, we have chairs waiting for all of these runners, like right as they finish. It pays to be prepared for all of these runners. I'm not sure if I can.
Yeah.
She must be over by the aid station, so if she's over by the aid station, that adds about a tenth of a mile to whatever her last lap register was. So probably about 141.
Wow.
I know that Stella moved. She came over to be near her crew area rather than wait. Other people.
A few less steps to the car.
Yeah, absolutely. Most of the runners basically just stopped dead in their tracks to see where things unfolded. In the case of Stella, she didn't feel the need to wait around by the pin flag. She just wanted to come over and hang out. And you can see
We have here
Matt
on the
Urbanski.
screen. Is that's Marissa, right? Or no?
Yeah, that's Marissa Lysak being hugged by. That was Lee Robinson, assistant race director for Jackpot Ultras up until this year, and she is joined. Is that Camille in the blue hat? Yeah, that's Camille.
Yep. Awesome
Camille Herron
to
coming
see
back out to
Camille
support. I know that. Wait, is. I can't. Yeah, that is Camille. That's absolutely her.
Definitely.
When her hair's not bouncing, it's a little bit trickier to tell from this distance.
Well, thank you guys all for sticking with us through this.
Yeah, we got more people watching now than we
I
did a
know.
couple hours ago. But you know what? It's fun and it's energetic, and that's why the runners come back out here after they're done, and some stick around after their day is drawn to a close simply because they like being a part of it all. I see Bob Hearn just sat down to take a photo with Chad Lassiter after Chad won the 2022 Desert Solstice. The Urbanski brothers, they turned it into a whole family affair. They got kids here. They have spouses here. They have 4-foot-long gummy snakes here.
Yeah, that was wild.
Dude, it honestly, when I looked over at it, I thought it was a salmon. I thought it was a full, a side of salmon on a plank. I thought I was like, okay, so they're keto guys. They're
Yeah.
like, you know, they're.
I wonder when they're gonna dig into that.
I thought it was Well, you know, I mean, they didn't really make much of a dent in it
No,
today.
I don't think so.
They barely knocked out, you know, the end of the tail. Looks like they like took a couple of slices out of it a little bit, but
they can give
so
it
they have
away
something
to
to.
everyone on the podium. They can take a chunk.
I think that's part of the reward for having a good race is that you get a part of the Urbanski gummy snake. That's not nearly as dirty as it sounds, but
Thank you for your travel, Dylan Brand,
Stephen
Mallory.
Stephen brings up a good point. You know, stopping must be the worst after all those hours of being a human metronome. I mean, you know, some of these people had it dialed in like clockwork to see, you know, Marissa and the other runners, Pat Hasler being another one, you know, who basically stepped it up, you know, as the race drew to a close.
And I mean, they look so like, I mean, fairly held together and smooth as they were cruising these last laps. But I mean, you know, you just see that all break down as soon as that 24-hour mark elapses. I mean, you know, the especially Marissa was just, I mean, looking really strong and, you know, but yeah, just I think mentally, as soon as you hit that mark, it's like, okay, I can finally let my body.
I see that Marissa has been approached by Connor Holt and you know, helping her to celebrate a job well done.
Of course,
you know, this is by a significant measure her best 24-hour run. So,
yeah, by
you know,
5 miles.
By 5 miles, and not only that, she unlocked some things this year. Whereas in last year, one of the things that we've talked about, it was very difficult to watch her at the very end because she refused to leave the course, and she was on hands and knees before the clock struck 0. And this year it couldn't have been more different. She was sprinting to the finish for the last 6, 7, 8 miles. Like, she wanted to
she was
put
throwing down
big numbers out there. And so I have to say that it was one of the most impressive performances I've ever seen at Desert Solstice, not just in terms of the mileage, which was obviously huge, but to see the turnaround
really
in
smart
her year
racing.
over year. Absolutely smart racing. She left something in the tank, and she had it all clicking for her at the very end. As you see, we have zoomed out from the crew and aid area here at Central High School in Phoenix, Arizona. The sun's out. It's kind of warm. We can almost turn this heat lamp off. Almost turn the heat lamp off. But we're going to stick around as long as we need to. Perhaps we will carry the podium. I honestly have no idea what the plan is to wrap things up. I'm not in a hurry to get anywhere. My day is cleared, so and you don't have to be out of your Airbnb until
10, I think. It's checkout.
Plenty of time. And of course, you could, again, with a well-shot 5-iron, hit it from here. So
yes. Yeah, no, if I was there right now, I'm sure I would be hearing every last
awesome.
bit of
Okay,
this.
so we do have a camera on. Marissa has started to make her way back across. It looks like we might have eyes on her. I don't know if is that camera
Like
giving
maybe
us a
just cut
signal,
out for a
Blaine?
moment.
Oh, okay.
We'll try to get you guys back with that view.
Right now, Marissa is sharing a conversation with race director Julie Harrow. And they're heading back over to the near side of the track. Everybody is off the far side at this point. And the runners are being joined by their crew and their families and just kind of taking a seat and waiting for the final official numbers to roll in. We'll see what we've got, and if we can get some information on those final numbers, we will pass those along as soon as we have them. Yeah, so for those of us tuning in now, TJ Gardner, for instance, in the chat, how did Jake do? Jake Jackson, it looks like his final number would probably be around 118, maybe about 117 and a half. Jake Jackson did not have a typical Jake Jackson day for Desert Solstice. I will be curious to find out how things went. I mean, we probably won't have time to interview everybody in, like a post-race manner, but maybe that's something that we can have on Trail Talk, coming up in an episode. Hint, hint, Jamil, Matt, Bryce, maybe talk to a couple of the competitors that are here at Desert Solstice on how their day went. Not only the people who had, the days that they hoped to achieve, but also the ones who perhaps fought through some things. I think that there's some inspiration to be received in that as well. And Jake did not have a typical Jake day, but for most people, 117 plus miles in 24 hours would be a fantastic day. For Jake, it would probably be labeled a disappointment, because I know that he was looking for about 158 to 160 today.
Yeah, but I mean, he might not leave with a PR, but I mean, there's many lessons that I'm sure he still will leave here with and
absolutely
take forward, and that will benefit him in his future 24-hour attempts. I don't think he's certainly not done.
No.
In fact, he will likely be representing the U.S. at Worlds next year.
Yeah, he's still firmly entrenched on the team. So, but our podium for the 24-hour race here at Desert Solstice, on the women's side, the first place finisher is Marissa Lysak. Second place would be Allison Allen, and third place would be Stella Springer. So congratulations to the three of them. Allison Allen putting on a fast and furious rally over the last 7 hours of the race, last 8 hours of the race, because Allison was running in at one point 6th or 7th or even 8th, as the race was, at the 100K mark.
And earning that spot on the national team.
Yeah, as of right now, she
holding
is
that, and she actually represented the U.S. back in 2015. So it's cool just to see her back on the scene and return to hopefully next year's championships.
Yeah, she has a very impressive resume if you look up and down. I mean, multiple Badwater wins, Keys 100 wins. So it's great to see. This is her first significant result from the sound of things in quite a while, so it's great to see. On the men's side, your podium would be Chad Lassiter, and second would be Pat Hasler, and third would be Matthew Urbanski. So does that mean when Matthew and his brother Jeffrey, who finished a couple slots behind him, go out to dinner later tonight, that Jeffrey has to pick up the tab?
Yeah, we'll find out.
I wonder, when you talk like siblings that are racing in a race at this caliber, I'm sure you're obviously in a collaborative spirit, but there's got to be a little bit of
I was mentioning that earlier. Like, they did share a lot of time together, but I wonder if it was closer, like between the two of them. If they were lap for lap on the same lap, what would we see that final?
Lap?
Like
you compare it to some of the other siblings that we see, like locally in this space. We've got a couple of families with multiple high level runners. You've got the Ostazuski sisters, the Bellis brothers, and a couple of kids named Curry. You wonder about the level of competitive spirit, versus collaboration when it comes to preparing for races like these. Dave was asking about us to recap the top distances for the podium. I can do that to an estimation, actually, because we don't have final confirmed numbers. We're still... I can see now that looks like Mike Melton has brought out the wheel, and of course they'll use the wheel to officially measure and recognize the distance covered. I see yeah, Mike Melton and race director Julie Harrow stopping at a couple of pin flags to verify those numbers. But on the women's side, Marissa Lysak is probably a hair short of 157 miles. Allison Allen probably just over 141, and Stella Springer probably about 140.2, maybe 0.25. On the men's side, Chad Lassiter would be about 153. Pat Hasler would be about 147.5, and Matthew Urbanski would be about 138.25. If I had to guess, that's just a rough guesstimate as far as the final distances.
The wheels that we got up on the screen, just how meticulous.
Yeah, you can see right there, right now. Of course, that is.
Take two marks, 2 wheel marks.
Yeah, the redundancy is so important when we're talking about the measurement of these numbers, because in some cases, we're looking at national age group records.
Yeah.
In particular for Marissa and for Stella. So, they'll be coming away. Stella had a remarkable day in terms of age group American records. She is, she has now for the second consecutive year established age group records in the 100-mile and the 24-hour here at Desert Solstice. So, and I'm sure it's entirely possible along the way that she hit the 200K as well. I mean, there's, they do have that documented as well. I mean, she had the number last year, so just guesstimating, I would assume that she broke that. And in Marissa's case, I would expect that she broke the 200K en route to the 24-hour as well. So, I mean, we don't have that for sure, but it's pretty remarkable. I guess that would be the story of today above all else, is that age ain't nothing but a number.
Yeah.
These masters
Indeed.
class level female athletes have come out here and done a hell of a thing over the course of the weekend here at Desert Solstice. It's not anything to take away from, the younger runners such as Mandy Holmes and Amanda Nelson and Micah Morgan and Callie and Lindsay, but the masters class runners, Camille, taking on and hammering those early miles and coming away with multiple age group American records. And then Marissa and Stella hanging around and putting their stamp on this event as well, and on the American record books. On the men's side, perhaps the story is, new runners that have not been known for big numbers before giving people notice.
Yeah.
Chad Lassiter, Pat Hasler are two guys that I had no familiarity with entering, yesterday morning's race start. I had seen Matthew Urbanski out here. Jeffrey Adams, who finished in 4th place. This is his first 24-hour event. And he logged over 132 miles. And again, not to take anything away from the grizzled veterans of the circuit, the Olivier, having a 200K American record in the books. Jake Jackson, another 100 and plus odd miles here at Desert Solstice. Jordan Camastro, he's no stranger. It was definitely a day for new names to familiarize ourselves with. We were scrambling and scouring Ultra Sign Up and learning about some of these runners.
You see that much more, I think, with the 24-hour distance as opposed to your 100K, 100-mile. There's a lot less of that, at your Western States or at your Black Canyon, or just like where you know, every now and then there is someone who pops out.
Yeah.
Who, you know,
But it's
kind of
few and far
dark horse.
between.
But yeah, whereas I think at the 24-hour distance, there are so many more variables that come into play. There's just like much more unknown.
Yeah.
And yeah,
And I think that, you know, after last year's record-setting performance, Nick Curry kind of alluded to the idea that there's still a lot that we're learning in this space. I mean, you know, you can tell that just by the sheer amount of damage that's been done. Damage in a saying that, you know, people are improving.
an impressive
Uh,
way.
Look at, you know, what Nick did in increasing his capabilities from the, you know, low to mid 150 range to 170 last year. Look what Camille is doing as a Masters athlete. Look what Sorokin is doing to the record books. Basically just, you know, wiping the floor with them at this point. And, you know, and for those of you with connections to Alexander Sorokin,
We
see if
want
we
him
can get-
out
We
here.
want him here next year.
I
I think that it would be, oh man, to think what he could do in a simplistic oval. Oh my goodness, I'd love to see it. But
and I mean, he's a guy who just goes hard from the gun, you know.
Yes.
I love his racing style.
yeah, if you look at his, you know, his arc on his record-setting performances, you know, it's pretty amazing how, you know, basically he just. It's like throwing a dart, and that dart just keeps going in a straight line. Another runner that we were talking about over the course of our our broadcast, as well as somebody who we had in here for a little bit, was somebody who was stepping way outside of their comfort zone in Jeff Browning.
Yeah, Bronco Billy.
Bronco Billy decided to forego the, you know, the hills and mountains that you see in the background here in Phoenix and do some flatland running, and the results were mixed. It was
A few
definitely,
choice words.
you know, I mean, you know, he wanted to see and he looked at 2022 as a year of trying new things. Moab obviously was a new challenge for him to go out and do a 200 plus mile race, and coming here and trying something new when it came to, you know, a fully flat race. You know, he wanted to see what could happen, and
I mean, he straight up said it felt like a whole different sport to him.
yes, yeah, he did
I
say
think
that
you
as
could
he
really
was walking
appreciate
by.
Just his just
I think
how
it's cool
much
that he has an appreciation for it.
yeah,
like that.
real respect for it.
Got
absolutely.
a couple of questions. One of them, do we think Pete's Meats will try a 24-hour track someday? Of course, Pete's Meats refers to Peter Mortimer, a local Flagstaff runner and very high-caliber runner, finished 20th at Western States this year, won Hurt 100, and also my coach.
Okay.
So do I think so? Probably not. It's definitely not his wheelhouse. I mean,
mountain guy.
he's a guy who basically, you know, he and Jeff like run into each other. It's like a couple of bull elks butting heads in the Nature Channel when they're up on the mountain. You know, they probably see each other and like put their heads down and ram at each other when nobody's looking. Let's see.
Upcoming
Mallory
Aravaipa
Showalter asking what the upcoming Aravaipa races are that we should know about. Well, on a local level, we've got Cave Creek Thriller and Thrasher next weekend, and on the 28th through the 3rd, we have Across the Years at Camelback Ranch, which is a fixed-time race. And a few runners have actually taken that as an opportunity to qualify for Desert Solstice. It's a bit of a trickier situation. The course is not a direct oval. It is runnable. It's very comfortably runnable. A lot of crushed gravel and asphalt, which you know, is easier to run on than concrete. A little bit of concrete on the backside, but not much. It is kind of windy, and because we seem to get rain there every year over the course of the race, the course does get a little bit muddy and mucky. But that'll be an event. We'll have the ability to do fixed time races ranging from 6 hour all the way up to 6 day. And we'll also have a last person standing event as well as a standalone 100-mile event too. Looking ahead to 2023, local events include the Santan Scramble, which will be, I believe, the first Saturday, which has races ranging from 5K up to 51K, which was the first ultra I ever completed.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
I won't be doing it again. If you like climbing straight up the side of a mountain, then that is the race for you because you do it 3 times. Coming up beyond that, Coldwater Rumble is a fairly big event out here. Coldwater Rumble has race distances ranging from 4 miles to 100 miles. Coldwater Rumble is a 5-looped course and is part of the it pairs up very nicely with Javelina if you're trying to do a desert double 200. I've never done it. I've done the 20-mile out there. I've done the 20K. I've done the 52K out there. But we'll have a lot of runners out here for that. Looking forward beyond that, we've obviously got several races, over the course of the months beyond. But to look at the big ones on the calendar, we will be having Black Canyon. Black Canyon, one of the biggest, most exciting trail races of the year. 100K and a 60K on Sunday, but the 100K will be a golden ticket race. And it'll be one of the last golden ticket races leading up. So I think we're going to see a stacked field.
Yeah.
I'll be running that, trying to get my
100K or
Yep. I've finished it 4 times, all 4 in the golden hour for the Western States qualifier.
Yep.
I get my time and my money's worth at that race. Further beyond that, we do a little thing called Cocodona in May. Cocodona,
Just
of course,
a little
the race. Basically, you want to run across Arizona. Cocodona is the way to do it. You run through tons of historic towns. There is plenty of footage on YouTube. We do live stream that race pretty much cover to cover. Other than taking a nap each night, we only take naps the first couple nights, and then we go wall to wall pretty much the rest of the way. And that's I would say that encapsulates the first step. Oh, I almost forgot. Jackpot now is in an Aravaipa race.
Yes.
And Jackpot
February
is going to be in March
okay.
now. So it used to be in February, but it would. One of the issues with Jackpot in years past was that it bumped up with Black Canyon.
Yep.
And actually, Black Canyon was bumped a week later this year. Normally, it is the second Saturday of the month. But there's some big football game going on in Arizona that brings people in from all over the world. Costs about, $10,000 a ticket. It's some sort of NFL championship. And so Aravaipa wisely chose to move and defer their race to the following weekend because I would have not envied runners coming in from around the country and around the world to try and get a hotel room in town. It would have been absolutely bonkers. So the weekend after the Super Bowl is when Black Canyon will be taking place. But yeah, I would say that's the 2023 and upcoming race schedule in a nutshell. There are other things. There are smaller local races, but those are the big ones. Crown King, as you can see, I am a fan of that race. Very near and dear to my heart. Done the 50K out here 5 times in that one. And I make breakfast for everybody after they finish the race.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
that's awesome.
The next morning after we have hung out in Crown King, because it's a point-to-point race, and before we drive home the next morning, I wake up about 5:30 after going to bed about 1:30 and make breakfast for typically about 50 to 60 people. So I always tell people, if you come out to Crown King, I'll make you breakfast if you stick around.
Breakfast on Chris.
Yeah, absolutely. If you've got any last-minute thoughts or questions in the chat, let us know. We'll see what we've got cooking here. I don't know what the plan is in terms of sticking around for the podium because we don't have a movable camera, a portable camera that we could bring over to where the awards will be taking place. We'll see if we can get that information. If not, we'll definitely have things posted to social media covering the the final numbers for this race, as well as I'm sure pictures and video of the podium as well. TJ Gardner, Mesquite Canyon in March is the best of the DRT series. I don't know if I feel that way. It's probably the best of the spring series, but it gets really hot out there. And you're talking early March. My favorite race in the DRT series is the Cave Creek Thriller, which is coming up next weekend. I haven't decided what I'm doing. It's a very hectic next week for me. We've got our Christmas party for the Aravaipa Runners, our group trail run event, and then I'm actually going to be flying back into the cold Midwest for the holidays to see family and friends. So we'll see if I actually participate in the Cave Creek Thriller as a runner. I'll be there hosting. We do, for our night races, we do a campfire, and I help, people just kind of hang out, make s'mores and whatnot. So I'll be hanging out at the Cave Creek Thriller race, but I don't know if I'm going to run it.
Yeah. TJ, I think, says, okay, yes.
Yes.
Agreed.
TJ's great. He's done some design work for Aravaipa Artworks, and he does a great job. Like, if you see some of the finisher awards that Aravaipa has been putting out, where they've started, well, first of all, they create their own finisher awards now. Second of all, they do so with a lot of renewable materials. I mean, they started to use wood for some of the plaques and mini statues and everything, and some of them are really sharp. So if you haven't gotten a chance to see them, I mean, is this the first time you've been to town since 2018? Or
maybe one time in between, but yeah, it's been.
And
I was here 2019. I was here 2019.
Oh, that's right.
2018, 2019, and then maybe there was one time in between that. But pandemic. It was a bit of a.
That's true. I guess we did have that going on. But yeah, Aravaipa Artworks has put together some really sharp.
Yeah, I've been seeing some of that stuff. It's pretty.
Absolutely.
Cool.
Yeah, other races have started to pick up on it and contracted them out. So. Sarah,
reindeer pancakes. Wow, that sounds fancy.
I think I could be down with some reindeer pancakes.
Are you inviting the whole?
What did you miss other than
chat?
Chris surviving on 30 minutes of sleep and 50 cups of coffee? Not much, other than some really great running performances. We did have a few of those here at Desert Solstice. Ruth talking about other events coming up. Yeah, we've got tons of races. We've got Copper Corridor. We've got Mogollon Monster, which Mogollon Monster will be in September. And I kind of committed myself to that one, but we'll see how that goes. We'll see if I can survive. It's one of those races where you kind of have to see it to believe it. People have asked us in the years past, are you going to live stream Mogollon Monster? It's just not possible.
Yeah.
Like, when I go out there and I do it Keith Dunn style, like the whole... Yep. Guerrilla style, basically just go out there with my phone and just tweet when I can get a signal. And a lot of times that's just, like at mile 25 and then at mile 43. And then I basically just have to head back to the start area or the finish line, actually, in order to get another signal. And then one of the things that I've done the last 2 years for Mogollon Monster that I enjoy doing thoroughly is I photograph and tweet every single golden hour finisher of that race, because there's a lot of them. That you have a 38-hour finish time in that race. I mean, and a lot of runners need every single minute. We've had people down to 10 minutes or less.
Wow.
In the last couple of years. Excuse me, in finishing that race. So. Sarah's going to bring us pancakes. That sounds like a verbal to us. I think that that's something we would definitely appreciate. I mean, now, granted, Patty Curry takes excellent care of us and makes sure we are well fed here at all of the race coverages we do. If you're ever like working at an event or volunteering at an event, Patty likes to make sure that the people that are helping the runners, as they accomplish their goals, make sure that they're taken care of, which is kind of nice. So we'll see if we can. I'm gonna see if I can get a hold
Yeah.
of Matt and see what we're doing in terms of how we are wrapping our coverage.
We don't want to leave.
I'll admit I'm getting a little bit tired.
Yeah. No. Well, we appreciate everyone sticking around for so long. It's been great to share this 24 plus hours with you.
Yeah, I hope that one of the things about this race that is mystified me is that we don't really get a lot of people coming in to check it out. And I'm not saying that you have to sit and watch 24 hours of loops, but I always try and encourage our local runners to come and check this out, simply
Yeah.
because it is a different beast. And I tell people to come out in the evening hours, say from like 7 to 10 p.m., because that's when the fastest runners tend to be hitting that 20 or that 100-mile mark. And so they can see, you know, and the numbers, you know, if you're not used to seeing runners hit 13, you know, sub 1300 milers and stuff like that, it's really impressive to witness. You know, it's not a lot of people on this planet can do it, and we'll have, you know, several people hit, you know, sub 14 at some years and everything. So, but it's a very, you know, very calm, relaxed scene right now. The tents are being broken down
I like this
one
view
by
of,
one. Oh,
Matthew
that's
just passed
wonderful
out.
shot. Yeah, that did. I'm gonna make sure that he gets that shot. But yeah, you know, Matt Urbanski, is that in the chair next to him? Is that our
I think that's our winner,
men's
Chad.
winner? Yeah, Chad Lassiter. Yeah, awesome. Yeah, I love that shot of Matt Urbanski just chilling out
Yep.
on the infield. Yeah, and you know, the turf here is so like aesthetically perfect for this. You know, it keeps things so clean
Yes.
on the infield. You know, not that I have any sort of aversion, you know, away from natural grass. I mean, I love you know, a great lawn as much as anybody, but you know, when it comes to the amount of foot traffic that we've got going back and forth and, you know, on this race, it does favor us to have the artificial surface. So yeah, I have some ideas that I might have to bring up to the folks at Aravaipa marketing to see if they'd be interested in trying to get some people to watch out here, because we only had a handful of people stopping by to chill in the stands or to come in and hang out at the infield. One of the things about local runners is that they'll occasionally stop by because they know like other
Yeah.
people that are crewing and running and everything, you know. So we'll see if we're able to get that, get some of that going. Oh, perfect. So if Rob is placing a camera, I guess we will be sticking around. I mean, you're free to go at this point. I mean, I'm just gonna, you know, steer the car like right into the wall. But yeah, if we're gonna have the award ceremony, we'll, you know, and we have the capability of carrying it live, that's fine. I'm totally fine with that. I've got nothing else to do.
Yep.
You know, when you know that you're covering a 24-hour race, you don't tend to plan much
No.
afterwards. The only thing I might do is I actually might have a bite to eat a little bit later with Camila and Connor.
Oh, nice.
So we'll
That's awesome.
well, I'll have a chance to talk to her about her race and, you know, see if I can get any inside information on that
more inside
top
scoop.
secret stuff she was alluding
It's
to.
funny 'cause she's about like, you know, got all these secrets, and then she like kind of just, you know, unloaded her whole race plans, but then withheld something.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what
because
that
she
something
kind of
is.
she caught herself at one
Yeah.
point, you know, like, and she was like, and later next year, you know, sometimes you know, people intend to be, you know, not withholding, but they want to, you know, obviously, you know, not necessarily share something that they're not prepared to yet,
Yeah.
but
Well, create a little hype too. Everyone
Yeah.
likes hype.
absolutely. Yeah, I mean, but sometimes after you hang out and you start talking and you hear things. Not that I'm going to go into this conversation like trying to dig. I'm totally kidding, and I respect the privacy of our runners and our competitors. And but yeah, I really do want to know.
All right. Here's Bobberhead.
We need to go back to that stadium cam. I really like that shot of Matt Urbanski just kind of like chilling out on the grass over there. That's there we go. He's just hanging out. I mean, well-deserved rest after a third-place finish here at Desert Solstice. So, with some nice, relaxing tunes in the background. No, but I didn't need one. That's all right. Thank you, though. See, they keep on trying to make sure we're fed. Stopping by to ask if we wanted breakfast burritos. So,
do we know when the award ceremony is? Is there a schedule, a time?
Let me see if I can get that
maybe
information.
Our friend Jam knows.
He doesn't know what's going on. He's
along for the ride.
Hey, Jam, do you know what time the award ceremony is? See? Told you. Nope. I mean, what?
Someone asked if that's the men's podium.
It might as well be, actually. Yeah. Well, is
that Pat on the end in the Boston Marathon jacket?
If it is, that would be hilarious.
I think it might be. I think he was wearing like various Boston.
Yeah, he was
throughout
absolutely.
the day.
Yeah, if that's him, that's your men's podium right there on the stadium cam.
There you go. Not gonna make him stand up.
I see race director Julie Harrow is moving a speaker over to that area, so perhaps she is getting ready to make the announcements in terms of the podium for the men's and the women's. Obviously, there are a couple of podiums on both sides. You have the 24-hour, which is, of course, what we were following to the very end, as well as the 100-mile, where, as some of the names that we saw in the first half of the race are coming back around, and because it is every runner that has entered in Desert Solstice has entered into both events. So even if you only fully intend to run 100 miles or less, you still get a 24-hour finish time, or a 24-hour tally, rather.
Yeah.
Because there are some runners that in the years past have come here just to run a 50K or a 50-mile or a 100K. And if they stop at that point, though, it dings their ultra sign up.
I wonder if we could, while they're setting up, maybe we could drag Matthew or someone else over here, get a little.
I think drag would be the or the appropriate word in terms of trying to get
it might be a little hard to
move
relocate.
at this point. So,
but you never know. Someone asked if we interviewed Marissa. We have not. We would certainly love to.
Interestingly, I've never interviewed Marissa in all of the times that I have covered Desert Solstice. I've never spoken to her. She seems very focused, which is a little bit intimidating, to be honest. I just don't know her, so I it takes some time to get to know people, and she's very quiet, in person. It's not to say, one way or another, how she is. I mean, I know a lot of people are big fans of hers, and I have friends who speak very highly of her. I've just never had that kind of exchange with her, even about this race. And I would love to have a conversation with her. I'd love to talk to her about it, because frankly, I've watched her win this race 4 years in a row.
Yep.
I'm out here 24 hours every year, and what Marissa Lizak has done over the course of the 2019 years to present has been fantastic. On the live shot, you can see is that Allison Allen moving across, and okay, so it looks like they're going to do the podium right here. Potentially would be good for us. Yeah, when somebody was joking if that's the men's podium, I believe that it truly was. And that's Bob Hearn capturing a snapshot. Bob is just such a great ambassador for the sport, such an interesting guy in terms of his running and in terms of
real
just
wealth of knowledge, and
he's so smart.
And he's just teacher within the sport. You know, he's more than willing to share.
Absolutely. And he's just a very quirky, kooky guy. I mean, you know, if you were to search for him on YouTube, the first thing that would come up would be a Rubik's Cube competition. Because back in the day, he was a world-class Rubik's Cube solver. And he's also a very, very intelligent guy in general. You're talking about a PhD from MIT. You know, and I think that that's why this sport appeals to him, because of his very analytical nature. And he's also been known for competing at Haviland 100 in one of the side competitions that involve him wearing very few amounts of thread. So, yeah, when people talk about thread count and things like bed sheets and stuff like that, if you did a thread count for Bob Hearn's outfit at Haviland 100 this year, the thread count would be 1. So, but there's a reason why they tell you it is an R-rated race when you're reading the website. So, but yeah, a genuinely great guy and a wonderful ambassador for the sport, as we could see him, you know, off at the other end of the track.
There we see Matthew attempt to get himself into a chair.
Yeah, progress.
Oh, not too bad.
Yeah, hats off to Matthew for, you know, bettering his effort from Desert Solstice last year and making his way onto the podium. Had a great run. Great run. It doesn't look like I just got the heads up from Matt. It doesn't look like we're necessarily going to wait for podiums. We might just have some footage that we'll upload to YouTube later. So I think we're going to wrap things up. We're going to wrap things up here. We're going to wrap things up. Okay. All right. Patrick, Karen, it's been a pleasure. We've been hanging out here for a day and change at this point. You know, Desert Solstice is such a different event. I guess in closing, let's hear your thoughts about it. You know, you're a very familiar and experienced person when it comes to you know, following this type of event. You know, what are your thoughts?
So many thoughts. Not necessarily a lot of brain space at the moment, but I would say I think there's just so many intriguing storylines that like unfold at a 24-hour race. I mean, ultras in general, but 24-hour races in particular, and you are, you know, witnessing them like just front and center. A lot of what goes on in an ultra is typically not, you know, not visible. You don't really get to see the behind the scenes of
it's not visually striking or captivating.
Yeah, or I mean, you see the runners at aid stations, but you don't see kind of the journey they go through in between those aid stations and the highs and the lows. And I don't know, there's just so much of that you get to witness here. And I think just like the yeah, just the range and diversity of athletes that come together at an event like this, I think is pretty special to see, and just like a really, I don't know, special learning experience. Like, yeah, I can only imagine like just the takeaways and how they, not just for like running, but for life in general, from like 24 hours on a track, for the mind, like just that is some serious stuff there. So yeah, no, and just so that big picture stuff, and then just really excited to see people continue to come back year after year for an event like this. I know I was really psyched to get the opportunity to be out here. It just feels like a bit of a reunion for the folks who come here, and continuing to welcome new folks in is always great to see. And I just it's been a special 24 plus hours. So yeah, really appreciative of the opportunity, and glad to share it with you, Chris.
Yeah, and to piggyback on what you said, talking about the what people are going through and witnessing it in person. Some of the runners might be questioning their life's decisions.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of that.
Some of them might just be constantly troubleshooting and trying to anticipate issues that might come up. It's an event where all is laid out for everyone to see.
Yeah.
There's no hiding on the track. Again, one of my favorite quotes about this format from Jake Jackson: "There's no hiding on the track." And I'm hoping that in years to come, we're able to, cultivate a bit of an in-person audience here. Again, it's not for everybody, and I don't expect people to come out for 24 hours, but to come out for 2-4 hours or something like that.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've got some ideas that maybe we'll swing.
I love it.
Spin by with the folks at Aravaipa and see if we can come up with a way to make this race appealing to an attendance, here in person. Ironically, the only time people asked about coming down here was 2020, when we were on strict lockdown from COVID, because
Nothing
people
else
were
to
just
do.
craving that interaction. So I guess that kind of puts a bow on things. Congratulations once again to our winners here at Desert Solstice. On the women's side, the 24-hour race was won by Marissa Lysak, and the 100-mile race was won by Camille Herron. And on the men's side, the 24-hour race was won by Chad Lassiter, and the 100-mile race was won by, I can't even remember, was that Olivier?
I think
won the men's 100-mile?
No.
It seems like so long ago.
Yeah, who would? I think it would.
Yeah, that sounds right. So congratulations to our winners. Congratulations to the people who set age group records. Congratulations to those who even made it within this race, because this field was such an exclusive field. So I guess that'll wrap things up for the other members of our broadcast team: Matt Feldake, Nick Curry, Andy Jones-Wilkins. For those who joined us on the chat, the runners who came and sat down with us. Special thanks to Stephanie Flippin, who came by as well, who was just hanging out, and we corralled her into a conversation. I'm Chris Warden, and
I'm Patrick.
And Patrick Karen.
It's been a pleasure.
We'll see you next year at Desert Solstice here in Phoenix, Arizona. We'll see you later.
So long, friends.